reminder of the two teams, for those of the scorecard, no change to the Sussex Sharks and one change to the Middlesex team. Replacing Timber Gregory with Jack Davis, wearing 20.
Yeah, hi Sarah. Well, I think that any assessment of how Sussex have done in this competition really comes down to the teams that they've been putting out. Sussex have opted for a policy of youth in this competition. That in many games they've had 5 and even 6 teenagers playing, and often against quite strong county sides. But even that being said, to just win one of your 7 matches is disappointing. That being said as well, they've had a couple of games where they might have won on another day. They got very close to beating Lancashire. They got very close to beating Gloucestershire. But everything put into account, I think 1 win in 7 is disappointing, and they'll be really looking today to finish this competition, as Tom was saying, with a bang. Yeah, I think a couple of them have. Alistair Orr, who's a young batsman, he's made 100 in this competition. He certainly had a good competition, and he's one for the future. And in patches, others have as well. Ollie Carter, the wicket-keeper's made a couple of half-centuries. Daniel Ibrahim has bowled well, and Archie Lennon bowling his leg spin. So I think individually they've all done well in various matches. What they haven't done is do well collectively as a team. Yes, they do. They go to Derbyshire today, and Derbyshire are bottom of the other group. So if Surrey win today, I think it's almost certain that they will go through into the quarterfinals of the competition. So they've had a good competition. Sorry, they needed it because they haven't qualified in the T20, and they're not going to win the county championship either. So it was a big competition for Surrey, and a win today at Derbyshire, and provided the weather plays ball, Sarah, I think they should win, and they should be into the quarterfinals, which are later this week.
Greetings from three of our match umpires, Neil Allender and Ian Gould.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to an overcast Hove for the final group matches in this season's Royal London One Day Cup. The umpires making their way out to the middle. My name is Adrian Harms. We'll be joined shortly by my colleague Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London. The umpires, Neil Mallender and Ian Gould, wandering out to the middle. The news is that Sussex have won the toss. They are going to bat first. And the Sussex opening pair, who have opened throughout this competition, are, well, certainly the last few matches in the competition, are making their way out, which is Alistair Orr and Ben Brown. Sussex cannot qualify for the quarter-final stages of this competition. That is not the case with Middlesex, and I'm sure that Kevin will bring us right up to date with what Middlesex need to do today. I think their chances are slim, but a slim chance is better than no chance at all. So Middlesex making their way out to the middle. If you'd like to get in touch, well, first of all, I could do with a wave from someone over. Thank you, gentlemen, to make sure that we're going out around the ground.
Oh, you're so ego-driven, Adrian.
Yeah.
He needs a wave every morning, doesn't he, folks?
I do. I have to wave. My friend Julian is over there. A couple of others waving as well.
Well done, Julian.
So thank you so much for getting in touch. And that's the voice of Kevin Hand. And always good to see Kevin, and welcome
morning, Adrian.
Down to Hove. So I said Sussex cannot qualify. Middlesex can, but they need a sort of a results to go their way. Yeah, but a miracle's a miracle.
Indeed. They do. They need three other results to go their way. They need defeats for Lancashire, Hampshire, and Gloucestershire. Lancashire. Yes, Lancashire, Hampshire, and Gloucestershire. And a Middlesex win and a healthy net run rate return with that as well for Middlesex. They've got to overturn the net run rates of Lancashire. Basically, and that stands at just over zero. Middlesex are minus 0.33. Lancashire are 0.01 in the plus. So I suppose that's doable, but it does mean bowling Sussex quite cheaply and quite quickly to get a big swing in a net run rates.
So it's going to be Ethan Bamber who's going to open the bowling for Middlesex from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Sussex electing to bat first, which is perhaps a little surprising on a cloudy morning. As in comes Bamber, running in down the hill, bowls to Orr. Orr plays an uncertain shot, fielded at second slip, and there is no run. So the Sussex side to run through you is the same side that played at Chelmsford on Tuesday. So in batting card order: Orr, Brown, Haines, Head, Coles, Visa, Carter, Ibrahim, Beer, Lenham and Sarrow. And the Middlesex side, Kev?
Middlesex are Holden, Eskenazi, Chopra, Hanscom the skipper at 4, Davis, White, De Cares.
In comes Bamber, and all places quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Martin Anderson and James Harris, Tilan Wallaluita and Ethan Bamber. Harris, Bamber and Anderson to bowl seam up, Wallaluita, De Cares to get through a bit of spin with some help from Max Holden with his off spin as well. To help out in the bowling.
And Sussex with a lot of spin options, and throughout this competition the spinners have bowled a lot, and one of the features have been that Sussex have absolutely rattled through their overs in this competition. As in comes Bamber, running in hard down the hill past umpire Gould. He beats Orr with a corking delivery. Orr really feeling for that outside the off stump. The ball rattles through to keeper Robbie White, and there is no run. Kevin and I are sitting, if you've got a left-handed Orr batting, we are sitting at fine leg. We're about 8 or 9 cut strips away from judging an LBW, or whether the ball's moving around. So a terrific view, but perhaps difficult to judge LBWs today. So we'll do our best as Bamber with 3 dot balls to start the match is running in down the hill and bowls, and Orr plays a nice looking shot, timing that through backward point, and the ball races away across the outfield, and the first boundary of the innings goes to Ali Orr, and Sussex are 4 without loss. Nice looking shot, just 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle with the rules of the power play in this competition. There is a fine leg and a third man, but no chance of the third man getting around to cut that shot off from Alistair Orr, who's on his way. A very fine century down at New Road against Worcestershire on Friday. Rather missed out at Chelmsford. A disappointing batting display from Sussex on a Tuesday, and they'll be keen to set the record straight today as Bamber is in and bowls, and Orr covers up and plays into the covers, and there is no run. The test match, for those of you who are following that, There's been a delayed start, starting at 11:15. A bit of rain around this morning. England winning the toss and bowling first. Overcast conditions, and Ollie Robinson, who you and I have seen bowl an awful lot at Lords, it's a ground that he loves. Overcast conditions, that could be something that Ollie will be looking forward to. Jimmy Anderson fit to play for England is the good news, as Bamber comes in to bowl the final ball of the opening over. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and a slightly nondescript shot. Didn't really move his feet outside of the off stump. The ball goes through to keeper White. End of the opening over, an over which saw Alistair Orr, the only scoring shot of the innings so far, is on 4, and the Sussex Sharks are 4 without loss, having won the toss and deciding to bat first.
So Middlesex, that was just one change then. Davis coming in for Greatwood from that team that played at Radlett. Middlesex were bitterly disappointed by the abandonment against Gloucestershire. Abandonment, cancellation, due to Gloucestershire having a COVID outbreak. They have had permission though, obviously, to play today, and they're up taking on Kent. So all eyes on those games for Middlesex, but of course they've just got to do what they can do here, and having lost the toss, now what they have to do is bowl them very, very cheaply and smash off those runs to try and reverse that net run rate first and foremost, and then watch how the games play elsewhere. This could be potentially James Harris's last appearance for Middlesex. He's heading back to Glamorgan in the winter. Without injuries in September, it's hard to see that he'd play, as he's right arm over the wicket from the sea end. He bowls, it's edged, and it's fine of Gully. It's Chopra in there at Gully, who waved a left-hand at it, and Brown is off the mark with a single. 5 without loss. Yeah, Chopra is sort of... I wonder if he didn't pick that up, because he didn't make a move to dive his left-hand side, and he's kind of shrugged his shoulders, did Varam Chopra, as if to say perhaps it just flashed past him, but it was certainly a chance. Well, it wasn't a chance, he didn't go to hand, but it was a full shot, I should say, from Ben Brown. Harris to turn again. Just down below us. Cloudy day, but still warm enough. A little stroll along the seafront this morning. A little bit of wind, but not cold. Just lovely to be in Hove. Middlesex will be back here in September. Will James Harris, was my point, that barring injuries, you'd imagine Middlesex will have an eye on a team for next year, which Harris will not be part of, as he moves past the umpire now, bowls, and this ball on a length is left alone by Orr through to the keeper. 2 slips. Third is one of the 2 out, third and long leg. There's a point covering a mid-off, mid-on and a mid-wicket inside. So James Harris is going back to South Wales to play for Glamorgan next season, is that the plan, or...? It is, yeah. He's signed a contract with Glamorgan. It's been announced now. Broken by the BBC Sport website. I assume that was our colleagues at BBC Radio Wales who managed to pick that up and put it on the BBC Sport website. And then confirmed a week later or so by the clubs. Harris hits the crease now. He bowls just full of a length and a forward defence from from Orr. Eased away into the onside. So yeah, this could be James Harris, twice Player of the Year for Middlesex. Second highest post-war figures. Well, second best post-war figures by a Middlesex bowler, second best at Lords, and very popular figure in his time at Lords. Yeah, and I've always thought a very good cricketer as well. Excellent cricketer. Who can bat sort of 6, 7 in the... Well, perhaps 6 a bit higher, but certainly 7 in the championship. Well, I think, for Harris always was targeting to bat at 6 for Middlesex, and he did make it there once. For a little brief run, he got Simpson down to 7, and he got up to 6. As Harris comes in, bowls, and this is left alone by Orr, through to the keeper, it passes again. He just didn't quite hit the heights consistently enough. When he was good, he was very, very good for Middlesex. But this isn't a major slant of him at all. He'll admit it himself. Just a little bit of consistency. Sometimes it would come with the bat, sometimes it would come with the ball. They wouldn't quite both ever tally together as in his all-rounder role, but then equally, just over the years, a little bit too expensive at times in the championship. But will always be remembered very, very fondly at Middlesex. As he comes in now, bowls, and forward goes Brown, pushing defensively into the offside. And what a title winners as well in 2016. Didn't play in that game against Yorkshire at the end, so played a few games across the season. Funnily enough, the period when he really nailed down his place as a regular starter was in the last couple of years, but I'd imagine as well, when James Harris signed for Middlesex, there were 17 counties trying to convince him to come to them when he was leaving Glamorgan, so he wouldn't be the cheapest on the wage bill either, Harris, so perhaps that plays a part towards the end of his career as well. As he comes in now, he bowls and Orr defends, and Hanscom charges up from mid-off. Hanscom will be playing his last game for the season unless Middlesex qualify, because he's off to Australian duty after this. But if Middlesex can grab a playoff place in third spot, then it'll be an extended stay for Hanscom. But if they are done for the group in the group stages, then that'll be Hanscom done for the season. He'll play no part in the 4 games in September. So he'll want to go out with a flourish today as well. Again, a big part of that would have been to win the toss and bat first, because Middlesex really need to overturn that net run rate handsomely, and to do that, as I say, the easiest way is usually to bat first and score big and then bowl out the opposition, but Middlesex are going to have to try and bowl Sussex cheaply here to make a serious impact on that net run rate, which again, they need other results to go their way first, so plenty needs to happen, but first of all they need to go very well with the ball here this morning at Hove.
So Ethan Bamber is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's bowling with a slip, third man, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a short fine leg, and a deep backward square leg as in comes Bamber and bowls, and Brown lets that go by outside the off stump. Ethan Bamber actually slipped over on his follow through. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Robbie White, and there is no one. A very good morning to people who are tuning in all the while. Maybe via the BBC website, maybe watching the live stream provided by Sussex Cricket Club. Be great to hear from you throughout the day. You can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport. And your Twitter handle, Kev, is?
At Kevin Hand BBC.
Here we are. Bamber in bowls, and Brown leans back and plays that into the offside, fielded there by... who's that diving away? I can't see his number on the back of his shirt, number 23.
That's Jack Davis. He's back into the side. I was disappointed to see him dropped, actually. Part of it was for, I think, Holden to come in and offer a spin option for Middlesex. Davis, I like the look of Davis.
Bamber on his way down the hill under cloudy skies, in and bowls, and Brown plays this through mid-wicket. Nice looking shot by Ben Brown, who just pick up a single fielded on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Brown goes 2-2. The Sussex Sharks 6 without loss. Certainly there is a bit of rain around the so I drove down this morning, quite a lot of rain around sort of the Gatwick and Crawley areas, but I thought the forecast today was actually pretty good as the day goes on, so hopefully this cloud will lift. But certainly looking at the conditions, you would think they're pretty good conditions to be bowling in. Which I don't think perhaps Middlesex will be disappointed to be bowling.
Only because of that net run rates. But Middlesex could have gone in, had a shocking morning, and there was no chance of turning the net run rate there. So maybe they do just have to get on with it with the ball this morning. Bowl out Sussex with a little bit of help.
Bamber in, bowls, and all works this down to third man. Picks up a single. He goes to 7 without loss. A lot of Sussex members who are here today probably haven't seen an awful lot of Alistair Orr batting, because the runs that he's made have all been away from Hove. He made a very good 100 in the county championship at Canterbury. Prior to that, in a defeat at Leeds, he batted a long time, 4 hours for 67, and held the innings together. And then a very good 100 at Worcester last Friday. So probably the first chance a lot of people had a real look at Alistair Orr, as in comes Bamber and bowls. Let go outside the off stump by Ben Brown, who has opened in the last 4 matches in this one-day competition.
Your mate and mine, Brownie. He was good on the commentary with us. A few times he's been on in the Middlesex game.
He is excellent, Ben Brown.
Good chat with him on and off air. Lovely bloke.
Yeah, no longer the county championship captain, and we wait to see who's going to be captain of Sussex when Middlesex visit here in September.
What's your bet, Harmsy?
For a 4-day game. Bamber in, down the hill, bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by White. And there is no run. A good over from Ethan Bamber. 2 runs off of the over, and the Sharks are 7 without loss. Won the toss and decided to bat first. Well,
hedge your bets. 1 from 3 or 3. Give us 3 names.
Well, I mean, Tom Haines has been given the reins for this 50-over competition, so he would have to be in the running. The other person who I thought might be in the running, only because of his experience, but that won't happen, is Travis Head, who, much I think like Peter Hanscom, will be going back to Australia to start the Australian season, so it certainly won't be Travis Head. I can't see it being Ollie Robinson, who might have been in the frame, because he's going to be involved with England, I would imagine, right through the series against India. So there's not a lot of other options, to be perfectly honest, as in comes James Harris.
He bowls now, and Orr defends back up the track. No run. Yeah, I mentioned the overheads this morning. These white balls, they don't do as much for as long for bowlers, but a new ball from either end in 50 over cricket, so they do stay that little bit harder for that little bit longer with 2 new balls in play. And swing for the first 3, 4, 5 overs, it's just extended that little bit longer because you've got one from either end. So basically power play 1, first 10 overs, Middlesex need to look to try and do some damage here with the ball. As Harris hits the crease now, he bowls just full of a length to, or he defends to mid-on, and no run. Good crowd in, which is nice to see. Durham away in the blast awaits Sussex, but other than that, no cricket until August 30th, and for Middlesex, no cricket till August 30th, unless well, the dominoes all fall their way today. So a little bit of a quiet period coming up, so maybe that's boosted the crowd a little bit, but it looks pretty healthy to me. There's the old pavilion to our left, and that lovely new stand that climbs up to the left of this media centre that we sit in at the C end of the ground. As Harris is in, he bowls, and a swing and a miss from Orr, looking to drive at a length ball. Through it passes to the gloves of Robbie White.
I mean, it's nothing like the crowd there was at Chelmsford on Tuesday. That was an absolute bumper crowd. Virtually barely a seat left in the house. Of course, Essex is going very well in the competition, but it really was a big crowd on Tuesday.
So 2 slips, third, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. 2 allowed out. Long leg and third in the power play. They're deployed at the moment. So here's Harris. He bowls, and that goes past the edge. Lovely ball from Harris. He's bowled really well in this One Day Cup, and I don't know whether he's bowling with a little bit of pressure off or what it is, but I've really enjoyed watching Harris bowl in this competition. Which it doesn't come without a fair bit of irony that this is it for Harris, which is a huge shame. He was a pivot really when he was batting at 6 or 7 for Middlesex, and he thought that you can build the squad, build the team, the matchday selection around James Harris. Here he goes, past the umpire now. He bowls, and this one goes full and beats Orr again, full outside of the off stump. He flashes at the drive. Now, just how much movement out there is there for Harris at the moment, or is it just judgment for Orr that he's not getting it right? He has faced 17 balls now for his 5, and a couple of flashing drives attempted there.
Yeah, so actually the next cricket here, Kevin, after today, will be against Middlesex in the championship game that starts on Monday the 6th of September.
The next one here, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, 30th of August is a long wait for Middlesex, as Harris is in, he bowls, and this ball shoots along the floor down to third for a single, or moves to 6 off 18, and it's 8 without loss. A little bit of swing that I detected that previous ball from Orr was actually after it left the bat. Swung once beating the bat and through to the keeper. And yeah, quite a full delivery. I think it was just a misjudgment really, that one from Orr, that he wasn't quite in position to play the shot. I'll see if we can pick up the ball before the 4th ball and see where that one passed through, because that was the one that was more on a length than perhaps whether it was seam or swing. Let's have a look now on the camera. No, it's good line and length bowling from Harris. End of the over, 8 without loss. Orr has 6, Brown has 2.
You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin Hand. A very good morning on a cloudy morning at Hove, where Sussex have won the toss and are batting first. As in comes Ethan Bamber racing down the hill. Now, I don't think that missed the stumps by very much, judging by the reaction of the slip cordon, who are standing with hands on heads. All took the bat out of the way at the very last moment, decided not to play, and the ball rattles through to Robbie White behind the stumps. So it begs the question, James Harris is going, is that a personal decision, or
I think it's a great leave. I just see the replay of that one. That was a great leave. I think for Harris, I think Middlesex did offer him a contract, so did Glamorgan obviously.
Bamber in bowls, and Orr plays this nicely through the cover, so that's going to be 4 runs through backward point. Just a length on that did Alistair Orr. One of the features of this young man's batting throughout this season, and bear in mind it is his first season that he's been awarded a contract by Sussex, he is very patient and he plays and misses. It doesn't seem to faze him too much, and he's been well beaten by Harris on 3 or 4 occasions outside of the off stump, but that was a good shot. He goes to 10 and the Sharks 12 without loss. He
wasn't in the squad for the first game of the season, which was a massive surprise to me, and then he went out on loan to Glamorgan for a couple of rounds.
Bamber in and bowls, and or again lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by White, and there is no run.
So I don't think there was any great surprise really that with contracts offers that he'd had elsewhere, that maybe he decided, all right, time for a change. And back to Glamorgan is a lovely story for him. He's a very loyal man, and he'll be bowling his heart out today for Middlesex and trying to get this result for them. Again, it might not be his final game, but it could well be, and you can imagine that he'll want to go out with a good bowling performance today and end on a high for Middlesex if this is the end. This is me being very speculative saying this, of course.
Bamber bowls down the leg side, and that will be signalled a wide by umpire Gould at the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end of the ground, the first extra of the innings, and the Sharks go to 13 without loss.
But I think it's fair to say as well, Adrian, that a lot of the counties now will be shuffling their pack in terms of finances as well. Harris will be one of the highest paid players at Middlesex, I would imagine, given how much competition there was to sign him when he first arrived at Middlesex. And he's been here a good while now, so year upon year increases or whatever, however they work.
Bamber in bowls and all beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Ethan Bamber, and Alistair just propping forward, but really caught on the crease. The ball goes through to White, and again there is no run. Good opening spell by these two.
Yeah, it's excellent. What with the financial problems that all of the counties face because of COVID, and the losses of the last 2 years, the losses of the Blast last year, the losses of the Blast this year, there will be a few who will look at perhaps the size of the squads and the individual pay packets within those squads, and will be trying to work things accordingly.
Bamber again bowls, and all plays this one through backwards square leg. I'm not sure he actually intended the ball to go there, but nonetheless, Orr picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 12 and the Sharks to 15 without loss.
But one thing I can tell you with great certainty about the Harris situation is always when a player leaves, or I say always, generally, more often than not, when a player leaves, there's always a little bit of animosity somewhere. And in this case, it just isn't true. There isn't anything, with Harris. Middlesex will be sad to see him go. We'll wish him well, and Harris will be sad to leave. But it's just one of those things. It's the timing, I think, more with this move than anything else. A lot of things made sense for all parties.
Bamber in again bowls, and Orr again is beaten outside the off stump. So no reward for Ethan Bamber. Alistair Orr picked up 6 runs in that over, and at the end of the 5th over, the Sharks are 15 without loss. Orr on 12, Brown on 2, and just looking at the scoreboard, they'd get Ethan Bamber's figures, which you can't see at the moment. I think they've come off. But anyway, Sussex 15 without loss.
Quick shout out, first one of the day, to Mandeep and family who are tuned in, and bad luck for Parina, his daughter, who is to be playing for Middlesex under-11s today against Surrey, but it's been rained off.
Oh, really?
So bad luck.
Where's that been played at?
Where would it have been played? Middlesex.
I mean, there is a bit of rain around the London area today. So
yeah, exactly.
Disappointing.
Here's Harris from the C end, bowls, and a swing and a miss outside the off stump from Brown through to the keeper. Brown on 2 from 7 deliveries now, and Sussex 15 without loss. So bad luck, Parina, but good luck in the next one for Middlesex.
And actually, in terms of communication, my laptop wasn't working yesterday, but it seems to be working today. So if anyone's listening could just drop an email to sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk and just say hello. At least I know our email inbox is working today. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Belmont, there you go, Mandeep's back straight away. Belmont, Mill Hill. Here's Harris, he's in, bowls, and this is crunched through the covers for 4. What a lovely shot by Brown, hit on the up by Sussex wicket keeper, opener, former captain, and that was a real shot of authority from Ben Brown. 19 without loss.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with the way he got out on Tuesday, Ben. He made 26 and pulled a full toss straight to the hands of mid-wicket off of the spin of Aaron Nijar. So we'll be keen not to do that today, Ben, but that was a beautiful shot.
Harris is past the umpire, he bowls, and that's left alone. Now that comes darting back in towards the off stump, left on length as much as anything by Brown, back high up in the air, and White away from the slip cord and taken as it moved through the air after beating the batsman. It's again having a look to see if there's any movement off the surface there, or just a good judge lead that swung after it beat him.
Interesting though,
or
Kevin.
After it passed him, sorry.
Talk about players who might be moving on at the end of the season, because the players don't, in terms of money for contracts and that sort of thing. Really, there isn't a lot of money around, is there?
Well, that's why I talk about shuffling the pack, trying to allocate funds to where counties desperately need them. As Harris hits the crease now, he bowls, and length ball, it's driven away into the offside, and they are going to get 4 for it, I think. Davis giving chase, yes, it just pops over the boundary rope, he doesn't get the dive out in the end, and 4 more it is. Not quite as sweetly struck by Brown, but effectively enough. Thanks to that short boundary at the old pavilion, and 4 it is. Shuffling the pack, I think, is the best way that I can put it, really. That counties are having to think about how to manage that money. If you've got a big earner like Harris, but there are other areas of the squad that need reinforcing, and for Middlesex that's obviously with the bat, and has been for a while, that they need to find something to change their fortunes with the bat. But also, for want of a better, or for want of something other than a cliche, cutting your cloth accordingly, which all counties are having to do now, which is the point you're making. Harris to Brown, he bowls, and Brown defends on the back foot. A couple of tracket rolls. That ball that he did leave alone earlier, that looked as though perhaps it moved after it passed him, it did actually go off the surface, seaming back into the right-hander, but starting well wide enough.
So the test match has been delayed due to rain. They did get as far as the toss, England winning the toss, deciding to field first. The England team: Burns, Sibley, Hamid, Root, Bairstow, Butler, Ali, Curran, Robinson, Wood and Anderson. So no Zach Crawley in the side, Jimmy Anderson in the side, and Moeen Ali is expected coming into the side, I think primarily to strengthen the batting.
Harris up the stumps, he bowls just full of length, and Brown disappointed. He's hit the cover fielder on the drive. Davis collecting, and after some sumptuous drives off length deliveries, really, and that over the fuller delivery, is hit sweetly as well, but only straight to the fielder. 23 without loss at the end of the over, and all has 12 and will have strike. Brown has moved to 10 from 12 now with those couple of boundaries, and that's the end of the 6th over here on BBC Sussex and BBC Radio London.
So obviously there is rain around the country, although that being said, the only game where there is no play is at Lord's, because everywhere else, Kent, Lancashire, Derbyshire, Glamorgan, Northants, Warwickshire, around the country, every other game seems to be being played, so hopefully we'll be underway at Lord's shortly. But in the meanwhile, it's Ethan Bamber who's going to carry on down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Gloomy conditions, in and bowls to Orr, who sits on the pad. There's a loud appeal from Ethan Bamber, not really supported by Robbie White, the Middlesex wicket-keeper, and Ian Gould is unmoved, and there is no run. I don't think we're probably that far away, from the lights going on here. Ooh, it's quite gloomy.
It wasn't really forecast, was it, to be as dull a day?
No, I thought the forecast was pretty good, actually, for the next few days. Certainly not a heat wave on the way, but certainly dry, which will be... I mean, just look at the outfit here, it looks like April, doesn't it? There's been so much rain on the south coast. As Bamber comes in, bowls to Orr, who covers up and plays quietly to the mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ali Orr wanders away to square leg, just adjusts his helmet and rehearses the shot that he intended to play. And Bamber, number 54, on the back of his shirt, wanders away back to his bowling mark at the far end of the ground. For those of you who don't know, Hove, a fairly significant slope runs from Cromwell Road end down to the sea end of the ground where we're commentating from. Bamber now, with the advantage of that slope, running in past umpire Gould, bowls, and Orr lets that one go through outside of the off stump, taken by keeper White, and there is no run. 2 slips and a third man. A backward point, a cover mid-off. Then on the leg side, there is just a fairly straightish mid-wicket and a fine leg, so an 8-2 field. Middlesex have got, so certainly can't afford to stray down the leg side here, can Ethan Bamber, and so far he hasn't. He's bowled a good line and length. And he's in now, bowls, and Orr is forward, he sits on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Now that is an appeal that's supported by both wicket-keeper and the 2 slips. I don't think height would have been an issue there. So we can only assume it was either probably missing the leg stump, but Orr not really that far forward, and he scrapes out his crease again. There's Ali Orr, he's on 12. The Sharks are 23 without loss, but this has been a good opening spell by the 2 Middlesex seamers. And Bamber is in and bowls and driven nicely by. It's a nice looking shot and well fielded at mid-off. Good cricket all round. Nice looking shot by Ali Orr, driven away into the offside. Good bit of fielding at mid-off. Prevents anything more than a single. Orr goes to 13 and the Sussex Sharks to 24 without loss. I think that was Hanscom with that bit of fielding at mid-off.
Yes, Hanscom is regularly mid-off for Middlesex.
Which brings Ben Brown on to strike. He's on 10 of 12 deliveries. Ali Orr has had by far the majority of the strike. He's faced 29 balls for his 13. Ben Brown just 12 balls for his 10 as Bamber is in bowls and Brown is forward and plays to mid-on. There is no run. The end of another good accurate over from Ethan Bamber, which he just conceded the 1 run. In fact, he's just conceded 14 runs in his what's that? The scoreboard is showing 18, so I think it's 14. Yeah, he's bowled 4 overs either way. 24 without loss. Orr on 13, Brown on 10. You can see Ethan Bamber's statistic up there, and it says, I'm presuming that means deliveries 18, runs. Oh no, or is that for James Harris?
Where are you looking? I can't even see that bit.
So underneath you've got.
Oh, there we go.
Harris.
Maidens, deliveries. No,
that can't be deliveries, can it?
No.
Runs 10, wides none.
D14, R10, wides. Right, let's have a look at that in a minute. I'll concentrate on Harris for a moment, but I don't know what the significance of those figures are next to him. He's in now, right arm over the wicket. He bowls, that's left alone, coming back into the left-handed Orr, and there's no run.
See,
it's just gone on to 15.
So deliveries has gone to 15, but actually that's not right, is it? Because he is in.
So perhaps it should be deliveries, and they've just got an error there, because this is his. Delivery should be 19 now.
Well, he's absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So that slightly confused me.
Or is that dot balls? Ah,
do you get dot balls?
I reckon that's dot balls. Could it be? Yes, that'd make sense, because then there's 10 runs, of which there have been 2 boundaries and 2 singles. So that's dot balls for 15. That's a nice little addition. Here's Harris bowls, and this ball's eased to backward point by the left-handed Orr, and there's no run. So it says at the bottom of it has the bowlers and the number of overs, so we know that he's 3.2 overs now. Then it's got maidens none, D16, runs 10, and wickets none. So that's dot balls. Yeah, he's bowled 16 dot balls in 20 deliveries now. And if you go by the scoring shots, we remember there's been 2 boundaries for 4, so that's 8, and then a couple of singles as well, taking the runs to 10. So there's been 4 scoring shots and 16 dot balls in his 20.
Well worked out.
Whew, maths on radio. It's too early in the morning for that, Adrian. Here's Harris bowls, and this is hit up in the air, and that will be a wicket for Harris. Caught and bowled as Orr gets himself into an uncomfortable position from a short ball from Harris, looking to hook, and well, in doing so he ducked his head down into his shoulders because he realised he was in panic station at that point, in no position to play the shot at all, and all he ended up doing was gloving one up in the air, and Harris was able to walk in really just at the end of his follow-through into a comfortable position to take the catch. He may well have got the splice of the bat on that and may have hit it straight up in the air off the face. But it's the end of Orr either way. He's gone for 13, caught and bowled by Harris, and in the 8th over, Sussex are 24 for 1.
Yeah, got himself in a tangle there, didn't he, Ali Orr? The ball was onto him fairly quickly. He was thinking of pulling the ball, then I think he tried to pull out of the shot. But either way, the ball ballooned up in the air. So disappointment for Ali Orr, who wanders off. He'll be disappointed, having played so well in Worcester last week. But his day will come again, I'm sure, and a nice round of applause around the ground for Tom Haines, the Sussex skipper in this competition, 22-year-old. Makes his way out. Top score of 46, which he made at Worcester on Friday. Missed out at Chelmsford when he was caught a brilliant slip catch by Alistair Cook, who batted nicely and got a couple of lovely catches in the slips, did Sir Alistair. Tom making 4 on Tuesday, and he'll be keen to make some runs here today, certainly on his final match in charge of the one-day side. We were speculating who might captain Sussex in the final 4 championship matches of the season. You'd have thought Tom Haines' name will be up there. We'll just have to wait and see. It's gloomy, Kevin.
Harris is in, bowls outside of the off stump. It's left alone by Haines. Through it goes. It is, yeah. And well, you know, on the gloom and the lights, if it were a championship game now, we'd be getting very excited, wouldn't we? Say, oh, red ball in hand, Middlesex will fancy this, the shine will be coming off one side, and they'll really get it going, floodlights on, cloud cover, but the white ball in hand, it'll just be getting to the end of its effectiveness for swing for the bowlers. So yeah, key that Middlesex try and work quickly here and pick up another one if they can. It's been a very good start with the ball, and Harris has reward. He's in now and he bowls, and Haines defends. Hanscom charging in from mid-off. 24 for 1 it is, 1 ball to go the 8th.
Just to say, they have now started at Lords, so a bit of rain around this morning, but underway. India batting first.
Good toss to win that for Middlesex. For England, sorry.
Yeah, and Jimmy Anderson fit to play and bowling the first over of the match. So good news, I'm sure, for a big crowd at Lords today. I'm not sure if it's a sellout. I wouldn't be surprised.
It would have been disappointment if both Broad and Anderson were injured for anyone that had tickets for today, wouldn't it? Here's Harris. He bowls and goes past the edge of a forward defence from Haines. White collects. That's a lovely ball. They're bowling beautifully at the moment, Middlesex. Harris and Bamber, they've really been a fine pairing in this competition. 24 for 1. Haines, none from 3. He's out there because Orr skied one as he attempted to hook Harris, but was in no position, rushed by the shorter ball. And caught and bowled for James Harris. Brown has 10 and he'll have strikes at the end of the 8th over, with Adrian Harms and myself, Kevin Hand, here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, commentary for BBC Sports via the website and app as ever, and delighted to have you with us on the live stream as well. Tuned in for this one. I've got the stream up and running in front of me just to see what deviations there are through the air or off the pitch for the ball. Certainly a little bit of help out there, isn't there, Adrian? There
is, and Ethan Bamber coming to bowl the 9th over of the innings, in past umpire Gall, bowls to Ben Brown, who works this to deep square leg and picks up a single. Does Brown. He goes to 11 off 14 deliveries, and the Sharks to 25 for 1, which will bring the left-handed Sussex skipper Tom Haines on to strike. I just wonder here whether Middlesex will revert to a couple of slips. Yes, they are. So 2 slips in place. Steve Eskenazi at first slip. Robbie White, the keeper. And Bamber just wants another adjustment to his field. Viram Chopra in at second slip. So now they've taken that second slip away. He's going more to a gully position. So there's a slip in a gully, a third man, point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As Bamber is on his way in his 5th over. Comes in and bowls, and Haines with a poor shot outside of the off stump. I mean, it was wide from Ethan Bamber, but Tom Haines absolutely threw the kitchen sink at that. It's the conundrum of the power play, though, isn't it? You know, the 25 on the board, only 2 fielders allow black. There's a bit of width, there's a short boundary. You know, even if it was a long boundary, with only 2 allowed back, you throw your bat at it at this stage, you get reward for it. How many wickets do you gamble in a power play? Again, you know, in T20 it's pretty clear, those statistics, we go through it time and time again, how sides need to approach power plays for T20. Bamber in again, bowls, and Haines just covers up and goes very straight down the track. Bamber misfields of his own bowling, but he doesn't cost a run. Dot ball. I think it's a little more nuanced in a List A game, isn't it? Especially under, you know, the crowd conditions that we have. Should I say crowd? Cloud. The crowd conditions are pretty good, I should add, for anyone listening in the ground before they take offence. I mean, Tom was out to a very similar shot on Tuesday at Chelmsford, where he drove at a wide one outside the off stump and was picked up by Alistair Cook at first slip. As in comes Bamber down the hill, bowls, and Haines is forward solidly placed into the offside. There is no run. Thank you to Sam Keir, the press officer. Yeah, he's given us our meal voucher. Apparently there's some other bit of paper he's handing us, but we're taking no interest in that because we've got our meal voucher. That's all we're interested in. Well, the good news is, I think they call it a scorecard, the other bit. Well, the good news is we've now got a list of the numbers on all the players' shirts, which is terrific news. So just the 1 slip in place. Gloomy morning here at Hove. Bamber is now changing the angle of attack. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haines. He's on his way. Bowls, and Haines drives, and Bamber stops up well. Fields well off his own bowling. Does Ethan Bamber. When you look at the physique of fast bowlers, Ethan Bamber bowls at a good pace, but he hasn't got the physique, has he, of a quick bowler. He's done very well for Middlesex this season. Well, even he's quite short, isn't he, compared to, for example, the stature of the size of James Harris?
I think he's deceptively... His height might be a little deceptive. I'll tell you what he is. He's built solidly.
Yeah.
My goodness me, for a man of his age, he really is.
Well, he's bowled very well this season. He's in again, bowls, and Haines clips this to a wide-ish mid-on and picks up a single, does Tom Haines. So he's on his way. He's on 1. And the Sharks 26 for 1 at the end of another good over from Ethan Bamber.
He's bustling, Bamber, isn't he? He's a bustling bowler. He's a skiddy bowler. Seems it. You look at him, which is absolutely what you're saying. You look at him and you think, he's probably a swing bowler, isn't he? But you look at him and he bustles through and hit the seam and really accurate, good bowler.
Yeah, hi Sarah. No rain here, but I have to say it is very overcast. Sussex winning the toss and batting, and so far it's the bowling side Middlesex who have held sway, because Sussex after 9 overs are 26 for 1. Ben Brown is on 11. Tom Haines, the skipper, is on 1. The man out, Alistair Orr, who was out caught hooking, got a top edge, the ball flew in the air and was caught and poled by James Harris. So the Sharks 26 for 1. In the 10th over. Elsewhere at Derby, Derby are 44 for 1 in their match against Surrey. If Surrey win that game, they'll almost certainly qualify for the quarter-finals. And in the Test match at Lords, it was delayed by rain. Now underway, India are batting first. Jimmy Anderson has passed the fitness test. He plays, and India are 1 without loss. As Harris in bowls to Tom Haines. You and I probably disagree slightly on that shot. I think that's a really poor shot. I think it's outside the off stump. He's lifted his head. I mean, I do understand.
I think Middlesex are bowling well, and Sussex are thinking, in this power play, it'd be nice to find some boundaries. Haines is on 1 from 10 now, so with a strike rate of 10, I think he will be feeling a little bit of pressure. It's a really difficult one, because I think the average power for I say the average. They've been going at around 30 off their 10 overs. As here's Harris, he bowls and beats him. Good line and length delivery. Goes past it, nearly squares him up on the forward defence of that one. Really drew him forward to it, searching for the ball.
I just feel in a 50 over game that there's plenty of time.
There is. I agree.
It is overcast. The ball is moving around, and I know it is the power play, and there are only 2 fielders outside the circle. But I think maybe here you're thinking, what we don't want to do is get to the end of the power play and be sort of 26 for 2. Play yourself in. There's all the time in the world to build a decent score. And
I think a lot of it goes to how deep the batting goes as well. And you'll know better than me looking down that card.
Sussex back deep.
Harris in bowls, and this ball's clipped wide of mid-on, and that's just a nice proper cricket shot, isn't it? Full on leg stump, and middle and leg, and forward. Driving just wide of mid-on, a little clip closing the face on it, and Haines has his first boundary, moves to 5 from 12, 30 for 1, which is again a pretty standard power play score, especially batting first. And
that was a lovely shot. I mean, that was a proper shot, and Tom Haines, plays lovely shots around the ground. I just don't think you need to go throwing the kitchen sink at balls outside the off stump, and that was a proper cricket shot, beautifully executed. And he'll feel a lot better for that. That was a good shot.
Well, again, that's the difference, isn't it, between this day and 2020, that you can turn up and expect to see a full day's cricket and a proper day's cricket, well-constructed innings. It's Harris bowls, and this is full and driven through the covers for 4. And over pitch, just outside off stump from Harris on this occasion. And 34 for 1 it is, as Haines moves to 9. And that plays beautifully to what you were saying, Adrian, that wait for the bad ball in the power play and put it away rather than swinging at a length ball.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 lovely shots playing straight. I mean, shots that wouldn't be able to place in a county championship game.
Yep. Both of those shots there, Harris would walk away ruefully, I think, wouldn't he, and know that he's overpitched one on middle and leg and one outside off. A couple of half volleys have been put away. Shake of the head from Harris as he turns to bowl. This is the last ball of the power play, of power play 1, and it's 34 for 1 as he hits the crease now and bowls to Haines, who leaves alone a length ball through to the keeper, and after 2 lovely fours, a lovely leave as well to finish the power play. 34 for 1, having won the toss, Sussex. Haines has 9, Brown has 11, and over to you, Pete Hanscom. What does he do? Does he keep going with Bamber and Harris for a couple of overs more? I think they bowled quite nicely and have been really threatening, and probably unlucky to only have 1 down at this stage, the pair of them. Let's see, someone's warming up. Who is it? Was it just keeping warm or stretching out?
I think
Josh de Cares. Bamber's continuing, yeah, sorry,
Yes.
but Josh DeCares perhaps to bowl the next over from the C end. So a bit of off-spin into the attack early against these two. There'll be a temptation to send in Waller Louisa against two right-handers. He's down below us at third at the moment. We'll see if Harris is done just yet.
Now, Ben Brown hasn't seen an awful lot of the strike. He's on 11 of 14 deliveries, and bear in mind we're now in the 11th over. He's seen very little of
And I think he's seen very little of Bamber as well. I think he's seen a lot of Harris.
In comes Bamber over the wicket bowls, and Brown is forward to a ball that's of good length. He just plays straight back down the track, and Bamber fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. In other games, I'm thinking about Middlesex here, who could still qualify. They'll need to win here and hope other results go their way. Kent batting first against Gloucestershire are 43 without loss after 10 overs. Lancashire 24 without loss at Old Trafford against, I'm not sure if it's at Old Trafford, I'll check actually, against Essex. I think that Middlesex need Essex to win, is that right? As in comes Bamber bowl short, and Brown paddles that one away on the leg side. It was short and he paddles it down to fine leg, or more towards deep backward square leg, and it's Harris who runs round and fields. One more to Brown, he goes to 12, and Sussex 35 for 1.
Sorry, Adrian, were you asking me a question? I was looking up something.
No, I was just saying that in terms of, for Middlesex to qualify, they need to win, and who do they need to win elsewhere?
Well, there's a lovely tweet from The Void, which, apologies, I'll get through all the tweets now in a moment in my next over. The Void says, come on Middlesex, we only need 4 wins today to qualify. Tricky but doable, #optimism. Yes, they need a win here, and then they need wins, or more to the point, defeats in the other games 4.
In comes Bamber bowls, and Haines drives down the ground. Another nice looking shot from Tom Haines. That's going to be 4 more. So 3 lovely shots by Tom Haines, proper cricket shots, and that was another of them. Nicely played by the Sussex skipper, who goes to 13, and Sussex 39 for 1.
Well, the top 3 games are actually the 3 games we're talking about. So I'll tell you what, I'll quickly summarise those just in terms of what it means for Middlesex. Durham and Essex are the 2 at the top that Middlesex will really be hoping that Durham beat Hampshire. Hampshire are 44 for 1 in the 11th, and that Essex win at Lancashire. Lancashire are 24 without loss in the 10th. The real one that's a stretch for them is they need Kent to beat Gloucestershire, but Kent have made a good start there, 43 without loss.
In comes Bamber bowls, and Haines plays firmly to mid-off. On this occasion there is no run. It's a dot ball.
The pesky Gubbins is in for Hampshire though, so that would be quite cruel if Gubbins was the one to go and score big today and upset the whole thing for Middlesex, and a Gubbins century sends Hampshire through. So let's hope that's not the way it works out. Go on, you take them through the rest of the scores then, Adrian. Sorry, I've nicked your first 3 games.
No, not at all. I was just looking at umpire Gould, who was just having a word there to Ethan Bamber, who was bowling around the wicket, and presumably running down the line of the stumps. And Bamber is now coming over the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haines. He's in and bowls, and Haines drives into the offside. They take a single. There's a slight misfield out there by... Is that Davis? Yes, it was. Nonetheless, I think Brown would have got home for the single. He was running to the danger end. And the Sharks go to 40 for 1. So Kent 43 without loss, Lancashire 24 without loss against Essex, so we'll keep an eye on those games throughout the day. India 3 without loss in the test match. As Bamber is on his way down the hill from the Cromwell Roll in, bowls to Ben Brown. Good delivery that Brown just plays defensively into the offside, but a good spell of bowling this by Ethan Bamber this morning, who has bowled 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 22. I think that's going to tick over to in a few moments' time. And Sussex are 40 for 1. Brown on 12, Haines on 13, Alistair Orr the man out, caught and bowled by James Harris for 13. And as you predicted,
as it is. To bowl from the C end here at Hove, and a good start from Harris. He was unlucky only to pick up the 1 wicket there, but 1 it was. So DeCares to bowl a bit of off spin. The left-handed Haines to have strike. apologies, I said the two right-handers out there when Brown was on strike. Of course, I was forgetting that Haines at the other end was a left-hander, so that's what's prompted the early introduction here of De Caires to bowl around the wicket to Haines on 14. Long off back, so to deep mid-wicket and cover, and this one's just full of a length to Haines, who defends back up to mid-on, where there's no run, so only 3 back in the start of power play 2. De Caires moves in, he bowls, and Haines is forward, defending to mid-wicket. No run once more, 44 and it remains. It looks like it's to tighten the screw here really at the start of power play 2, slow him down. Get through some quick economical overs from De Caires. Steps in now, bowls a lovely bit of flight, but dug out by Haines. It was into the block hole in the end. Just patiently pushed back by the left-hander. Morning to Derek in Hurstpier Point. He says he's sorry not to be at the ground today, but good to have you with us, Derek, as this has given a lot of flight too much. It's a full toss. Driven down to mid-off by Haines for a single. Harris fields, and Haines moves to 15, 41 for 1.
Ah, is it Derek who
sends us the cake?
Normally sends us the cake.
That's it.
Yes, hello Derek. We're missing your cake.
Oh, I tell you what, the M23 was shut last night. I went down through, well, not through, but near Hurstpier Point, which is where Derek's tweeting
for roadworks.
Oh, something or other. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Couldn't believe it. Had no luck with the roads this summer. I think are they doing more this summer because of COVID? Because there's less people travelling, but then there's probably more travelling.
I've been called on the M4 more times than I care to remember this season. This
ball's in the air and just safe. Backwards of points, the ball headed, but he was quite fine there. Probably more a gully fielder. Eskenazi diving to his right towards the umpire, who is standing at points. It was a leading edge from Brown, closing the face, and it looped agonisingly for Middlesex and agonisingly for Brown, I'm sure, as well, as he looked worried that Eskenazi might just be able to get a hand underneath that one as it dropped to his right. De Caires bowls to him once more, and he pushes this one to deep cover for a single. 44 for 1 it is. Brown moves to 15. He'll keep the strike. Haines has 15, and that's the end of the 12th over here at Hove in the Royal London Cup.
Live cricket here, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex, myself Adrian Harms alongside Kevin Hand. A very good morning wherever you're listening, maybe around the ground on one of the headsets, perhaps via the BBC website, or maybe you've come in through the Sussex Cricket Club website and you're watching the live stream. Wherever you're listening or watching from, a very good morning to you on a cloudy morning. I have to say, I think the light has just improved in the last 10 or 15 minutes. It doesn't seem quite as gloomy as it did before, and the floodlights are off, but we have got a change of bowling at the Cromwell Road end. Martin Anderson, who's going to come into the attack, and after a good spell by Ethan Bamber, 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 22 for Ethan Bamber, and now going to be replaced by Martin Anderson, who I saw play in the Bob Willis Trophy against Sussex last season up at Radlett. Looked a good prospect, so it'd be interesting to get your views on.
Well, he's another reason why I think, you know, Harris, like all the 7 this year for Middlesex, I think they were all offered contracts. I think they were all relatively short-term contracts that they were offered. Again, trying to work on finances and long-term planning, but Harris a big player to lose, but I think that's because of the emergence of this man.
Comes in and bowls a ball that gets a little low. Ben Brown looking to play that one away through the offside. The ball rather scudded through to keeper White, and there is no run. The total remains 44 for 1. Haines on 15. Tom Haines, who came in at number 3, has faced more balls than Ben Brown, who opened the batting. Brown has placed 20. Haines has faced 21. As Anderson is in past umpire Gordon, bowls, and Brown drives nicely into the offside. Very fine bit of fielding in there at short extra cover by Varun Chopra, diving away to his left-hand side, and prevented a single. So 2 dot balls for Anderson to start his spell. The man now, Alistair Orr, who's caught and bowled an attempted hook shot, got himself in a bit of a tangle, did Ali Orr, and the ball ballooned in the air, and Anderson was able just to amble down the wicket and take the return catch. Sorry, Harris was able to wander down and take the catch. Anderson in bowls, and Brown looking to drive that one away through the offside, gets a thickish inside edge, and the ball ends up down at fine leg in the hands of James Harris. One more to Brown. He goes to 16, and the Sussex Sharks to 45 for 1. Batting not easy this morning, it has to be said. Tom Haines has played 3 or 4 lovely cover drives. I remember one from Ben Brown as well. But in the main, it's not been easy for the Sussex batsmen, who won the toss and decided to bat first. And in comes Anderson, bowls, and Haines drives through the offside, but there is a sweeper on the cover boundary. Tom Haines collects his 16th run. The Sussex Sharks go to 46 for 1. Field changes over for the right-handed Ben Brown. Lots of chatter amongst the Middlesex fielders, who still have, as I've said earlier, this outside chance of qualification for the latter stages. In comes bowls. That's a lovely shot by Ben Brown, beautifully played, punched away through the offside, through extra cover. That's 4 runs, and that's probably the shot of the morning. Slightly overpitched by Martin Anderson, and Ben Brown onto it in a flash. He didn't hammer the ball, he just, beautiful timing, punched the ball through the covers. Chopra no chance whatsoever at extra cover. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary. The ball eluded the sweeper, no chance of cutting it off. Brown to 20. Sussex to 50 for 1. Anderson in again, bowls, and Ben Brown with a flick of the wrists tries to turn that towards square leg. There is no run. It's the end of Martin Anderson's opening over, an over that cost 6 runs, and the Sharks are 50 for 1. Haines on 16, Brown on 20. The man out, as we just said, Alistair Orr, who was caught and bowled by James Harris and attempted to hook that went slightly wrong. For 13, we've got a sanitised break. A little break in play just at the Test match. India 6 without loss against England. The bowling opened by Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson, who's bowling his 3rd over figures so far of 0 for 2 in his 2 overs.
Good morning to Peter Holman, the dad of Luke, who's missing this game because he's isolating after a positive COVID test. So good luck, or best wishes to Luke, and to Max Harris, who's isolating as well after having close contact with Luke. A big loss for Middlesex in these last few games in the group stage. The wrist spin of Holman. They do have the off spin of De Caires, though, who's in from the C end. He bowls, and this ball's eased to backward point, and there's no run. 50-1. We were discussing the chances of turning around a net run rate. Your best chance of turning around a net run rate is to bat first, go big, and bowl the opposition cheaply. That affects the net run rate in the biggest way and the most substantial way, as this ball's pushed out to deep cover for a single. Haines moves to 17, 51 for 1. Pete says, nice to hear you're enjoying the bracing sea air. Does it not suit us better to bat second today? So if results look like favouring us, we can chase the target in less overs. That is one way to go about it. It just doesn't swing the net run rate in as big a fashion. It really has to be an emphatic victory if you're batting second, as this ball's thrown in from long off after a nice drive from Brown to Harris. Single more, moving Brown to 21, 52 for 1. De Caires around the wickets. The left-handed Haines again, and forward he goes, pushing back, and there's no run. So absolutely, I like the optimism, Pete. It is a tough way to do it, though. The most effective way always, if you want to turn the net run rate substantially, is to bat first. As De Caires steps in, bowls, and this ball's nudged into the onside, where Hampscombe Fields, I'm sure if Middlesex had won the toss, they'd have batted first today. But that is indeed the way to do it, if they can bowl Sussex cheaply and really go after those runs quickly. This ball's outside the off stump and driven square of the wicket for a single by Haines. Moves to 18, 53 for 1. There's a lot of ifs today for Middlesex, though, and that's the top and the bottom of it, really, isn't it? As the day plays out, I guess really we might be focusing on those things less, particularly if one of the sides that Middlesex need to win aren't doing particularly well. But so far so good at each of the games. Middlesex obviously need to focus on what they're doing here. 53 for 1 the score. Haines has 18, Brown 21. That was the end of the 14th over. And hello to the Void. We've done the Voids one, haven't we? Who else was I missing? Peter Mead, good morning. He says, I have your game on the TV, and when the test match starts I'll run that on my phone. Good to have you with us, Peter. Here's Anderson, he bowls, Haines drives hard in front of the backward point, deep cover, slides on the boundary rope and holds them to 2. 55 for 1. Haines moves to 20. It's Holden at backward point with the first dive. Unable to get a hand on it, and then sliding was Davis on the boundary rope. Bamber down the slope he comes again from the Cromwell Road end, and he bowls down the leg side, and that's a very good take by White, rolling to his right. Swing at it from Haines, trying to help it on its way, but threw it past. Hello James, who says can hear you loud and clear, listening to you while at work. I'm wondering if you have heard about the contracts of Stephen Finn and Tim Mercer on any new potential signings. No news out on Finn and Mercer from Middlesex. They're the last of the 7. As this ball's hit in the air, backward a point by Haines, and the other side of Holden. He dives to his right on this occasion, but that flashed past him with a crunching shot from Haines, and 4 more it is. No chance of Harris at third getting around to cut that one off as soon as it was past backward points. It was 4, which it pretty much was as soon as it left the bat, unless Holden could have produced something magnificent in that backward point region. 60 for 1. Haines is on to 24 from 29. Bamber remains around the wicket to him, tucks him up with this one. He defends up to mid-on and no run. Yeah, those 7, the magnificent 7 as they were, out of contract this season. Nick Gubbins already at Hampshire on loan to the end of the year before a permanent move. James Harris off to Glamorgan at the end of the season. Eskenazi and Sousa and Simpson have signed new contracts, so we await news of Mercer and Finn. For Middlesex as Bamber's in, bowls, and forward goes Haines, pushing back to mid-off, no run. News of any incoming, well, much like Harris a few years ago, I think the 17 counties trying to sign Phil Salt. Only a few will be able to afford him though. Adrian Harms touched on it earlier. I'm sure Middlesex would dearly love to convince him if that were the way, but again, plenty of counties interested as his. Anderson bowls down the leg side, and an attempted flip by Haines, and he does get bat on it. It's 4 runs, so I wasn't sure at first if it was just a leg by, but it was runs. It slides fine of White for 4, so 64 for 1. Haines 28 from 32, and pushing on nicely. I didn't miss a leg by signal on that, did I?
No, they were runs.
Yeah.
He definitely. I was just thinking it was another proper shot by Tom, who's playing very nicely.
Anderson bowls, and this is worked off his hit by Haines out to deep mid wicket, and he moves to 29, 65 for 1. One of the products that have come through in the last couple of years, Haines.
Yes, interestingly, he'd had a couple of fairly lean years, Tom Haines, but he made a very good 100 he found a very good 100 at the Oval at the end of last season, the Bob Willis Trophy, and I spoke to him after that. And when Essex played down here in the Bob Willis Trophy, Sir Alistair spent a bit of time with some of the younger Sussex players, and Tom really enjoyed it and said, Alistair Cook said, you just got to hit lots of balls, and Tom found it really motivational. Since then he made 100 at Lord's, at the Oval rather, 100 the first game of the season, a subsequent 100 as well. So he's had a good season as Tom, as De Caires comes in and bowls, and Haines plays straight to extra cover, fielded there by
Max Holden.
Thank you. In again, and again it's Holden's quickly round the fields, and there is no run. So who is it you were saying has missed out through COVID? Not
Luke Holman. So
Luke
it was his
Holman,
dad,
right.
Pete, who just dropped the line. He was saying he just popped out of the room.
De Caires again round the wicket, bowls, and Haines takes a step back and cuts, not quite timing it, but nonetheless gets a run to this sweeper on the cover boundary, who's Martin Anderson. 1 more to the total. It goes to 66 for 1.
It is possible to turn the net run rate in batting second. You just you have to really go hard and go quickly at those runs in the chase and get them in good time. De
Caires in again, bowls, and Brown, not for the first time, is forward. I don't know whether the ball's rather stuck in the pitch. And Ben Brown, who was very nearly caught in the first over bowl by De Caires, gets a leading edge. The ball blooms into the offside, but nowhere near a fielder on this occasion. Ben Brown remains on 21. Sussex 66 for 1. De Caires in again, bowls, and Brown plays this time off the bottom of the bat to mid-wicket, fielded by Max Holden, and there is no run. I don't think batting is desperately easy here this morning. Certainly not if you're looking to force. De Caires again, Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Brown is forward, nudges that backward of square on the leg side, fielded by Chopra. Not before Brown has gone through for his 22nd run. It is the end of another accurate over from De Caires, who has bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 9. And at the end of the 16th over, the Sussex Sharks, having won the toss, are 67 for 1. Haines on 30, Brown on 22. One of the features of this competition, which I've enjoyed, Kevin, has been the speed in which sides get through their overs. And here Middlesex have got through 16 overs in the first hour, which I think you should be able to do in a county championship match. I see no reason why not. But it's just been a feature that these games have, sides have sped through their overs. It's made for very entertaining cricket.
It has indeed. Good stuff from De Caires, you were mentioning there. He's impressed up at Lancashire with the economical spell. Anderson runs down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, and this is defended by Brown. Mid-wicket to collect is Eskenazi. It's been a really enjoyable competition this year, and again next year, the ECB announcing today that the final next year will be on a Saturday, not on a Thursday as it is this year. Next year, COVID permitting, there'll be more overseas in the 100, which means more of the players released back to the counties. Anderson bowls, that's driven hard by Brown. The sweeper out at cover collects, that's De Caires. Real scamperer as he runs. De Caires scampers around the boundary rope. And single moves Brown to 23, 68 for 1.
Yes, and without any way being disrespectful to Trent Bridge, which is a wonderful cricket ground, I just feel that the final of your Premier one-day competition really ought to be played at HQ where possible.
Oh, agreed. If they could get that back, that would be fantastic. Anderson bowls short of a length, and this is worked backward square on the leg side for a single. Haines moves to 31, 69 for 1.
But I think some of the fears, Kevin, that people had about this being primarily a second-rate competition have been unfounded, because I think there's been some really good cricket in this competition. I think people have commented from afar that it's a second-rate competition while it's played out. We all worried it'd be a second-rate competition. I never thought that'd be the case, because I thought the county members would particularly buy into seeing so much homegrown talent. Yes.
As this ball's on a length and lifts on Brown, who's tucked up by it. The ball deflects back at a point, and they take a leg by. Lifts into the unspeakables. Yes, it does. I think he's okay though. No, inside of his right leg.
Yeah.
Not quite as high as I feared. To Brown. So leg by it is, 70 for 1. I think it's been fantastic. I think we needed more of it. Of the 8 games, Middlesex will have played 6 because of a washout and a COVID abandonment. A COVID cancellation. As this ball's full, Haines works backward square on the leg side, a single. Working off his legs, moves to 32, and 71 for 1 it is.
My apologies to everybody who'd sent emails through, because they had taken a while to get it, but now we've got quite a few. So I'll rattle through. I think most of them are probably saying yes, everything is going out, which is good news. So I will rattle through them in a moment.
Anderson to Brown, defended to mid-wicket. Drop ball. That's Anderson now. That's the end of his 3rd over. So 8 dot balls in his 18 so far, but he's gone for 21 runs in 3. So 71 for 1 it is. And Haines 32 from 38. Brown 23 from 32. 17 bowls, and a solid start by Sussex. Plenty of wickets in hand. There's plenty of time for them to climb into the job here.
So Julian says, good morning, nice to see Ian Gould back at the county ground. Have you read his book Gunner or Life in Cricket? A very good read which helped me pass the time in lockdown. Looking forward to the follow-up, says Julian. Hi Julian, good to see you at the ground again. In fact, I did interview Ian Gould about his book about over a year ago now, I think, as in comes De Caires and bowls, and Haines with a model forward defensive shot plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. The Void has sent us an email, which is good news, who enjoyed that shot from Ben Brown a little while ago now, the shot through the covers. As in comes De Caires bowls, and Haines drives nicely through extra cover, picks up a single. There is only a single fielded by Anderson, who comes round from fielding under the clock tower scoreboard and restricts Haines to a single. He goes to 33, the Sharks to 72 for 1. I think it's got a little gloomier again, there's some cloud not really lifting here at Hove, but it's dry, and that's the good news. De Caires in bowls, and Brown hammers this one through mid-off, picks up a single fielded by Harris at long off One more to the total. Brown to 24, 73 for one. Stuart's been in touch in Lao. He says, a very wet Lao. Always enjoy your commentary, can hear you and see the cricket on the stream perfectly. So thank you very much for that, Stuart. De Cares in again and beats Haines outside the off stump. Looking to play that one away through the offside was Tom Haines. Momentarily took his hand off the top of the bat, taken by White, and there is no run. Moral victory for Josh De Cares, who just comes in off 3 or 4 paces, bowls, and Haines this time forward plays into the covers, fielded by Holden, and again there is no run. Just 2 runs off the over so far, and De Cares really does rattle through his overs. In and bowls, and Haines plays into the offside, well placed by Tom Haines, picks up a single, again fielded by Holden. End of the over. Sharks 74 for one, Haines 34. 50 partnership comes up between these two with that single from Tom Haines, which gets a nice round of applause around the county ground, coming in 63 balls in 37 minutes. I'll just rattle through these other emails for you. John says, hi Adrian and team, coming through loud and clear on the stream to Bexhill on Sea. Sun trying to break through, a little breezy, so the recently hung out towel should dry. Anyway, I can now focus on Sussex on the laptop and the test from Lords on the TV. Multitasking at its best, says John. Thank you, John, for getting in. That's lovely to hear from you. And it's going to be Martin Anderson from the Cromwell Road end.
He's around the wicket to Haines, who defends line and length on the top off stump from Anderson.
Another email in, and the address is Buddy Retriever. Now I forget your name, sir, but Buddy I know used to be your retriever. He says, I went to watch the Southern Brave yesterday. The sat-nav kept taking us back to the closed road. Thankfully we weren't stranded in Portsmouth. I think that was our chat about motorways being shut. It just seems to be around the country at the minute.
Anderson on the length outside of the off stump, and really a late attempt at it from Haines. Seemed almost an afterthought as he went for the shot. It was almost hitting the gloves of White, it felt, as that bat came down.
Sam has been in touch. A question for you, really. He says, thanks for the great coverage as always. Your colleague from Middlesex just mentioned Phil Salt being coveted by other counties. This is something I've completely missed. Please, could you give us an update on the situation?
I was going to throw the question to you, actually, Adrian, when you came back. As here's a length ball clipped away through deep square for a single. 75 for one. Haines moves to 35. You alluded to it earlier, didn't you? The players out of contract, or was it one of our correspondents? There is the talk all around the counties at the moment is that Phil Salt's the big one this winter that everybody's trying to convince don't sign a new contract at Sussex head off. I'm assuming it's the last year of his contract, because everybody's talking about it at the moment. It was all the talk on the commentary up at Lancashire the other day. As this ball's a length ball and eased away through the onside by Anderson. 76 for one, and Brown moves to 25. Yeah, Scott Reed and I were talking about it on the commentary the other day. I think George de Bell had written an article on Cricinfo and had named top, because every year there's the players out of contract, and we all know who they are, and then there's a hit list, isn't there? Right, who of these will everybody be trying to convince to leave their counties and not sign a new contract? As Anderson comes in, bowls, and this ball's driven away out to deep cover for a single. 77 for one. Apologies, you were out of the room when I was saying all this. We were talking about James Harris. When Harris signed for Middlesex, he was that summer's player. Everybody knew he was out of contract. Everybody knew they were trying to sign him. That everybody was trying to sign him, basically. And the same is pretty much, as I understand from Phil Salt, that he is out of contract. I certainly know there are 17 counties trying to convince Phil Salt not to sign a new contract with Sussex at the moment, so I assume his contract is up. As Anderson's in, bowls, and this one jags back in and hits Brown. He's been struck a couple of times now by Anderson. Fortunately for Brown, not in the worst place of all. 77 for one, that's the end of the 19th, and Haines 36. Brown has 25. We mentioned the Magnificent Seven that are out of contract for Middlesex.
I mean, we've seen very little of Phil Salt all season here, because earlier on in the season Phil broke his foot in a cycling accident up in the Peak District, so he didn't figure early season at all. In fact, he hasn't played a county championship match for Sussex. He hasn't played in the 50 over, and has only played in T20 matches and missed a couple of those because he was called up for England as well, so that'll be one to keep an eye on. As it comes to Cares and bowls to Haines, who plays quietly down the offside of the track, fielded by De Cares, and there is no run. I was wondering, actually, once the 100 is over, whether we might see Phil for the final 4 championship matches of the season. We'll see. De Care's in again, bowls, Haines plays to backward point and picks up a couple of runs. There's a misfield out there by Ethan Bamber, and it allows Haines to actually come back for 3 runs. And Ethan Bamber, who bowled very well, but that wasn't a great bit of fielding. And Haines goes to 39 of 49 deliveries. So the Sharks 80 for 1. So I hope that answers your question, Sam. So what's this space, I guess, is the answer. De Cares just surveys the field. And does he want to change in the field? No, he doesn't. Peter Hanscom was going to move from Chopra from backward point, but in comes De Cares bowls, and Brown plays firmly straight to Hanscom. Is fielding in there at short extra cover, and there is no run. 80 for 1. Cares again bowls, and Brown with a flick of the wrist plays that through the vacant mid-wicket area and picks up a single fielded by Anderson, running in from under the clock tower scoreboard. 1 more to the total. Brown to 26, the Sharks to 81 for 1. De Cares tosses the ball from hand to hand. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Haines, who plays to Holden, who fields in the covers. And there is again no run. 81 for 1. Haines 39, Brown 26. De Cares in again, bowls, and Haines plays firmly to mid-wicket. This is a good spell of bowling by Josh De Cares, the end of his 5th over. 5 overs, 0 for 16. And at the end of the 20th over of the Sussex innings, having won the toss and decided to bat, the Sharks are 80 for 1. So with a good platform here, these two. A partnership now of 54. 55, I do apologise. But they'll have a little eye on the number of overs that have gone.
That's nice. I've got a retweet of our picture from BBC TMS. On air for BBC Sport with the terrific Adrian Harms. The final match of the Royal London Cup group stage. Middlesex must beat Sussex, and Prey will be fighting over that muffin in a minute. I got a retweet from TMS, isn't it? It was the muffin mention that got it, really, wasn't it? Here's Anderson bowls. This is run down to 3rd for a single by Brown. Moves to 27, 82 for 1. Started the 21st. Commentary for BBC Sport from BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio London.
Tight stuff in the test match. England have bowled into the 11th over. India 12 without loss. Anderson and Robinson opening the bowling. Ollie Robinson 5 overs, no wicket for 6 at the moment.
It's a bouncer from Anderson now. No ball called, yeah. Too short. Tennis ball bounce really through to White, but that's because he banged it in so short it just looped off the surface.
It did.
83 for 1, that should 84 for 1, that should 60 now, shouldn't it?
Yes. And is that a free hit?
No, not on.
I didn't know.
Not on a bouncer. It's free hit if it's over waist height or over the step from the bowler, as this is eased to backward point, and there's no run. 84 for 1 it has gone up to now, and top order this backward point. Yeah, the one for the bouncer is not a free hit. Just to keep it simple for us. Remember, we had that. Wasn't it us? We had that great night at Lords. Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was. With David Visa.
Caught off a no ball, wasn't he?
That's right.
Which in any other short format competition in the world would have been a wide, which caused huge confusion. But it was a no ball, and then they managed to run out, didn't they? As everybody was celebrating, and Visa walked off. This is turned for a single to deep square by Haines off the back foot. Moves to 40, 85 for 1. He's gone very well about this 40.
Interesting, you were talking about Nick Gubbins and Hampshire, who are going along very nicely, but are now 65 for 6 at Durham.
65 for 6?
Yep.
Goodness me.
Gubbins out for 24.
Well, two of the results are quite likely today, Essex and Durham to win. That would help Middlesex, but it's the Gloucestershire one they'll be worried about. So here's Anderson, he bowls, and this is eased into the offside with a solid defence by Brown. I'm right behind that one. Oh, I like the sound of that. Kevin James will like the sound of that even more.
So Kent are...
Short games are good games, says J-Mo.
Yeah, Kent are 72 for 1 against Gloucestershire at... so that's at Canterbury? Yes, it is. No, it's at Beckenham. Lancashire 64 for 1 against Essex.
This is full from Anderson and clipped rather perilously by Brown out to deep square. It was one of those where you're keeping your feet out of the way and trapping the bat down on it. The ball squirts away through the onside for the single. 86 for 1. There's an ooh that you might have detected on the effects mic from Anderson because he thought he might get through. He's in now and bowls to Haines, who punches off the back foot. Just fine a mid-wicket, and deep square's got a charge round. He'll hold them to 2. 88 for 1. Haynes moves to 42. Nicely played.
Sam has been back in touch. He's listening in the Sharks stand away to our left-hand side. A conversation about Phil Salt. He says thanks very much. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Kevin Hand at BBC. We've got a break in play. Andy Turner has been in touch. Hello, Andy. He says, good morning, Adrian. As always, thank you for the commentary and informative discussion from you and your Middlesex co-commentator. Very interested in your views and comments on the likely Sussex captain for the remainder of the county championship and Tom Haines. My opinion, for all it's worth, as you rightly say, Tom's form prior to the season have been sketchy, with this season no doubt being his breakthrough. Really hope he's allowed to concentrate on his batting and getting to 1,000 runs for the season without the added burden and responsibilities of captaincy for the remaining championship matches. However, as you say, with Ollie Robinson with England and Travis Head returning to Australia, options will appear limited. Not expecting you to comment, but given there is nothing to play for, surely it would have made more sense to have stuck with Ben Brown at least until the end of the season, who I believe has done a decent job considering the inexperience of the team he had under his control. Hoping weather holds for the remainder of the day, says Andy Turner. Andy, thank you very much for that email. As in comes De Cares, over the wicket, bowls and swept by Ben Brown down towards backward square leg, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Just erring slightly there was Josh De Cares, and Ben Brown onto that very quickly, swept the ball away for 4 runs. Good placement by Ben Brown, who goes to 32 or 41 deliveries. The Sharks to 92 for 1 in this, the 22nd of the 50 overs. Just surveys that leg side field, but he's going to leave it as it is for the moment. Ben Brown just does a look to make sure there haven't been any alterations, and there aren't. Cares in again, bowls, and this time Brown cuts firmly through the covers, but only to the fielder at cover points, who is Jack Davis. 1 more to Brown. He goes to 33, and the Sharks to 93 for 1. Ben Brown just makes a signal towards the balcony of the Sussex dressing room, maybe for a new pair of gloves or some sort of running repairs. De Cares changes the angle of his attack to around the wicket to the left-handed Haines, who drives straight down the ground. Too long on, fielded by James Harris. 1 more to the total. Haines to 43 of 56 deliveries. The Sharks 94 for 1. The man at Alistair Orr, who was caught and bowled by James Harris for 13. De Cares just waits, pauses at the end of his run, and is in past. But Brown plays that firmly in the air through backward point. He's going to pick up at least 1. They're thinking about 2. He'll need to get a move on here, will Ben Brown, but in the end, good running by Ben Brown. It was in the air through backward point. It wasn't a chance, and Davis needed to get round quickly, sweeping on the cover boundary and allow Brown to come back for 2 runs, but it was good running by Ben Brown to that short offside boundary. Brown to 35. The Sharks 96 for 1. De Cares in again, bowls, and Brown again plays through the offside, but this time it will only be the single as Davis is able to run in from that cover boundary and field. Brown to 36, the Sharks to 97 for 1. 1 more ball to go. This has been by far the most expensive over that De Cares has bowled. 6, 8, 9 off the over so far. As in he comes and bowls, and Haines just plays this on the leg side, and there is no run. So end of the over. The Sharks are 97 for 1. De Cares 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25. Brown 35, Haines 43. You're listening to Live Cricket on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin Hand. Always a pleasure to welcome Kevin down to the south coast, and we'll be on duty again for the next game that will be played here, which is not until the first week in August, when these 2 sides will go head to head in the county championship. But we have now got a change of bowling, and we're going to get some left arm spin with Tilan Walalawita into the attack.
Yeah, who you'll have seen in that game against Sussex, I think, at Radlett last year. I'm sure he played.
Yes, he did play. Yes, he did play.
Yeah. Yeah, Walalawita is a pretty economical bowler. We mentioned Luke Holman earlier. He said to me on interview at the end of the match at Old Trafford, where Walalawita ended up wicketless, that he took all the wickets at the other end because he was so tight they couldn't get him away. And they went to De Cares early today, Middlesex, which was no great surprise with Haines out there, and he's bowled very well and rewarded them for doing so. But this is a crucial spell now, Walalawita. They'll look for him to bowl, well, what are we now, I mean, he could bowl through here if it goes very well. The next 10 overs from the Cromwell Road end. His left arm around bowls, and Brown defends into the offside, and this is what he'll really be hoping to affect Ben Brown wicket. 97 for 1. Middlesex could do with a wicket here, just to slow any potential charge from Sussex. Brown's forward and working off his legs. Just manages to turn this one around to deep backward square, where the short fine leg Harris gets there ahead of Davis, who's just in front of square, I think, in the deep. 99 for 1. Brown to 38 from 46. Walalawita, Sussex opener once more. It's bumped past him on the drive and up to long off, and that brings up the Sussex 100 for 1. And very good start here from the hosts, having won the toss on a cloudy morning, overcast morning on the south coast. Had to ride their luck a little in the early stages, because I say ride their luck, not so much so, but resist is perhaps the better way of phrasing it. Resist and resist hard. Harris and Bamber, who bowled well for Middlesex. Over to the spinners now, though. But this pair going quite nicely. Partnership now worth 76. Haines 43 off 57, good strike rate, and Brown likewise 39 off 47. Walalawita's just having a chat with Hanscom, who's at mid-off. Long ons back, deep square, deep cover, and Walalawita bowls. Haines defends to extra cover, and there's no run. So really, Walalawita wants a good look at Brown right now. And leave Haines to De Cares. Walalawita, bit of flight on this one, and past the edge it goes. Just opened himself up, jumped into position to play the cut shot. Haines, but through it goes to the gloves of White. Bowling down the slope here. Walalawita at Hove, bowls again now, and this one a little fuller. He's driven out to deep cover. They'll think about 2 and they'll settle on 1. 101 for 1. At the end of the 23rd, Haines moves to 44, keeps the strike. Brown has 39. And yeah, a decent start there for Walalawita. I just want to see that ball that beat the cut shot of Haines. He picked up Stoneman. I remember one of the early wickets I saw for him, and he just said, if there's an extra bit of bounce as a left arm spinning, that's what he really looks for, especially bowling down the slope here. If he doesn't manage to get one to kick up, and that one did bounce quite nicely through to the gloves of White, that beat the cut shot. A return for Harris at the C end, which an interesting move. 5 overs, 1 maiden, and 1 for 18 for Harris. He bowled really well at the top. I think Bamber bowled a 6th, didn't he? But Harris was removed after 5, with the entrance of Haines perhaps ushering De Cares into the attack. But back he comes to see if he can find this wicket for Middlesex and for Pete Hanscom.
Yeah, this cloud doesn't seem to be budging anywhere, and just had a tweet in from Catherine who says the weather forecast is that it looks like it's going to stay like this for the rest of the day, but hopefully no rain, which is the good news. But James Harris running in around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haines, and the C end of the ground bowls, and Haines is forward. There's a stifled appeal from keeper White, and there is no one. One feature of James Harris is that as soon as he's delivered the ball, he sort of marches back at military pace back to his bowling mark at the end of the 30-yard circle. He doesn't hang around, James Harris. And he's back already, just adjusts the collar on his shirt and turns and is on his way to Tom Haines, who's on 44, the Sussex skipper of 61 deliveries. Sussex 101 for 1. Harris in bowls, and Haines looking to hit that one down towards long on. You can see why Tom Haines is looking to play that shot, because there is no one out on that leg side boundary from the fielder at deep square leg. There's a shortish boundary on the leg side. Well pitched up from Harris, perhaps slanting the ball across the left-hander. Tom Haines not timing it, and the ball dribbles in front of him. There is no run. The total remains on 101 for 1 as the martlet's flag flutters away on the flagpole on the clock tower scoreboard. Harris in again bowls. That's a short delivery, and Haines watches that one pass by to wicket-keeper Robbie White. And there is again no run. James Harris before this over. Figures of 5 overs, 1 for 18, picking up the wicket of Ali Orr. And Sussex were 24. Harris again, easy approach to the wicket, in and bowls, and again good bit of bowling, and Tom Haines again was looking towards that leg side boundary, looking to play a shot in that direction, but in the end had to defend the ball on the onside, and was perhaps a little surprised by a bit of extra bounce, and just wanders down, does a bit of gardening, and his partner Ben Brown comes down as well and sort of a little natter. In fact, having said this cloud cover isn't going anywhere, it just seems to be a little brighter looking towards the southwest with slightly lighter skies. As Harris turns and runs in again, bowls to Haines, and Haines pulls on the leg side towards Ian Gould, the square leg umpire, who takes evasive action. One more to Haines, who goes to 45, and Sussex to 102 for 1. Yeah, decent sized crowd here today. It's suddenly filled up. That's people just having half an eye on the weather this morning before making up their mind whether to come to Hove. But certainly the southwest stand is maybe about half full. As Harris turns, the grandstand well patronised away to our left-hand side. Harris in again bowls, and a good delivery by James Harris, and all Ben Brown can do is defend that on the leg side, and that's a really good over by James Harris, in which he just conceded the 1 run. 6 overs, 1 for 19. Sussex 102 for 1. Haines on 45 of 65 deliveries, Ben Brown on 39 of 48 deliveries. We've had 24 overs, so Sussex about halfway through, and I think, you know, both sides will have reason to be reasonably pleased. I think perhaps Middlesex slightly the happier. Sussex halfway through the innings, just going along at 4 and over, will just be wanting to up the ante a little.
Well, you double your score at 30, don't you? We're about to hit the halfway stage at the end of this over, but you double your score at 30, not after 25. So where are they going to be in 6 overs time? Put another
30 on?
Yeah, put another 30 on that board, then double your score, you're 260. Middlesex, remember, need a big win today. Here's Wallaluita, he bowls, and this is driven by Haines out to deep cover for a single. It gets Brown onto strike though for the slow left armour. 104 for 3. If you're trying to chase down 260 in double quick time to have a big net run rate return, you're up against it. So Middlesex need wickets. Middlesex desperately need wickets quickly here.
The sun's coming out, Kevin, which is good news.
Wallaluita, nice bit of fly at Brown, nice little use of the feet, just a shuffle of toes to get him to that one, and driven down to long off for a single. Yeah, I think Sussex much the happier because of the group situation. Having lost the toss, Middlesex, they needed early wickets. Slow Sussex right down as this is driven hard by Haines out to deep cover off Wallaluita. He moves to 47, 105 for 1. Whatever they're set, they're going to have to go hard and fast to get Middlesex in the chase, if those results are going elsewhere. Well, they've got one of them, as you say, the Sussex game going well. 6 down, Hampshire in the early stages up there. That was what Middlesex needed. Sussex here. Wallaluita's in, bowls, and goes past the edge of Brown. Flashing drive attempted at a length ball. Hampshire 70 for 6 after 20. Kent's going nicely, 94 for 1 after 23 against Gloucestershire. Lancashire doing alright, 79 for 1 after 25 against Essex. As forward goes Brown, turning into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. A little slow though, Lancashire. Perhaps 79 for 1 on the board. Who's out? Wells for 26, former Sussex man.
Yeah.
This ball's turned just in front of the short fine leg by Brown for 2. Deep square gets there first in the end, and it's 107 for 1. Brown moves to 42. He's shorn of hair now, Wells. Have you seen him? He's a skinhead.
Yeah, I saw Luke up at Sebra School. What a beautiful place that was for a go.
Have you ever been? What a beautiful haircut he had.
It is just the most magnificent setting.
I've not been, no.
Oh,
Middlesex was scheduled to be there last year.
Were they?
But COVID meant that it wasn't.
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful ground, lovely little village, really good game of cricket, lovely weather, just couldn't have been better really. Sussex lost that game by 2 wickets in the end, but it was a terrific game. Opening match of the competition. This is the closing match, 107 for 1, and we're halfway through the innings as Harris comes in and bowls to Tom Haines, who covers up, plays quietly into the covers, fielded there by Varun Chopra, and there is no run. Live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin Hand. The final group matches, just to reiterate, Sussex cannot qualify for the quarter-finals. But will want to finish this competition on a high. Middlesex can qualify, although it will need an unlikely set of results. First of all, they need to win this match, or else all bets are off as far as they're concerned. James Harris running in, bowls short, and Tom Haines thought about taking that on. It was a good delivery by James Harris. It was short, and Haines looking to pull the ball towards that shortish leg side boundary. In the end, decided to let the ball go through to Robbie White, and there is no run. Haines on 47 off 69 deliveries, Brown on 42 off 52. Sussex winning the toss, electing to bat first, and the cloud cover is definitely lifting. It's a lot brighter, and just a glimmer of sunshine making its way across the county ground as Harris is on his way. Bowls, Haines forward, works into the offside. They think about a single, they need to get a move on. Chopra gets the throw in. It misses the stumps at the non-striker's end, but there was a bit of yes-knowing there between Brown and Haines. Haines goes through for his 48th run. Sussex to 108 for 1. The balconies around the ground. Very few people watching the cricket, except for a balcony at the far end on the second to top floor. There's about 6 people standing on a balcony, all in blue tops, watching the cricket. There's Harris literally in front of us from the sea end of the ground with this measured approach to the wicket. Bowls, a good delivery, pitching round about middle and leg, and Brown can only play that down onto the onside, and there is no run. And this is an excellent spell of bowling by James Harris, who's giving these batsmen absolutely nothing to hit. He's in his 7th over, figures of 1 for 20 as he turns, comes into bowl to the right-handed Ben Brown. He's in, and yet again Brown is up on his toes, plays it to backward point, can't do much about that. He's just bowling a very good line and length, is James Harris. He's mixing that up with the occasional delivery that's a little shorter, and on that occasion Ben Brown forced onto the back foot, looking to play it through backward point, and again there is no run. Yes, thank you, Sarah. The sun is starting to come out here at Hove, which is good news. Sussex going along nicely. They're 108 for 1, make that 109 for 1. Ben Brown is on 44. Tom Haines is on 48. That after 26 overs. So Sussex will just be a little bit mindful that they'll need to step on the accelerator a little bit. Alistair Orr, the man out, he was caught and bowled for 13. So Sussex 110 for 1 now at the end of the 26th of their 50 overs. Surrey, who can qualify for the quarter-finals of this competition if they win at Derby today, they've reduced Derbyshire to 126 for 4 in the 24th over. And in the Test match, a delayed start, but India, having been put in by England, are 38 without loss. So the end of the 26th over. James Harris at the end of that, 7 overs, 1 maiden, has taken 1 for 22, and it's going to be Walaluita who's going to carry on.
Yep, he's got his sunglasses on as he steps in with the brightest skies we've had of the day so far. He bowls and Haines cuts hard out to deep cover and quite time it. 111 for 1. Partnership reaches 94. Haines reaches 49. And Brown on strike on 44. Really solid stuff this for Sussex. Brown's been exceptional this morning. It was a tough start. He faces up now as Wallaluhi to bowls, and he drives to long on a single take, and he moves to 45. Solid record, isn't he? You know, the fact he's wicket keeper as well. There aren't many on the circuit who average 40 in first class cricket anymore, as Ben Brown does.
Yeah. He won't be keeping in this match because Ollie Carter will have the gloves, the 19-year-old, but really quite right.
Here goes Haines on 49. He turns to mid-wicket. There's no runners. Holden Fields is looking to close the face on that one. Haines as he backs up this one and punches and gets a single, fine of cover. And there is his 50. Comes off 73 deliveries, 112 for 1 in the 27th over Sussex. And 73 balls now, my apologies, it says, for his 50 with 5 fours, 67 minutes. And excellent stuff from Haines, who I know he in particular works very closely with Jason Swift, the batting coach here at Sussex, didn't he? And reaping the benefits this year, Haines. There's lots of flight on this, and this ball's clipped back to square on the leg side for a single by Brown. Moves to 46, 114 for 1. I remember Jason Gillespie and Swifty talking about Haines a year or so back. But this year he's looking good, isn't he?
He's had a very good season.
Well, Louisa bowls. He's punched hard just in front of the backward point for a single by Haines. Moves to 51, 115 for 1. Yes, as I said, he started the season with a very good 100 up at Old Trafford, and then he made his first 100 here against Northamptonshire in the county championship. 4 first-class hundreds to his name, Tom Haines. This is his highest score in List A cricket. He hadn't played any List A cricket at all before this season. And interestingly, I was talking to Tom after the defeat at Chelmsford on Tuesday, where there was an excellent crowd. It looked to me like almost a full house. And Tom was saying it was pretty much the largest crowd he'd ever played in. He'd never played at Chelmsford in a T20, which, you know, Kevin, can be a very noisy place on at an evening of T20 cricket. Here comes James Harris running in around the wicket to bowl to Tom Haines, who's on 51. Haines pulls that one, and that's going to be 4 runs. Too short from James Harris, who's bowled a very good spell here so far today, but that was too short. And Tom Haines just waited and just pulled the ball away through backward square leg for 4 runs. Lovely shot by the Sussex skipper. He goes to 55, and the Sharks to 119 for 1 in the 28th over. The Sussex have got the platform. Now they need to build on this. They're going along at the moment at 4.4 and over. As Haines waits. Harris is on his way, bowls, and Haines drives. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Beautifully played by Tom Haines. Just beautifully played through mid-on for 4 runs. Back-to-back boundaries for Haines, who goes to 59. And we were just talking earlier on, Tom Haines made a couple of, well, I said, were poor shots early in his innings, wafts outside of the off-stump, but when he plays proper cricket shots, he just looks a super player. He goes to 59 off 76. As Harris is running away from us again. The sun trying to come out, bit of blue sky above the ground. He's in and bowls short, and Haines works that one down to third man and picks up a single, and the applause around the ground is for the 100 partnership between Tom Haines and Ben Brown. A very fine partnership that it's been too. Started off slowly, but they've grown into this innings of Haines and Brown. The partnership coming in 121 balls in 70 minutes. And a nice round of applause from a good sized crowd here at Hove. It brings the right-handed Ben Brown onto strike. He's on 46 of 57 deliveries, and he waits as James Harris is in the game. Bowls, and Haines plays that one in the air down towards fine leg. He's going to pick up at least 1 and now 2 as Ben Brown comes running back, fielded all the way down to the distance by, I'm not sure if, Josh De Cares, who got round from fine leg
2 more to Brown. He goes to 48. This is by far James Harris's most expensive over, an over that's cost 11 runs.
Yeah, I said it was interesting to bring him back at this point. We were trying to blast through this this partnership, try and make an impact with Harris.
Yeah, he just snatched the ball there, James Harris. I think he's a little frustrated with the way things have gone in this over. He's in over the wicket, bowls, and Brown clips this one again down to fine leg, fielded by De Caires all the way down on the fine leg boundary. Brown goes through for his 49th run. Sussex to 127 for 1. One more ball to go in this, the 28th over of the innings, whereafter there'll be 22 remaining. Sussex run rate up to 4.6 and over as Haines and Brown just like to push on.
Have you seen a Teef Nawaz has a tweet for you, Adrian?
No, what does he say?
With regards to the muffin.
Right. Okay. In comes Harris, bowls to good delivery to Tom Haines, who was thinking about pulling that on the leg side. In the end, ducked out of the way, watched the ball sail through to Robbie White. There is no run. End of the over, 127 for 1. Haines on 60, Brown on 49. The man out, Alistair All for 13 when the score was 24. This partnership between these two now worth 103, and there are 22 overs remaining in the innings, and Sussex have certainly upped the ante in the last 3 or 4 overs, Kevin.
You're not checking your Twitter this morning?
I'm trying to keep an eye on various.
25 minutes ago from a Teef. You're
right,
multitasking,
okay.
are you?
I don't know.
Do you know, apparently multitasking is very bad for the brain. It affects our ability, it affects our memory greatly, apparently, if we multitask too much. Here's Wallaluita, he's left arm around, bowls, and length ball that Brown drives to extra cover, 127 for 1. You're very suspicious when I tell you anything nowadays, aren't you? You think I'm leading up a garden path or something, don't you?
Well, I seem to remember you and Dave Townsend doing that at Lord's a couple of years ago, so yeah.
Here's Wallaluita bowls, and this is
Shot.
cut away out to deep cover for a single by Brown, moves to 50 from 61, 128 for 1. And Brown doing Ben Brown things out there for Sussex. He's Mr. Reliable, isn't he, with the bat? I'm saying it's a hard job with the gloves to maintain your average, but 40 in first-class cricket, and a first-class effort from him this morning as well.
Oh, absolutely. Never let Sussex down. And he's done a good job opening the batting in the last few matches of this competition.
Wallaluita gives it a bit of flight, and it's cut, quite a full ball outside the off stump, cut by Haines. Again, it's that jump into the cut position and chops down on the ball. He moves to 61 as it's fielded at deep points. 129 for 1. 4 fours for Ben Brown in that 50 off 61 balls. He's on strike again now. Wallaluita bowls. He's driven down to long off for a single. Moves to 51. It looks a little too comfortable out there at the moment for Sussex. Atif was saying, yo Adrian Harms, I'll be really impressed if you manage to pinch that chocolate muffin. That was
right.
the tweet.
Okay.
CMS. Have you found it yet? Or are you still multitasking, aren't you? Oh no, I meant the tweet.
Oh, right.
This ball's pushed back by Haines down to long on for a single. And 131 for 1 it is. One's come of the 29th.
Yeah, I was just looking at the batting average for Sussex in this competition. I know this is almost real time, the update, and it shows Ben Brown as leading the averages for Sussex in this one-day cup, averaging the best part of 50.
Wallaluita bowls and Brown pushes to extra cover, where Holden fields there's no run, 131 for 1. Haines 62, Brown 51. 30th over coming up to the halfway stage, from which they'll look to double their score, so on for something around 270. Middlesex really need to rattle through some wickets here and slow Sussex down. Their chances of a net run rate turnaround, even with a victory, will be hurt badly if Sussex can get to somewhere over 200, which they're well on course to do now.
This is Ben Brown's 79th list day match. He's got a top score of 73 not out, and the average is 25 in list day cricket. He's done a lot better than that in this competition this season. Now we've got a change of bowling. James Harris has been taken out of the Middlesex attack, having conceded 11 runs in that previous over, and it's going to be Martin Anderson, who was fairly expensive in his opening 5 overs. 5 overs for 31 is coming back into the Middlesex attack from this, the C end of the ground. As Kevin was saying, Sussex 131 for 1, so 21 overs remaining. The Sussex run rate creeping up all the time, up to 4.5 an over. James Harris, 8 overs, 1 for 34. Has got 2 left to bowl, but it is going to be Anderson who's going to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haines with a third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, a backward points cover bid off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg. Anderson, tall man, round the wicket, bowls to Haines, who plays this comfortably off the pads, down to the fielder, who is Jack Davis, all the way down at deep square leg. One more to the total. Rather got away with that one, Martin Anderson. In fact, he looked as if he slipped slightly as he delivered the ball. So he may be fairly relieved that he only went for a single. Haines to 63, his highest score in list A cricket, surpassing the 46 that he made at Worcestershire on Friday. Anderson in bowls, and Brown plays firmly again to that fielder Davis, right out the meat of the bat. You probably heard that on our effects microphone from Ben Brown, who goes to 52. The Sharks 133 for 1. Man out who's just joined us for Sussex was Alistair Orr for 13. Anderson again in a bowls, and Haines drives through the offside. It's a full toss. They've taken one. They'll think about two, but it isn't there because James Harris is very quickly in, sweeping on the cover boundary underneath the clock tower scoreboard. One more to the Sussex skipper. He goes to 64 off 82. The Sharks to 134 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Wherever you're listening from, a very good afternoon. You may be watching via the Sussex live stream. You may be listening online or indeed listening around the ground, and you'll be watching Anderson running in over the wicket to bowl to Ben Brown, and Brown clips this beautifully through mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 runs, no point chasing that one. Over pitch from Otton Anderson, who's a little bit expensive here, and Brown picking the gap and playing it beautifully through mid-wicket. And the outfield, although it's lush and green, the ball racing away and no chance for James Harris chasing the ball down the hill. The ball rattled away for 4 runs. Anderson has a word with his skipper, Peter Hanscom, maybe considering a change in the field or in the 30th over of this innings, and Anderson is happy to leave things as they are. Brown to 56. Anderson in again, bowls. Oh, and Brown is beaten outside the off stump. Good reply from Anderson. Brown rehearses the shot, but the ball ends up in the gloves of Keeper White, and there is no run. Those people who were on the balcony at the far end of the ground have now gone, and there's no one at all watching from the balconies at the far end that I can see. And they're missing a good innings here from Sussex, as in comes Anderson bowls, and Brown clips that one to James Harris, who comes running in from the clock tower scoreboard to field at mid-wicket, gets in the throw. It's the end of the over, 8 runs coming off that Martin Anderson over, and at the end of it Sussex are 139 for 1. That's the end of the 30th over. Kevin was talking about you double the score from 30 overs. If that's the case, then Sussex, if things go to plan, will be around about 280, something like that, as the two batsmen. In fact, Tom Haines is wandering off to get a drink or some sort of a refreshment. Ben Brown staying out in the middle. We've got a sanitised break. So Haines 64, Brown is on 57. The batsman out is Alistair Orr, who was out, caught and bowled by James Harris when the score was 24. So this partnership between these two is now worth 115.
Yep, and it's killing Middlesex's hopes really. Not so much just this match situation, but the wider situation of the group, turning that net run rate, as Philip says on Twitter as well. Of course, the number of wickets down is also a consideration. When doubling the 30 over score, Sussex looks set for 300 plus. Well, quite. Middlesex have got to get through wickets quickly. That's the key here. Slow Sussex dramatically. Not just for this match, but for that wider context. As one of the Weechers left arm around, bowls to Brown, he sweeps. We'll pick up a couple here down to deep backward square leg. It's Davis who comes around to collect, and it's 141 for 1. Brown's on to 59. Mark from Madrid. I cannot believe he's tuned in from here, but if he is, he's on holiday by the looks of it. Look at that. Imagine if he was tuned in on his holiday balcony.
Looks a bit like Zebra.
Oh, here's a bit of flight from Wallaluita, and it swept hard by, oh dear, by Brown, and a tumble on the boundary rope from Davis. He rather tripped as he went diving forward for that one, and rather ended up, the trip kind of jerked him over the top of the ball as he tried to down on the boundary rope to it, and it was a rather uncomfortable position he found himself in. I think he's okay though. He's putting the turf back in that he tripped over.
Yeah.
It meant he tripped over the top of the ball and the ball went underneath him for 4. 145 for 1. He's okay though. The OD was concerned that he was okay. Indeed he is. It looks like Zebra mixed with the Cotswolds, I suppose. It is in fact. I mean, look at that. That's gorgeous. It is in fact in the Pyrenees.
Oh, very nice too.
Val d'Aran, as this ball's driven down to long on by Brown. For a single, he moves to 64, 146 for 1. Very nice, but 33 degrees here and going up, he says.
Yes, I was hearing last night they're talking about some record temperatures in Spain over the next few days. Record temperature in Italy yesterday, in Sicily, something like 48.4.
Yeah, a bit of worry what's going on in Greece at the moment as well, isn't it?
That's too hot.
Yeah. Here's Wallaluita. Bowls, and forward goes Haines defending into the offside. The seagulls circling. Does that mean it's lunchtime here at Hove?
Yeah, maybe.
Packed lunch is coming out. We'll be off for our lunch at the cafe. As down the track comes Haines, drives back to Wallaluita. There's no run.
A bit of bowling that by Wallaluita actually. I think he saw Tom Haines was on the charge. He just held that back a little, and Haines in the end was content just to play it back to the bowler. I think Hanscom just noticed that as well, making an adjustment to the field.
Here's Wallaluita. He bowls off the back foot. This is punched for a single to deep square by Haines. He moves to 65. End of the over. 147 for 1 after 31. Haines 65, Brown 64. Live coverage of the Royal London Cup for BBC Sports from myself, Kevin Hand, and Adrian Harms for BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. A change of ends for Martin Anderson. He's going to be bowling up the hill now from the C end. Pete Hanscom comes to have a chat with him. Anderson, none for 39 from... Has he got through 6 already? He has,
6, yeah. He's a little expensive, Martin Anderson. He's going to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haines. Haines on 65 off 85 deliveries. Seagulls are making a racket, as you could probably hear. In comes Anderson, bowls, and Haines drives with a puff of dust down to mid-on. The fielded there by... that down there. That is Ethan Bamba. There is no run. But the crowd seems to have grown throughout the morning here, actually. Certainly the southwest stand, probably half full. But the great thing about the Royal London One Day Cup is that, you know, everybody knows well in advance when the fixtures are. You know, they don't change like football matches change the television and that sort of thing. So a lot of people have had this game penciled in the diary for a while. As in comes pulled away by Haines. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. That's gone all the way for 6 runs. I'm not sure I've seen Tom Haines hit too many sixes. That was a super shot, too short from Martin Anderson. It's a shortish leg side boundary, and Tom Haines just heaved the ball away over mid-wicket for 6. He goes to 71, and the Sharks to 153 for 1. I mean, the Haines family quite often get in touch because they're listening to our commentaries primarily away from home, and they might well be at the ground today. I'm not sure whether they've seen Tom hit too many sixes. Certainly in county championship cricket, but that was a lovely shot. Hanscom is having a word to Martin Anderson. Comes in again, around the wicket, bowls, and Haines hammers that one away through the offside, but only as far as the sweep on the cover boundary. There's James Harris, goes to 72, Sussex to 154 for 1. This partnership now worth 130. There's a bit more blue sky appears here. Above Hove. Peter Hanscom, is he just over for this year, Kevin, or is he coming back?
2-year contract, so yeah, he's back next year.
Anderson. Over the wicket, bowls to Ben Brown, who looks to pull that one. That was a typical Ben Brown shot, looking to help the ball on its way down backward of square on the leg side. Doesn't make contact. The ball goes through into the gloves of keeper White. And the total remains on 154. Middlesex certainly keeping up their over rate. We've had 32 overs after this ball in the first couple of hours play. Anderson in bowls. This time Ben Brown does flick that one. That's a typical Ben Brown shot down to fine leg. He goes to 65 of 72 deliveries. The Sussex Sharks 155 for 1. I do apologise, there's still another ball to go in this over. An over that's so far cost 8 runs. And these two have certainly paced this innings really well for Sussex today. Tom Haines just surveys that leg side boundary, just making exactly sure where the fielder at deep mid wicket is. As in comes Anderson, bowls, full toss, driven away by Haines. That's going to be 4 runs. Over pitch by Anderson. In fact, is it going to be 4? No, it's well fielded actually, very well fielded by James Harris, who gets around from fielding on the cover boundary to field. I thought he had no chance of cutting that off. It was a full toss from Anderson, who doesn't look best pleased as he wanders away to his fielding position. He gets a slap on the back from Viram Chopra, and I think we might see a change of bowling at the C end of the ground after that over. And the Sharks 157 for 1. Haines on 74 of 89 deliveries, Brown on 65 of 72. And the partnership between these two now is worth 133. Yeah,
change of ends but not a change of fortunes for Anderson there, who has had a good season with the ball in the Championship. Didn't have the season he wanted with the bat, but he's come back nicely in the One Day Cup with the bat. But with the ball, this has been a tough start for him today. He's still got 3 overs to bowl out as well, Martin Anderson, unless they turn to Max Holden at some point for a bit of spin. Here's Wallaluita from the Cromwell Road end, holds on to the ball. Whatever happened there? He
has lost his run. Just to say, it's raining at Lords again, which is all very frustrating.
Yeah, good start by India.
Yeah, having lost the toss from last at bat, 46 without loss.
Wallaluita bowls, and this is swept fine of the short fine leg, which is now Harris. He's come round from that position. He was on the cover boundary for Haines off the bowling of Anderson for the last over, so keeping Harris on the move. He's bowled 6 overs. That single's taken Brown to 66. And Wallaluita remains around the wickets. The left-handed Haines, who on the back foot strokes the ball to mid-wicket, holds and fields, and no run is taken. Really good atmosphere in for this one today, isn't it?
Yes.
So forward goes Haines, defending this one into the onside. Look around the ground, and alright, the far end, there are no deck chairs out up at the Cromwell Road end, but this end of the ground is really well populated, isn't it?
It's a really good crowd. I didn't think it was going to be. A lot of people, I think, have come in and sort of took a look at the weather and thought, I fancy it today.
Patches of blue for the first time today. This ball's cut away by Haines, and deep cover coming around. They've got a single. 159 for 1. We are in the 33rd over here, and this is now looking a good toss for Sussex to win. Middlesex would have desperately hoped it would have been a good toss to lose today, but it's going well for Sussex. Sharks 159 for 1. Wallaluita just moving who deep point a little finer. That's Anderson. Wallaluita bowls now, reverse sweep and fielded one-handed, throw to the non-strikers then. This could be a run out. It's not the greatest of throws, which Wallaluita takes, and then through his legs throws back at the stumps. It misses, and then there's a dive as well to get Brown back in his ground after he was sent back by Haines. In fact, he did.
He got through.
They did come through.
Yeah, they got through for the single, but
sorry, I was following the ball and I looked up. I thought he was being sent back. He was just late setting off. Then Haines was quickly through. So single it is for Brown. Haines on strike on the last ball of the over from Wallaluita, through to the gloves of the keeper, beating an attempted cut from Haines on 75. Brown has moved to 67 with that single, 160 for 1. And just having a look, Brown stalled, didn't he, and then had to set off. The throw was wide from Bamba, so they were comfortably through in the end. 160 for 1 after 33, 17 overs to go, and Middlesex really do need to break this partnership as quickly as possible. Ideally they need both of these very quickly.
Yeah, Ben Brown's okay. Just looking away to our right hand side towards the apartments, there's 3 people leaning over. They've got a flag there which looks to me like a Norwich City Football Club flag, NCFC. It's green and yellow.
Oh yeah.
So
City.
I'm not sure that. I know the football season starts, or the Premier League season starts on Saturday.
They're on the stream, aren't they? You can see it on the stream in the background as well, from the side on cam.
I know that Brighton aren't playing Norwich at the weekend, so anyway, I don't know why that flag is there. If they're listening to us, which they probably aren't, perhaps they could let us know. Anyway, we are going to get a change of bowling from this, the C end of the ground, and it's going to be Josh De Cares who's going to come back into the attack. Martin Anderson, a little expensive, 7 overs for 49. He's going at 7 and over. De Cares 6 overs have just cost the 25, just going a little over 4 and over. So 17 overs left in the innings. Sussex well placed, 160 for 1, as De Cares is in over the wicket. Bowls and reverse swept by Ben Brown, and he's going to get 4 runs. Lovely looking shot from Ben Brown. Reverse sweep, beautifully executed. He goes to 71 and within 2 of his top score in List A cricket. Sussex to 164 for 1, and Sussex now going along at 4.9 and over. The run rate has just accelerated in the last hour or so, as in comes De Cares. Bowls and Brown flicks this to short fine leg. Good tumbling save by Varun Chopra there. Short fine leg. Prevents the single. Brown remains on 71, total on 164 for 1. De Cares again, bowls, and Brown using his feet and drills that ball down the ground too long on, where James Harris is very quickly in from the boundary to field and gets in the throw to Robbie White. 1 more to the total. Brown to 72. Sussex to 165 for 1. Which brings Tom Haines, the left-handed skipper, on to strike. De Cares bowls, and Haines works this just wide of that fielder at mid-wicket, who's Peter Hanscom. But another single for Sussex, fielded by Eskenazi, who comes in from the long-on boundary to field. And Haines to 76, Sussex 166 for 1. 6 runs off the over so far. De Cares in again, bowls, and Brown forward and plays this little flick of the wrists to Anderson, who trots in off the deep mid-wicket boundary in field. Brown equals his best score in this day cricket, which brings Haines on to strike. Haines has already passed his best score. De Cares in again, bowls, and Haines plays firmly down the ground, picks up another single fielded by Eskenazi, who trots in from long on to field. 1 more to the total. That is the end of the over, an over that cost 8 runs from De Cares. He's now bowled 7 overs, no wicket for 33. The Sharks won at 68 for 1. Haines 77, Brown on 73, as a rather noisy aircraft makes its way.
Is that your lunch being airlifted?
Yeah, look at that. That is a noisy aeroplane, is it? A little light aircraft.
Tiny little thing for the noise, that loud, isn't it?
Huge amount of noise. Everybody's sort of looking to see where that's coming from, but he's flown right across the top of the county ground. 2 batsmen having a natter. Wadalawita is going to carry on. 6 overs, no wicket for 29 for Wadalawita. So 16 overs remaining. How many can Sussex get? What they won't want to do is, make the charge too early on and lose wickets, and then you've got new batsmen coming in having to force the pace. But Sussex will be well pleased with their position at the moment.
Wadalawita bowls to Haines around the wicket. The left-hander drives a single down to long off. Haines on to 78, 169 for 1. Brown 73. And this partnership is pretty crushing for Middlesex. Here at Hove, they've come here full of hope today to, well, they may still end with a victory, but it will be pretty hard for them to end with a victory and go out if the results do go their way elsewhere. However, Kent have crumpled against Gloucestershire. They're 5 down now, 137 for 5 after an excellent start. They were 109 for 1. And Wadalawita gives it some flight and dug out by Brown into the onside. It's a good tumbling stop by Hanscom, rolling to his left. Ever energetic in the field, Hanscom. Hasn't had the runs he wanted this year, but has led by example in the field at all times. The captain insists that they're highly energetic fielding team, as this ball's driven away by Brown, and that'll be 4. What a lovely shot that was by the right-hander to the left-arm spinner. Again, not quite a half volley. Brown moves to 77, I think, although the scoreboard disappeared on me. Yes, he does. 173 for 1.
And that is his highest score in list A cricket, Ben Brown.
This season, or?
No, ever.
Ah.
He's made 20 first-class centuries.
He's a bit good, Brown, isn't he?
He is.
It didn't seem to weigh heavily on him, the captaincy, in terms of runs. I mean, a first-class average of 40 is excellent, isn't it? For any batsman, regardless of being a wicket-keeper batsman. As Wallaluita bowls, this is swept fine by Brown, and Harris gives chase down the slope. He will catch it up. They've taken 2. Brown moves to 79, and that's the 150 partnership for Sussex. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Partnership, yeah.
Yep.
151 from 164 deliveries, 96 minutes. And Wallaluita comes in again, bowls, and a nudge backward of square on the leg side by Brown. Moves into 80. 176 for 1. He was falling a bit behind Haines at one point. He's got a strike rate up to 100 now, Brown. Haines, who had the better strike rate, is 76 from 96. Wallaluita, line and length, pushed back by Haines, no run. Really good partnership between these two. Complemented each other really well throughout. 176 for 1.
Gary Knight's been in touch. Hello, Gary. He says, tough decision for me today regarding which game to watch, but I've transferred to you for the Test match as it's been slow going so far at Lords. I'm hoping to see Sussex win today, which I feel is warranted based on their performances in earlier games. I wondered if you had any updates on the appointment of the new Championship captain for the 4 upcoming fixtures and possibly beyond. Well, that's a question I think I'll ask later on this evening. I wonder whether Chris Jordan might be in the running if his white ball commitments don't overlap too much. I think the problem with that might be, Gary, is that Chris is almost certain to be in the England T20 squad for the T20 World Cup, and I believe that side leaves soon after the T20's final day, which is the 18th of September. So I would be surprised if that were the case, although of course a vastly experienced cricketer, Chris Jordan, who I'm sure would make a very fine captain. So for that reason alone, I'm not sure that it would be Chris Jordan, but you never know. Clive has been in touch. Clive Jacobs, as Josh De Cares is going to bowl the next over from this sea end of the ground. He says, hi Adrian, Sussex so far today have looked but so much better than the last match to Essex, which was disappointing for Sussex supporters. I hope they build a good start as De Cares is in and bowls, and Ben Brown plays that through the colours. They're going to get one, they're going to come back for a second. That's good running by Ben Brown, who was always chasing the second run as the throw came in from Peter Hanscom, but Brown had picked his point in the field. Hanscom had to chase back from extra cover, and Ben Brown through to his 82nd run, 178 for 1. De Cares in again, bowls, and Brown swipes this one away on the leg side down towards Cow Corner. Picks out Martin Anderson. Just the 1 run to Brown. He goes to 83. Sussex 179 for 1. Clive goes on to talk about Phil Salt.
The whole country's talking about Phil Salt at the moment, aren't they?
Well, you were saying, and Clive is, as in comes De Cares bowls, and Haines drives firmly through the offside, picks up another single fielded by Anderson in front of the Clocktail scoreboard, gets in the throw, 1 more to Haines, who goes to 79 off 98 deliveries, Sussex to 180 for 1. This partnership between these two now worth 154. Cares in again, bowls, and Ben Brown plays firmly off the back foot again into the offside. Hanscom has to run quite a long way from extra cover, but this time with the aid of a sliding stop prevents Ben Brown coming back for a second run. Brown to 84 off 85 deliveries. 1 more ball to go in this over, just 5 off it so far as Cares in and bowls, and Haines plays into the offside, picks up a single fielded by Holden, who runs from cover to field. And is that the end of the over? I thought it was. According to the scoreboard, we've only had 1, 2, 3. We only had 5 deliveries. My apologies. 1 more ball to go. 182 for 1. De Cares in again, bowls to Brown, who plays his backward square on the leg side, past umpire Gould. 1 more to Ben Brown, who goes to 85 of 86 deliveries. The Sharks at the end of the 36th over are 183 for 1. Haines on 80, Brown on 85. So Clive goes on to say, if Phil Salt decides to go, it'll be disappointing, although with Sussex in a state of flux maybe. if he leaves, it will not be surprising. So we'll have to see, and we'll certainly ask the questions as raised earlier on today. Steve Rook says, hi Adrian, what an excellent competition the Royal London Cup has been. I feared that the 100 competition would render it second rate, but it's been terrific to see some of the youngsters doing so well and provided great entertainment. Great commentary from yourselves and pictures from Sussex. Thank you, Steve, that's very kind. And not just the Sussex young players, I was watching Gloucestershire here, a very good opening batsman, Ben Charlesworth, who batted really well for Gloucestershire. He looked a good young player. And at Chelmsford on whatever day it was, Tuesday, two very fine Essex young players, Feroz Kouchi, he made 77, and Josh Rymel made 78. So we've seen some really good young cricketers around the counties during this 50 over competition, all of which augurs well for English cricket. Good to see these players getting a chance and scoring runs.
That's the point, isn't it? This competition, it augurs well for English cricket, but also for the counties. County members will enjoy the One Day Cup, seeing these young players come through. We've seen too much coal pack cricket over the years in the last couple of decades, really. It's just driven hard by Brown as Bamber returns. It's a wonderful tumbling stop by Anderson out on the boundary, and they've taken 3, have they? They run 3 in that time. That's good running by those, and recognised by the crowd as well. 186 for 1. Excellent running. Brown's on to 88. Field switches for left-handed Harris. Goodness me, they got through those quickly, didn't they? I really thought that was just going to be 2. 13.5 overs remaining, and Sussex here, who at one stage we were talking about 260, 270, they are powering through at the moment. Bamber's around the wicket. Haines awaits, and Bamber bowls. This is defended into the onside where Chopra the wickets.
We're starting to have a little glance, as you do when you get a good partnership, about records, but Sussex are some way short of. I don't know about partnership for the second. I've certainly got all the highest partnerships here, so we'll look at those in a minute.
Bamber from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls short. That goes up in the air, and that could be 6. It is 1 bounce and 4. Long leg and deep square bisected. It was in the air for a long while, so wondered for a moment would either of them get there, but it was placed well by Haines, even if he didn't quite have full control on the hook. He got it into the position he wanted to, maybe not with the sweetness of timing that he was looking for, and didn't quite make it for the 6 as well. But 4 it is, and he moves to 84. 194 on, and Middlesex starting to take it a bit of thrashing here.
Oh, here we are, I found it.
In this partnership, which, yes, go on, tell us more, Adrian.
So the highest partnership for the second wicket for Sussex in this day cricket is between Paul Parker and Colin Wells against Warwickshire at Hove in 1983. That partnership was 189.
Oh.
So they're not far off.
Bamber bowls, and this is eased into the offside by Haines with open face. Running in is Holden, who fields underarm. They didn't run through. The throw past the stumps anyway, and backed up by Chopra. 190 for 1. So this would be the highest. Yes, for the highest second wicket.
Yes,
for Sussex
since 1983. And I reckon if it's probably the kiss of death. If they get to 213,
I was about to say
that'll equal the record. So they need
for
240.
Any wicket?
No, just for the second wicket.
Bamber bowls short and top edged over the keeper for 4 by Haines. He wasn't really in any position to play the shot at all. Swung the bat at it, no real foot movement, and it flew over the head of White. And 4 more. Sussex charging along now as Haines moves level with Brown on 88. 194 for 1.
Yes, the highest partnership for any wicket was 271 between Chris Adams and Michael Bevan at Essex, at Chelmsford I should say, that in the year 2000.
What was the record for any wicket?
271.
So a long way off that. Yeah, as Bamber's in, bowls, and this is onto the pads. Big appeal for LBW. Right arm around to the left-hander. It deflects through square leg for a leg by. Nothing doing at all for umpire Gould, and that is the end of the 37th here at Hove, with commentary for BBC Sports from myself, Kevin Hand, and Adrian Harms. It's 195 for 1. 88 apiece for this pair that came together with the score on
24.
24. Has it disappeared from the scoreboard, that figure? I'm looking all the way around it. Yes, it has. It's gone for a moment, but there we go. Last wicket, 24. So partnership of 171 at the moment. So tell me the significance of those two figures again, 214 and 18.
Yeah, so 214 will make it the record second wicket partnership. In the record currently stands at 189. That was in a 40 over.
So sorry, 189 is the record. What's the significance of 214?
When Sussex get to 214, they'd have broken the record if they get there. As Haines faces De Cares, he plays onto the onside, there is no run. So I reckon that's right. When Sussex gets to 214, they'd have broken the record for the second wicket partnership, I think. Just make sure my maths is correct. As in comes De Cares, and around the wicket bowls to Haines, who plays firmly into the covers, and there is no run. Les has been in touch, and he says, as a Sussex supporter living in the northwest, I think, Adrian, you'll find that Sebra is pronounced as said Burr. As in comes De Cares, bowls to Haines, who plays it through the covers, picks up a single fielded by Anderson, sweeping on the cover boundaries. There is no run. A great ground, he says. Thanks for the commentary once again. Thank you, Les, for getting in touch. Did you go to the game at Sedbergh? It was a wonderful day. Sussex lost, but you know, apart from that, it was a wonderful day. Brown just waits as the long off is brought inside the circle, saving one. Here comes De Cares, bowls Brown down the wicket. He's hit this high and wide. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. Picks up a single. Does Ben Brown? Well, moral victory for the bowler. Ben Brown was looking to hammer that one away through extra cover. I think he had a leading edge, and the ball flew into the air and then rather died a death as it flew over the top of Peter Hanscom fielding at extra cover. There is no run. 1-1 rather. 197 for one. Brown to 89. De Cares in again. Bowls to Haines, who plays into the offside. Picks up a single. Doesn't pick up a single. Fielded by Holden. There is no run. De Cares in his 9th over, of which he's got one more ball to bowl. Just 2 runs off it so far. He's in and bowls. And Haines plays this firmly to backward point, well fielded by Chopra. That's a good over by Josh De Cares, just conceding the 2 runs. And he's bowled a nice spell, 9 overs, 0 for 41.
Yeah, and 197 for one. This is ominous stuff for Middlesex. Just to set up a match situation for them, they needed a heavy turnaround in the net run rate today. It's the toss, it was hard to see when Sussex elected to bat first. Now it's even harder to see for Middlesex, who would need to chase down the runs in pretty quick time when chasing, and that doesn't give as big a swing as it does when you bat first, go big, and then bowl the opposition out cheaply. That's the most effective way to swing the net run rates that you're trying to reverse. As here goes Bamba looking for the breakthrough. Brown's on 89, and slow ball from Bamba goes through to the keeper, which Brown looking to turn into the onside with a closed space. It beats him outside off, and he's left a little bit in no man's land. Undone by the pace on that one, I think, or the pace off from Bamba. That's up the umpire. He's having a look at something up there. Umpire Gould stomping away. Just a bit of dirt kicked up to the turf. Umpire Malander at square leg. A fair old bit of experience between those two out in the middle today for this one. Bamba's in, bowls line and length, and Brown hits it hard straight to the mid-on. Mistimed by Brown. As a little crunch of the bat on that one. Brown's looking for something from the pavilion now. What is it, a drink maybe? He's on to 90 from 90 deliveries. Excellent knock here from Ben Brown. Haines 89 from 109. Gave it a jolt at the start and then settled in. Brown has accelerated as he's gone along. Bamba's around the wicket to the left-hander now. 198 for one. It's mid-off and mid-on up. Power play 2 at the moment as he comes in. Bowls full toss, which is clipped to mid-wicket, and he gets away with that one, Bamba. So he plays the shot a couple of times. Just missed out there. Deep square was set back. 198 for one. Bit of chipper in the field there. Middlesex trying to keep their chins up. This is a deflating partnership for them. They know that, you know, even in winning this game now and relying on results elsewhere, that net run rate's going to be badly, or not going to be significantly affected, you wouldn't have thought. As here's Bamber, bowls a bouncer through to the keeper. It passes. Umpire Malander says that's fine on height. I had a quick glance to him, and Umpire Gould's going to have a chat with Bamber about what, his follow through from around the wicket. I think he's just having a look.
Yeah,
a little bit tight there.
Yes, he did speak to him earlier on in the first spell that Ethan Bamber bowled. Perhaps just about running down the line of that off stump for the right-hander.
On 98 for 1. 11 overs to go after this, and well, this score could go anywhere really with 9 wickets standing, and this partnership going so well. Bamber bowls, and Haines bumps it back to the bowler. One to come to the 39th, and again they've got to find these overs. Anderson's got 3 to come. Wallaluita has 3 to come. De Care's just the 1 to come, and 2 from James Harris, 2 from Bamber after he completes this one. Pulls from Bamber. What's he looking at? Whatever it was, he's away. Bowls, and slow ball driven back on a point by Haines with an open face, just a single. Then he moves a level with Brown. Good over for Bamber, just 2 runs off it. 199 for 1, and 11 to go here at Hove in the Royal London Cup.
Yeah, I think in fairness Middlesex have done well in the last couple of overs, Kevin, because, you know, Sussex with just the 1 wicket down, 199 for 1, are in a good position, but a good over from De Care's the previous over to that, and also then from Ethan Bamber. You know, from this position you would think Sussex, you know, 11 overs to go, if they could score, you know, maybe 8 and over, they're going to be getting up around that 300 mark. By the same token, you so often see it, don't you, in limited overs cricket, that from a position like this you can lose 1, and then a new batsman comes in, tries to get on with it, and you can fall in a heap and be sort of 260 at the end of the 50 overs. So Sussex have paced this really well today, but they'll just be keen to know that this is an important, you know, a new batsman has to come in and has to get used to the pitch. But both batsmen on 90, as Kevin was saying, and it's going to be Josh De Care's with his final over, 0 for 42, as he comes in and bowls to Tom Haines, and Haines works that one to extra cover. Good bit of fielding by Hold, and a sprawling stop prevents a single. Haines wanders away to square leg and faces De Care's again, who's in and bowls, and Haines drives languidly down the ground and picks up a single, and the applause around the ground is for the 200 up for Sussex. 200 for 1. Haines on 91, Brown on 90. Sussex going along at 5.1 and over. De Care's just waits to bowl this next delivery. The field changes around for the right-handed Ben Brown. 90 off 90 balls for Ben Brown. Cares in and bowls, and Brown flicks this onto the leg side, but only as far as Anderson, who comes in from deep mid-wicket to field. He's bowling to his field here is Josh De Care's, just a single to the Sussex former championship skipper. Ben Brown is on 91 off 91 balls. In again, bowls, and Haines drives through the offside. They've taken 1, but that's all they'll take, as again Anderson is being kept busily employed and sweeping on the cover boundary on this occasion. Gets in the throw. Just the 3 singles off the over so far from Josh De Care's. Waits again. Ben Brown on strike. Blue sky above the ground. He bowls, and Brown flicks this onto the onside. And for the 4th time in a row, it's Anderson who comes in and fields from the deep mid-wicket boundary. Brown to 92 off 92 deliveries. The Sharks to 203 for 1. 1 ball remaining in this, the 40th over of the innings, and then over that's just gone for the 4 runs so far, as De Care's is in again. Bowls, and Haines drives, and it will only be 4 off the over. And I think that's a very good spell of bowling by Josh De Care's. He's bowled his 10 overs. Hasn't bowled any maidens, and I think that's going to click over to no wicket for 46, and I think he's bowled extremely well. Kevin?
He has. Yeah, he has. I think, played his part nicely today. I don't think anybody's bowled particularly badly. Anderson's taken a bit of tap, hasn't he?
Yes, he has 7 overs for 49. He's gone at 7 and over, but De Care's going at just over 4.5 and over.
Yeah, it's excellent. I mean, the wickets column's the problem for Middlesex, isn't it? These two have laid a foundation now, which with the final 10 overs, this could really go anywhere. But Middlesex will hope that one wicket will bring 2, and then a little bit of a wobble, and batsmen come in and try and hit from the off, and it gets them into a bit of a mess. But first and foremost, they've just got to break this partnership, Middlesex, which will be mightily frustrating for them. 203 for 1. It's difficult when you come to the end of a group stage and there is a bigger scenario in play to focus on the match when you know that the bigger scenario actually is kind of drifting from Middlesex. But match-wise, we're in a, if Middlesex do come close to chasing whatever Sussex set them, it should be a thrilling match, because this has been a fabulous partnership, and I think the nature of this partnership as well. It's been proper cricket, hasn't it? They've just stroked it around, but played beautifully, really.
Yes, they have.
Wallace left arm around, he bowls to Brown, who sweeps to the short fine leg and takes a single, and a tumbling Eskenazi holds them to just that one. So 204 for 1. Brown 93, Haines 92. Wallace and Hanscom have a chat, and Hanscom's dropping back at mid-wicket, so 3 out on the onside, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square, short fine leg up, only cover and long on, of course, long off, because we're in power play 3 now. As down the track comes Haines. Has he got enough of it? He has. He clears long on, and 6 for Haines moves him to 98. Sussex 210 for 1, and that was sweetly struck. He kept it straight, and that was key. Had he have dragged it slightly, then I think long on may well have come into play. Straight down the ground, up the hill at Cromwell Road end.
Super shot, wasn't it? And so within 2 of his maiden list A century for Tom Haines.
Ball being retrieved from a long old way back. It's gone past the green, it's gone past the sight screen, past a green heavy roller, past a tractor, a couple of grey cars parked up there, which will be players' cars up at that end, I think, in that car park, and long on has retrieved it and is on his way back now over the advertising board for this competition, which sits in front of the sight screens. And 210 for 1. You better take the commentary for Haines, who's on 98.
Well, that's very kind of you.
We'll do it batsman by batsman at the moment. You be Haines and I'll be Brown.
Here comes Wallace around the wicket, bowls to Tom Haines. He clips that one on the leg side and picks up a single. Does Tom Haines? So he goes to 99. Sussex 211 for 1. There could be a record here if Ben Brown were to hit this for 4, and this would be the record 2nd wicket partnership for Sussex in this day of cricket. As in comes Wallace bowls to Brown, who hits that one away, but he's just going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket, deep backwards point, fielded out there by Martin Anderson. Brown goes to 94, brings Tom Haines back on strike. 212 for 1. And brings the left-handed Haines on strike. He's on 99, is Tom Haines. Wallace in, bowls to Haines, who clips that one through the offside, and Tom Haines goes through for his maiden list A century. The skipper, he takes off his helmet, raises his back towards the dressing room. The young 22-year-old made skipper for this Royal London One Day Cup. 100 in 120 balls in 119 minutes, including 9 fours and 2 sixes. He gets a hug from Ben Brown. Well batted, Tom Haines. 100 not out. Your maiden list A century. As Wallace is in and bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown plays that away on the leg side and picks up a single, does Ben Brown. And that takes Brown to 95, and the significance of that is that it's the record 2nd wicket partnership in list A cricket for Sussex. The previous record being 189 between Paul Parker and Colin Wells here at Hove against Warwickshire in 1983, and these two have just beaten that record, a partnership of 190 between Tom Haines, who's on 100, and Ben Brown, who's on 95. And I think it's fair to say that not too many people know that, because there's not any applause around the ground, but that certainly merits a round of applause for Tom Haines and Ben Brown.
What's Peter Hanscom spotted? He's asking for something out in the middle from the ground staff. Running over to supply it for Hanscom. What is it? Just down below us in the T20 dugouts that are kept down below the media centre. He's found something on the field and he's given it to the ground staff. Whatever it is, must be. I mean, the size of it's almost the size of a key. Whether it's the key for the mower or the.
Might be. Well, Ben Gibson looks very pleased that whatever it has been handed in.
I'd have been looking for that for weeks, he's thinking.
Well, let's just see because if Ben Brown were to hit a 6, this would be his 100 as well, and it would be his maiden list day century as well. Martin Anderson will be determined not to do that. 7 overs for 49, Sussex 214 for 1. Ben Brown is waiting at the far end. So 100 for Tom Haines, 95 for Ben Brown, 95 in 95 balls for Ben Brown. Peter Hanscom is having a long chat here with Martin Anderson. 9 overs to go. And Anderson on his way, comes into bowl to Brown, and Brown pulls that one away on the leg side and picks up a single, footed down that fine leg by, who's that all the way down there? That is
Harris.
James Harris gets in the throw. So Brown to 96, Sussex to 215 for 1. Peter Hanscom just reorganising that offside field for Tom Haines. Robbie White behind the stumps, clapping his hands, encouraging his fielders. Lots of blue sky above Hove now, and the sun is out, which is lovely to see. There's Haines waits, and Anderson is in. Bowls to Tom Haines, who cracks that one to back with a really good bit of fielding by Varun Chopra, who was down really quickly to field. And there is no run. Tom Haines is irritated and wanders away towards square leg. He remains on 100. Sussex 215 for 1. 8 overs remaining after this, so Sussex will, have their eyes on a psychological 300. What they won't want to do is to lose, a clatter of wickets in trying to get there. In comes Anderson, bowls, and Haines drives, and he's going to be caught. No, he's not. It's literally just outside of the reach of Josh De Cares, fielding at cover. Mistimed by Tom Haines. Nonetheless, he goes to 101. Sussex to 216 for 1. Which brings Ben Brown on to strike. He's on 96. Sussex 216 for 1. The Norwich City flag has disappeared from the balcony over on the far side, where it appeared a little earlier. As in comes Anderson, running in over, it bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown chips this one over the head of the bowler. He rather got away with one there, Ben Brown. He goes to 97. Anderson can't quite believe it. The ball looped over his head.
Was it a bump ball? I couldn't quite tell. You think that was a chip?
I think that was a chance. Well, it was a chance because he didn't get a hand to it, but it was.
It was in the air.
He would have been out, unless my eyes deceive me, which is quite possible. Brown to 97.
Yeah, I couldn't tell definitively one way or the other. But I'll look at the replay in a moment.
217 for 1. In comes Anderson. Short delivery. Haines looks to pull that over mid-wicket. This is a good over from Martin Anderson, just conceding the 3 runs.
Yeah, these two. I mean, Haines is looking to really get going now, isn't he? Have a look at the replay of that Brown one. I reckon you're right. He's chipped it back over the bowler's head, just scooped it. Your eyes did not deceive you at all.
In comes Anderson again, bowls, and Haines plays a rather ugly looking shot outside of the off stump, well fielded by Anderson, and that's a good over by Martis Anderson, just costing the 3 runs, and Sussex are 217 for 1. Haines on 101, Brown on 97, and a record-breaking partnership between these two. Just waiting for our update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Yes, Yes, the sun is out, the sky is blue, and Sussex are doing really rather well. They're 217 for 1. Tom Haines, the captain, is on 101. Ben Brown is on 97. He's just facing this ball from Wallaluita, which he doesn't hit for 4. The ball goes through to the keeper and there is no run. A partnership now between these two of 193, which is a record, Sarah, for a second wicket partnership in one-day cricket for Sussex, surpassing the record of Paul Parker and Colin Wells. As Ben Brown hammers that one away, he goes for a single to 98. Sussex 218 for 1, and we've got 8 overs remaining in the innings. So a good day so far for Sussex. Good day for Surrey as well. Derbyshire 180 for 8 in the 39th over against Surrey. If Surrey win that game, they will almost certainly qualify for the quarter-finals. It's been a frustrating day in the Test match. They're at lunch now, but it has been rain. India are 46 without loss, having lost the toss, and England are asking India to bat first. As Haines hammers that down the ground, and that's his third 6. Belted down the ground by Tom Haines. He goes to 107 and the Sharks are 224 for 1. He likes that shot, Tom Haines, doesn't he? He didn't hit too many 6s in his career, but that's the third one that he's hit today. So it's to 224 for 1, and that's the 200 partnership between these two. I should have noticed that, didn't pick that up. So 200 partnership between Haines and Brown. In comes Wallaluita again, bowls to Haines, who's at it again, and that's going to be 6 more. That's heaved away over square leg. Another 6 for Tom Haines, who's thoroughly enjoying himself out there. And that was a longer boundary as well. It's been pulled away. He goes to 113, and Sussex are 230 for 1. Wallaluita in his 9th over, but this has gone for 13 so far. Wallaluita in again, bowls, and Haines down the wicket. That's going to be 6 more. No, 4 more. 1 bounce over the ropes. Haines to 117. From the skipper. Well, the Opens and County Championship, he doesn't play much limited over cricket, Tom Haines. It's the first time this season he's played it. This over's now gone for 17. As Peter Hanscom just comes in and has a word to Wallaluita. Partnership now between these two of 210, which takes it up to the 1, 2, 3, 4 for equal 5th partnership for Sussex in List A cricket, equalling the record of Ed Joyce and Joe Gatting at Horsham in 2011. That was a partnership of 210, actually for the first wicket. Wallaluita waits. Haines in again, bowls, and he's at it again, pulling it away. He's going to be caught on this occasion. Oh, he's dropped by Matt Anderson at deep mid-wicket. Well, it hasn't been Middlesex's day so far, and Anderson will be desperately disappointed he didn't take the catch. In fact, he's hurt his finger, Martin Anderson, and I think he's going to leave the field, and that's unfortunate. There were some ironic cheers as he dropped that catch, and I wonder whether he might have just popped his finger out, Martin Anderson. Chasing around, he should have caught it, but the chance has gone down, and now I think Anderson is going to have to leave the field. Or maybe cut it, maybe just a little split. Well, he's suddenly fingers. Yeah, he suddenly hurt his finger. But Haines goes to 118, Sussex to 235 for 1, and a partnership now between these two of 211. Tom Haines 118 in 128 balls. That's pretty close to the first chance offered in it by either batsman, isn't it? Yes. Can you think of another drop? No, I can't. I mean, a couple in the air, of course, but you know, it will be. It's white ball cricket. Well, Anderson's going to get some attention from the. I hope it's not a dislocation. I doubt it's a dislocation, because I think he'd walk straight off if it was. I reckon it's probably just a little cut, maybe a plaster going on there, a little bit of taping as well from the physio Vish. So this is now officially the 5th highest partnership for Sussex in List A cricket. As I say, how high do we think they can get? I mean, what's the biggest partnership? The record is 271 between Chris Adams and Michael Bevan at Chelmsford in the year 2000. If they get to 248, that's the second one. David Smith and Bill Affey. So with 7 overs remaining, everything's in danger here. It is, yeah. I mean, 271. Plus 24. So if they got to 296 and they're still together, then it would be the highest ever List A partnership in limited overs cricket. It's already the highest partnership for the second wicket, eclipsing Paul Parker and Colin Wells. There'll be a little bit of the record books to rewrite. I mean, and actually from here, Kevin, forgetting everything else, I mean, these two want to stay together, don't they? Because if somebody gets out, a new batsman comes in who'll be Travis Head, and you don't no time to look at the bowling. You just got to try and smash the ball around the ground if indeed that happens. So I think these two will be saying to themselves, let's do anything daft here, and keep on going. Martin Anderson is getting him attention to that hand injury, which we hope isn't anything too serious. So Tom Haines was dropped on 117 when the score was 234 for 1. An announcement going out or out of the ground. I don't know if that's about news of the partnership record. Lots of people standing up, taking the opportunity to stretch their legs. As Anderson gets some running repairs. Walla Luita's figures down 9 overs, 0 for 66. They were quite respectable before that over, but he went in that over for 2 sixes. I think he went for 18 in that over.
Yeah, 2 sixes, a 4, and then 2 singles.
So Ethan Bamber's got 2 to bowl. He's bowled 8 overs for 35. James Harris 8 overs for 34. Josh De Cares is bowled out 10 overs, 0 for 46. Martin Anderson, who'll presumably have to bowl a couple more overs, 8 overs, 0 for 52. And Tilamala Luita 9 overs, 0 for 66. Anderson looks like he's okay, which is good news, and just to compound the fact he's dropped a catch, he's now got a bowl, which seems a little harsh. So he's going to bowl the next over from the C end of the ground. Ben Brown just seeing whether he's going to bowl over the wicket or round the wicket, and indeed he's going to bowl around the wicket. To the left-handed Tom Haines, who's hit 10 fours and 4 sixes in his innings of 98. And it is going to be Martin Anderson. So 235 for 1. My only thought of that Norwich City flag that was displayed earlier is that I can think of with a Sussex connection is that Tamel Mills is a big Norwich City fan. Now I don't know whether he has some friends here or I've no idea, maybe completely speculative. Anyway, in comes Anderson, bowls to Haines, who to a short ball pulls that one away down to long on, fielded there by Ethan Bamber. One more to Haines, he goes to 119 off 129 deliveries.
He's got that left finger, the right hand taped, the little finger of the right hand by the looks of it.
Right.
As that throw came back in from Bamber there, he collected it one-handed with his left hand, so he didn't want to use his right hand to collect the ball. But it's the little finger, so it's not affecting the 3 key fingers, the thumb, the 2 forefingers.
Brown waits, he's on 98 off 99 deliveries, comes in and bowls, and Brown hits that into the onside. They've taken one, I think they'll come back for the second. No, they've just, it was a misfield, and now they are going to come back for the second run as Brown scampers back to and he completes his 100, his first 100 in List A cricket for the Sussex former championship skipper, wicket-keeper Ben Brown. He takes off his helmet, he raises his bat to all sides of the ground. He gets applause, a standing ovation from the Sussex supporters in the stands. He gets congratulated by Tom Haines. A wonderful innings by Ben Brown, 100 off 100 balls, including 8 boundaries. Well batted Ben Brown, his maiden List A century.
Yeah, the Jason Swift batting school looking pretty good out there at the moment, Haines and Brown. The pair worked very closely with Swifty. Here's Anderson to bowl to Brown on 100 from 100 deliveries, and he swings this one in the air and he might go next ball. Does he? No, it's dropped just short of the deep mid-wicket. He didn't go fully through with the shot, steers it for a single. 101 from 101 for Brown, and our mate Swifty, wherever he is around the ground, he'll be pretty pleased with these two who've kicked on nicely after a lot of hard work. I know that Jason Gillespie in his time here was telling me how hard Ben Brown and Haines had worked behind the scenes with Swifty, and reaping the rewards now. Sussex, Middlesex will be so deflated with today. Coming here really hoping for a strong finish in the group. Anderson around the wicket, bowls, and this is hit up in the air down the ground for 1, 2 bounces 4. Swatted back really by Haines, dismissive. He moves to 123, 243 for 1. Well,
the next landmark, if you're talking about partnerships, 228 Murray Goodwin and Chris Adams at Hove here against Middlesex in 2003. Now worth 219.
This one's short, hit up in the air by Haines. This could be the end. Deep square comes in, and Eskenazi holds on. That's the end of Haines. 123 off 131 deliveries. What a magnificent innings by Tom Haines. 243 for one. He came to the middle with Sussex 24 for one under cloudy skies, and Harris and Bamber bowling very well. But Haines has trounced them around Hove here, and a brilliant knock from the Sussex number 3.
Yes, indeed, made captain for this Royal London One Day Cup, and people in the grandstand, people all around the ground, people in the southwest corner of the ground stand and applaud Tom Haines as he makes his way off the field. All the Sussex players up on the balcony applauding as well. Wonderful knock by Tom Haines, 123 in 131 balls, 11 fours, 4 sixes. Well batted, the skipper, as he makes his way up the pavilion steps.
Has he got a Twitter handle, Haines? I was just about to
He has.
Do you know what it is? Have you got it on your... make sure I get the right Tom Haines. There's a few of them by the looks of it on Twitter. Yeah, I was going to give him a... Travis Head, dearie me. Travis Head comes out at number 4. My head hits the table as Travis Head walks out at number 4 with...
Yes, he's at Tom Haines with a double S.
Ah, yes. Tom Haines, double S.
Actually, the photograph on his Twitter handle is a photo I took at Arundel when he made his maiden first-class century, together with the man he was batting with at the same day, who also made his maiden first-class championship century, was Phil Salt.
Maiden list day centuries for both, correct?
Yes.
Today? Here's Anderson to Brown as the batsman crossed. 101 for Brown, 243 for 2 with 6.1 overs to go. And this ball's on a length, dragged into the onside for a single by Brown. Moves to 102, 244 for 2. And is that the end of the over? It is. 44 bowled, 6 remain. Brown to 102, keeping the strike. Head awaits, and 244 for 2 it is, because that wonderful innings of Tom Haines coming to an end. Caught Eskenazi off the bowling of Anderson. Some reprieve for Anderson. 123 runs from 131 deliveries. Brilliant from Haines, brilliant from the Sharks here at Hove.
Yeah, so that 219 is the 5th highest partnership for Sussex in list day cricket. They didn't quite get to the 228, Murray Goodwin and Chris Adams, which stands as the 4th highest, or the highest, which was 271 between Chris Adams, he features a lot of Chris Adams, doesn't he, and Michael Bevan at Chelmsford in the year 2000. So Ethan Bamber back into the Middlesex attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 8 overs, 0 for 35. Respectable figures in a total of 244 for 2. Sussex with 6 overs to go will have their eyes on... Well, we always talk about 300. Is it psychological or not? I don't know, but they'll have to go some to get there. Ben Brown surveys the field. There are four men inside the 30-yard circle. As Bamber makes his way in down the hill, bowls to Ben Brown, who plays rather across the line, gets a thickish inside edge. Ball goes through to keeper White, and there is no run.
Well, here we go. I mean, they'll be going for...
Some applause there for Ian Gould, the umpire. Well, a bit of ball skills, a bit of juggling.
Thank you. I was looking at the scoreboard. What did he do? Flick it up. Gunnar Gould, isn't he? His Arsenal link.
Yep.
He loves it, Gunnar, doesn't he?
Was he a goalkeeper?
Yeah.
Yep. Bamber, bright sunshine now here at Hove, running in over the wicket bowls, and Ben Brown plays that firmly down the ground to long off. They'll be looking for 2 here, but there isn't 2 there. Fielded out on the long off boundary there by Josh De Cares, who gets in the throw, and it brings Travis Head on strike, who's got licence here to smash the ball around, hasn't he?
Well, he does. I mean, that's what I was going to come to. I mean, what will they be targeting here? Another 70 or so runs off 5.5 64 now. I was going off the round number of 6 at the end. 60 runs. They want more than 10 and over from here. They'll want 10 and over for 4 overs, and then probably 14 or so each off the last 2.
There's a rather annoying car alarm goes off somewhere around the ground as in comes Bamber around the wicket, bowls, and Head plays out onto the onside. They've taken one. They'll be looking for 2 here. I don't think there is 2. No, it's fielded by Holden, who comes in. So just 1 to Travis Head. 246 for 2 in the 45th over. Bamber wanders back to his mark. Just the 2 singles off the 3 balls so far. Comes into bowl to the right-handed Ben Brown. He's on 103 off 104 balls. Bowls, and Brown pulls that one away onto the leg side, and this will just be another single. So good over by Bamber. And Middlesex will be thinking here, well, we haven't got the wickets, but if they can restrict Sussex off these final 5 overs of the innings. Looks a good wicket, Kevin.
Well, it does. I hesitate to say that because Middlesex have got to come and bat on this and obviously have to try. And, 1, win the match, and 2, win it in reasonably good time. We'll look at those scores elsewhere in a moment, where Kent have had a tough time against Gloucestershire, and that's going to hurt Middlesex straight away.
Bamber, bright sunshine now, in and around the wicket, bowls to Head, who launches one down towards long on. That's going to go for 4 runs. Pulled away, a little too short from Ethan Bamber, but Travis Head, to be honest, has got licence to play any shot he wants here at the moment, and he pulled that way. That's a strong error for him. Down the ground to long on. He picks up his first boundary. He goes to 5, and the Sharks are 251 for 2.
I think it was Stevens who got the runs going for Kent, was it? Let's see, what does Stevens get? No, he only got he got 40 to get them going again. 201 for 8 in the 47th. Kent against Gloucestershire now. After that fine start, 75 from Robinson, and Mieye, who got 30.
He's a good player. Head waits. Bamber. It's a lovely sunshine. Waits, comes in and bowls, and plays that down the ground. He should be caught. No, he's not. It just bounces just in front of De Caires, who
just checked the shot, didn't
he had that awkward decision to make. De Caires, do I go hell for leather and try and take the catch, or just let Travis Head have a single? He elected for the latter in the end. So end of the over, at the end of the 45th over, 2:52 for 2. The cut-off time for this innings is pretty much 2:30.
Comfortably, yeah.
Middlesex are going to bowl the overs well within time. Head on 6, Brown on 104. 5 overs remaining. Ethan Bamber has bowled 9 overs, 0 for 43.
Missed Luke Holman today, Middlesex. He would have been a really useful player with the left-handed, right-handed partnership that we've seen go through the wrist spinner. So good figures up at Old Trafford. Then tested positive with COVID, so he's had to sit out the last few games of the group. Missed him badly. Obviously a good number missing for Middlesex with the 100 as well, but one that they'd have expected to have available for this.
Tom Haines' brother, Ollie, is been in touch. He's watching here at Hove today. I'm in the Cancom area. Oh, that's at the far right end of the ground, Ollie. What a day to be doing so. He says, loving the cricket and the commentary. Thank you, Ollie.
Anderson around the wicket, bowls short, uppercuts by Head, and in front of the deep cover. That is 4 more, and very nearly uppercut for 6 by Head. What a shot that was. He moves to 10, 256 for 2.
So I don't know if your family are here as well, Ollie. I'm looking towards the Cancom end of the ground, or where the tents are.
Can every member of the Haines family give us a wave that's in the ground?
Yeah. Yeah. No one is.
Has he got it? Yeah, but he might be on a delay if he's listening on the website.
I would imagine he's watching through the headset.
Well, he just doesn't like me then. You ask him to give him a wave, and maybe he'll give you a wave then. Here's Anderson from the C end. He bowls, and this is swung into the onside, and it's going to be 4 more. Yeah. By 6, deep square and deep mid-wicket. And, this now for Sussex. It's almost event hitting at the moment, isn't it? They're demolishing Middlesex here. 256 for 2. The one thing is the run rate isn't totally devastating. I mean, they're not heading to 400 here, are they?
No,
they're heading to 300. So
no.
Middlesex can't be too downbeat about the match situation itself, as here's Anderson, low full toss, dragged down to long on for a single, and Head moves to 15 from 6, 261 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen the best of Travis Head this season for Sussex, and he would totally admit that. Certainly in the Championship he really struggled, but we've seen signs during this competition where he's made 3 half centuries of the sort of player that Travis Head can be, and he certainly does hit the ball a long way when given the chance.
Anderson bowls a bouncer, that'll be a no ball, that's too short. Yeah, no ball signals. Not a free hit because it's a no ball for the height of the bouncer against Ben Brown. So 263 for 2. Brown remains at 104 from 106. I was going to take through those scores elsewhere. Hampshire fighting back against Durham. They're 193 for 7 now. Felix Organ with 76, Scriven 30. They were 100 for 7 and 65 for 6. Anderson to Brown, moves that left front foot out of the way and even pulled the bowler a bowl, but in the end just mistimes a toe-ended shot into the offside. Down to long off, gets a single. Kent 205 for 8 against Gloucestershire, and Lancashire 205 for 4. Croft with 83, Lamb with him now on 13. There was a 52 for Lavelle as well against Essex. Middlesex remembering they need Durham, Kent and Essex to win those games. As Anderson bowls,
wow, that's miles.
Goodness me, that goes a long way.
Oh, well held, sir. Well held, sir. Somebody in the shark stand
cleared the front foot and dispatched that ball. Travis Head,
yeah,
and he's on 21 from 7, 270 for 2.
Well, someone should get a prize for that. I don't know whether Sussex do that. Some grounds they do, don't they? That was a cracking catch. Gentleman away to our left-hand side.
18 off the over and 1 ball to come of it. Hanscom comes to have a chat with Anderson on where to send this ball against his mate Travis Head. I think he's saying block hole as Hanscom drops back to long off. Here goes Anderson, right arm around the wickets. Travis Head, who steps across to off stump. Top edges over the keeper, a swing, and over the keeper it goes, looking to heave into the onside over deep mid wicket. He gets a top edge over the keeper for 4. So 22 off the over, and Sussex are in a very, very good position heading into the last 4 overs here. They're 274 for 2. Heads move to 25 from 8. Brown will have strike on 105.
Yes, and Martin Anderson hasn't been his day, really. 10 overs, 1 for 83. And he also hurt his finger as well when he dropped Tom Haines. But somehow, Peter Hanscom has got to sort of juggle his 5 bowlers around here and get... So who's got overs left to bowl? Ethan Bamber has got 1 to bowl. James Harris has got 2 to bowl. Wallaluita has got 1 to bowl. So they're the 4 overs on there. 1 from Bamber, 2 from Harris, 1 from Wallaluita. And Travis Head, 25 off 8, has done exactly what Sussex needed. So often when you get a good partnership, you find a wicket goes down, then another one goes down, and the impetus is lost. But Travis Head has come in and made sure that absolutely that's not the case. So, 4 overs to go. 274 for 2 are Sussex here on BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio London, myself alongside Kevin Hand. And it's Ben Brown who's going to be facing the left arm spin of Tilla Wallaluita, who's in and bowls, and Brown is going to get runs. They're going to be byes. I think the ball comes all the way down to this C-end boundary, and in fact Travis Hand wants to come back for a third.
Travis Hand? Is that my brother?
Yeah, he was looking to come back for a third, but they are byes. 276 for 2. Brown remains on 105. Wallaluita couldn't believe that had missed everything, but went away for byes. He's in again from this Cromwell Road end. Brown hammers that way, but he's going to be caught by Max Holden, who comes running in from underneath the clock tower scoreboard. And Ben Brown's wonderful innings of 105 in 109 balls comes to an end, and Sussex lose their 3rd wicket, a wicket for Wallaluita. And let's listen to the applause for Ben Brown, who makes his way off the ground a hugely popular figure here at Hove. He takes off his helmet, raises his helmet towards the grandstand, raises his bat around the ground as well. He turns round and acknowledges the applause. Wonderful innings of 105 in 109 balls, including 8 fours. Well batted Ben Brown as he makes his way off the ground to a deserved standing ovation. And there's no respite because here comes David Visa.
Thanks, Harmsy. Yeah, Visa at T20 at Lord's last year. Really smashed it around the place, didn't he?
Yes, he did. So Ben Brown making 105. And I think it was Max Holden. I called it as Holden. I hope it was. Yes, I'm fairly certain it was Max Holden who took the catch.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Off of Wallaluita.
Yeah.
So, reward for the young left-arm spinner. He picks up his first wicket. The batsman did cross, so Travis Head is going to be on strike. And I suspect Travis Head is not going to hold back here. Wallaluita is bowling to the left-hand Travis Head. He's in and bowls, and Head right up in the block. Good bowling by Wallaluita, and Head just plays the ball down the ground to long on and picks up a single. He goes to 26 off 9 deliveries, and the Sharks to 277 for 3.
Hampscombe up. Having a good chat with Wallaluita before the next delivery.
Yeah.
Tough job skipper in the field today for Hampscombe. Deploying the bowlers. Come up against the batting lineup, powering it around as Sussex are today.
Here comes Wallaluita. Round the wicket bowls, and Visa hammers that one away over extra cover. That's going to be 4 runs. Well, he hit that like a rocket, did David Visa. Belted the ball away through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely shot by the tall South African. He goes to 4. Middlesex 281 for 3. Sorry, Kevin.
Middlesex went with the extra batsman today in Davis. It's looking at great with he's out there. Bowled really well the other day at Radlett. A bit of a surprise that he wasn't in the side today.
Wallaluita in again, bowls, and Visa sit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. He's looking to stick that one over the grandstand, David Visa, and he might have done had he connected, but he didn't. Thumped into the pad. Ian Gould deciding that's not out. Wallaluita in again, bowls to Visa, and Visa hammers that down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs, I suspect, for David Visa. Gun barrel straight. Visa picks up another 4, another boundary, so 2 boundaries in the over to David Visa, who's just come in to join Travis Head at the end of the 47th over of this Sussex innings. 285 for 3. Head on 26, Visa is on 8. Wallaluita's figures are, let's just bring them up, 10 overs, 1 for 75. I think that's going to click over too, and yeah, there we are, 1 for 75, and the 3 overs remaining will be, I'm sure, bowled by the seamers. 1 from Ethan Bamber and 2 from James Harris, both of whom have respectable figures. Harris 8 overs, 1 for 34, Bamber 9 overs for 43. But the damage has really been done against the bowling of Anderson, who's gone for 83, and Wallaluita, who's gone for 75. Josh De Care is perhaps the most economic of the bowlers, 10 overs, no wicket for 46.
Yep, yeah, he's bowled well, De Care's again. And you know, this last 2 years, seen a lot of youngsters come through at a lot of counties. This year for Middlesex has been pretty tough. Last year, Bobolus Trophy, they were pretty happy with their return in that competition, the way that they played across the competition. This year obviously has been tough for Middlesex in all formats, even though there was the chance today of getting to the playoff for this 3rd spot finish, which pretty much looks to have gone now. But yeah, De Care's again, come through and been a real positive for Middlesex on a tough day in the field. The youngsters for Middlesex really have been something to cling to in a tough season. Middlesex go about nurturing them over the next couple of years and finding those players for them to play around is going to be so important, especially with the departure of people like this. James Harris, he's right arm over from the C end. He bowls to the left-handed Harris, who looks to open up first ball and carve him away, but only toe ends it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Good delivery of that by James, because Travis Head will have his eye on that shortish leg side boundary. He's particularly strong in the... Oh, it's gone down. He's particularly strong in the... So on that leg side boundary, long on, sort of over cow corner. I'm sure that's where he's looking to hit James Harris.
Harris past the umpire bowls, and a swing and a miss from Head. Through it goes to White. 285 for 3. Harris 34 runs off 8.2 overs with 1 wicket. Good from him again today as well. Test match is back on.
Oh, that's good.
At Lords. Sun's out here at Hove. Let's hope the sun stays away. I mean, again, we're in for a good match today. Middlesex come close to this. It'll be a fine chase. Fine way to finish the competition, no matter what it means to the table for both. Harris, low full toss, hit up into the air and clears long on.
Yeah.
Waving it as it goes over his head. Eskenazi tried just to get fingertips to it, couldn't do so. And 6 more. 291 for 3 in the 48th. Head on to 32 from 12. Sweetly struck.
Yeah, and
shorter boundary to the onside, as you were saying.
Yeah, he's very strong in that area, Travis Head, and it's a very short boundary to defend, but he's got to dispatch it, and he belted the ball, didn't he, over long on for 6. 32 off 12 from Travis Head.
Yeah, tremendous innings from him. Harris is his follow-up. Bowls low full toss, hit up in the air for 6 more, wide of long on. Now the trajectory of that one was pretty flat, and deep with wicket and long on were both interested. In the end it was Eskenazi at long on, diving forward to his left, just trying to get a hand underneath it, or even just to knock it back into play as it just clears the rope for 6. 38 for Head. 297 for 3. 38 from 13 deliveries. This is what Anderson did to Worcestershire a couple of weeks back at the end with a strike rate of 350, I think he had at the end of his innings for his 38. And Hanscom coming to have a long chat with Harris about how to bowl to Travis Head. I guess a juicy full toss like that. Low full tosses are quite difficult to get away, aren't they? But that was quite a high full toss. It was almost baseball swinging to the onside for Head. 297 for 3. And Harris bowls. Head steps across to the off stump, digs out a wide Yorker, and they'll think about 2 and they'll come back for 2. Throw to the wicket-keeper's end, putting the pressure on Davis, and that's the 300 up for the Sharks. 301 for 3. Head moves to 40 from 14.
Sort of looking up, just keeping an eye on everything here. For fastest 50s in List A cricket, A.B. de Villiers against the West Indies, 16 balls in 2015. That's international cricket.
2 6s and Head matches that. As Harris bowls, a swing and a miss from Head through to the keeper. There goes that one. He remains on 40 from 15 now. 299. Oh, the applause I thought was for the 300, but actually it's 299 for 3. I think they went so quickly with the scoreboard pushing it to 299 that everybody thought that was 300 up, as did I. Or did you spot something else that the applause was for?
No, I didn't.
I think it did for the crowd, and it did for the commentator as well. 299 for 3 it is after 48. 12 balls remain here at Hove. Sussex won the toss. They elected to bat, and that looks like a pretty good decision right now.
Yes, it is. I mean, I have to say, it wasn't easy early on, was it? There were a lot of cloud cover around, and certainly initially, Ben Brown and Tom Haines had to be very careful. This could be the last innings we see for Travis Head this season in a Sussex shirt, because like Peter Hanscom, my understanding is that Travis will be making his way back to South Australia, where he'll need to quarantine for 14 days. In fact, I did see some of the Olympic athletes who are going back to South Australia have got to quarantine for 28 days. The season over in Australia starting in September, so I think this will be the last we'll see of Travis Head for this season. And he's making the most of it in, well, it's now glorious weather. Lovely blue sky above Hove. And it's going to be David Visa who's going to face Ethan Bamber. 9 overs, 0 for 43 for Bamber as he comes racing down the hill from the Cromwell Road and bowls to Visa, who clubs this one away, and that's going to go for 4 runs. Clubbed away over extra cover. Those long arms, big levers, and David Visa belts the ball away. And that's the 300 up for Sussex. Hence the applause around the ground. 303 for 3. Visa on to 12 off just 4 deliveries. 3 fours from David Visa. 303 for 3. Bamber in bright sunshine. Running into bowl to Visa, who plays this one through the offside. They've taken 1, they'll come back to 2, fielded out at long off by De Caires, who gets in the throw. 2 more to Visa, he goes to 14 off 5 deliveries, and the Sharks to 305 for 3. So Sussex going along at 6.3 and over. It's a pretty quick outfield and a shortish leg side boundary, so not all lost for Middlesex, but they'll have to bat well as in comes Bamber down the hill and bowls. And Visa hauls that one in, that's going to be 6 runs, that's a big hit. That's a big blow by David Visa up onto the roof of the grandstand. It was a full toss. David Visa absolutely smashed that one away for 6 runs. Terrific shot by the tall South African. And actually, talking about players who may be playing their last games here at Hove, David Visa, who I think is out of contract at the end of this season.
Really? Oh, be a few. I'd like to sign him.
Well, maybe Sussex will again, but I think his contract finishes this season. He goes to 20 off just 6 deliveries, 311 for 3.
Jason Gillespie saying, you know, if you're going to have a Colpack player as he was previously, Visa, he's exactly the type of Colpack you sign, somebody who brings an awful lot with him and gives an awful lot to the dressing room as well.
And plays all formats of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
311 for 3. Sussex have got their away quarter-final in the T20 Blast, so unless he plays some championship cricket, which of course he might well do, but it could be his last list A game here for Sussex. We shall see. Lovely man, David Visa. As in comes Bamber over the wicket, bowls, and Visa swings this one away on the leg side. He sets off for 1, his long hair flowing out the back of his helmet, but 1 more to Visa. He goes to 20, and Sussex to 312 for 3, which brings Travis Head on strike, who's got 40 off just 15 deliveries. 2 more balls to go in this, the 49th over. An over that's so far gone for 13, and the field is set right back here by Peter Hanscom as Travis Head takes strike. Bamber on his way, Head on 40 off 15 deliveries. Bamber is in bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and umpire Gould, did he signal that as a wide? No, he doesn't. Much to the disagreement of the supporters sitting in the grandstand. It's a bit of a joke as Ian Gould with spectators over there. I have to say, Travis Head took a big step away to the leg side, and I don't think that was a wide, and I think Travis Head knew it wasn't either. Here's Bamber. Runs in again, around the wicket, bowls, and Head, well, good bit of bowling by Ethan Bamber, to be fair. Travis Head, I think, copped that one on the knee, maybe just above the roll of the pad. Anyway, end of Ethan Bamber's spell. He'll be pleased to have finished. 10 overs, no maidens, 0 for 56 for Ethan Bamber, which are by no means the worst of the Middlesex bowlers. End of the over, 312 for 3, Head 40, Visa on 21.
Just had a look at that ball from Bamber. I mean, it was nowhere near to being wide. It was halfway between off stump and that blue track line. That's the visual guide for the umpires in limited over cricket. It was just as you say, that Head had gone too far to one side, and He'd actually turned to one side just to have a chuckle at the falling overhead. Gunnar Gould. I think they were all thinking that the umpire was turning to signal a wide. Now, of course, square on, the way that the batsman fell over trying to play it, it would have looked as though it was a long way away, and that was why he was stretching for it. But what they wouldn't have detected perhaps was just that little step backwards.
I've just picked up an email here. Sorry, Sam, who's the excellent press officer here, to say that I've got the highest partnership for the second wicket was 189, but actually Sam is saying it was 194 between Chris Nash and Lou Vincent.
Oh.
Against the Netherlands in 2011 somewhere in Holland.
Amstelveen?
Yes, well done.
I think Middlesex played there once. I particularly remember the game. I don't particularly remember the trip actually, but not for good or bad reasons really. Just that Middlesex weren't playing or weren't staying in Amsterdam. We were in a hotel miles outside of Amsterdam. As here's Harris. Bowls a bounce to Visa, which he top edges, and it top edges for 6. Over fine leg, long leg. Umpire waiting for confirmation, but yeah, given the nod. Now this could be James Harris's final over for Middlesex, unless he does get a championship appearance in September. It could be the last over that he bowls in a Middlesex shirt. It starts with a 6, 318 for 3. That's the 54th run he's conceded off 9.1. James Harris. Career of highs for Middlesex, and not so many lows really, just not a consistency level that kept him in that side all the way in all formats as he would have wanted to have been in his time at Lords. Just hit some staggering highs, and I guess that's the frustration really. Both he and Middlesex, where his highs weren't met by a consistency thereafter. It would have been for sure Middlesex jostling hard to keep him at this stage. As here's Harris in bowls, and slow ball hits a midship for Visa, who swinging at the attempted hook is struck a midship but does get called through for a leg by Travis Head. So Visa remains on 27, 319 for 3. The leg by brings Travis Head on to strike with 40 from 17. As we were looking for quickest 50s, which you said AB de Villiers was 16, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I mean, that was. I quickly Googled it. I mean, you sometimes the best place to look at these things up is Cricket Archive, isn't it? But well, he's still got an opportunity here to go to a half century, hasn't he, Travis Head? He's looking at that leg side boundary.
4 balls remain in the innings. Head's on 40 and on strike. And Harris from the sea end is charging up the hill in glorious sunshine here now at Hove. He bowls, and the left-hander swings him into the onside for 1 bounce 4. Nobody there, squares up, and on to 44 from 18.
Yeah, curious field because there are 5 men on the offside. And I think Travis Head is definitely looking at that leg side field.
3 back on the offside, yeah. 2 on the onside, a deep mid-wicket and long on. And angling across him, they're trying to say, well, they're trying to stop him accessing square of the wicket basically on the onside to the short boundary, and saying you've got to clear cow corner and long on if you want to find the boundary. Here goes Harris. 3 balls left of the innings. Head on 44 from 18. And Harris bowls to him now. It's a low full toss, which he drives for a single just wide of Hanscom. So he moves to 45 from 19. 323 for 3. I think 324 for 3.
Yeah, and this partnership between these two is now worth 48. And it's come in 3 overs. 3 overs and 2 balls. So 20 balls for a partnership of 48.
And Peter Mead's picking me up on what chance Middlesex have of turning the net run rates. He says they certainly could change the net run rate, but not in the direction we want, says Peter Mead. Now, the way this innings has panned out as his. Harris bowls to Visa. He comes down the track and heaves him into the onside for 6, and that thumps onto the roof of one of those boxes either side of that big electronic scoreboard away to our right. Another massive shot So this over's gone 6, 1 leg by 4, 1, 6, and 1 to come of the innings.
Well, that was a big blow, and that's
50 partnership.
Yeah, 50 partnership, which has come in, I think, 21 balls. 50 partnership in 21 balls. Yeah.
And here's the last ball of the innings with Visa on 33 from 10, Head on 45 from 19. And here's the last ball. James Harris from the C end. He bowls Visa. Oh, now that goes through to the keeper. They run a bye, and he's going to be run out here. Visa off the last ball of the innings, and a no ball is signalled.
I think they're signalling a no ball.
So Head will have strike for the final ball of the innings on 45. Visa is run out. So Visa's given out. No ball signalled, so it will be a free hit. The batsmen have to go back, so it won't be Head to have strike then, will it? Because they didn't complete the run. Or does he, because they crossed? Well, there goes Visa anyway in the meantime, gone for 33.
Yeah, standing ovation. Who knows what the future holds for David Visa? That will be the last the Hove crowd see of him in a limited overs game, we shall see. But that was a wonderful innings. 33 in just 10 deliveries as the tall South African makes his way off. And who's this coming out? James Coles, I suspect. No, I think it's Ollie Carter actually who's come out, the wicket keeper. So a chance for Head to go to his half century.
Here's that last ball then, and it's Harris right arm over. The left-handed Head drives a block hole delivery out to deep cover for a single, and that is that. Sussex post 331 for 3 off their 50. Head 46 from 19 from 20. And Visa with that 33, as we mentioned as well. Well, brilliant stuff for a run rate of 6.6 at the end. Superb from Sussex, having won the toss here at Hove.
Yeah, it certainly was. Terrific performance, and the plaudits will rightly be taken by the skipper Tom Haines, who made 123, Ben Brown, who made 105, a partnership of 219 for the second wicket, a record for Sussex in list day cricket. So 330 for 4, I think 330 as well. Essex got 321 at Chelmsford on Tuesday. So well batted Travis Head. That's probably the last time we'll see him playing this season, or batting this season for Sussex. And he finishes with a lovely knock as well. The Middlesex players making their way off. Kevin and I can have a break and a cup of tea, and we'll be back with you in about half an hour to see how Middlesex get on in reply. But thanks for listening, and we'll speak to you in half an hour's time.
Yeah, well that's the thing, I think it must be a lot of Yeah, one of my friends played for her in the week, and the other one, she was fingers crossed. That was enjoyable, wasn't it? Really enjoyable. I'd have to see Haines play like that. He was normally very correct in the championships of the player, but the number of sixes, still was yeah, oh absolutely. The shots were beautiful, yeah. So a nice bit of aggression about it as well today. I thought that was cracking. Good stuff. See you later. Yeah, no worries at all. Okay. Okay, cheers.
Hi, Henry. Hello, mate. Well done.
The Middlesex opening batsman, wearing number 4, Max Hove. Wearing number 28, Steve Espinal.
Well, a very good afternoon and welcome back to Hove on a lovely sunny afternoon. It hasn't been like this all day, but the clouds have now broken. Lots of blue sky above Hove, and Middlesex about to start their reply in this quest for 334 they're going to need to beat Sussex, with Tom Haines making 123, Ben Brown 105, Travis Head 45, and David Visa a very quick 33 at the end of the innings. So Sussex finishing 333 for 4, and it's going to be the South African David Visa who's going to open the bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the end, bowling to the left-handed Max Holden in glorious sunshine. 2 slips, a backward point, third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. As in comes Visa over the wicket, bowls and pulled away by Holden, but straight to that man at mid-wicket, who is Travis Head, who fields, and there is no run. So very much the story of the innings, a partnership of 219 between Ben Brown and Tom Haines, a record for Sussex in one-day cricket, or list day cricket. Both of them making hundreds, both of them. Break off, Visa comes involved to Holden, heads that away for 4 runs. Nice shot, too much width from David Visa, and you have to say it is a relatively short offside boundary for the left-handed Max Holden, and Sussex took full account of that. So although it's an awful lot of runs to score, they're going to have to score it getting on for 7 and over. That leg side boundary will give Middlesex hope that they can score these runs. I
reckon they're going to have to score it more than that, Harmsy, because if Middlesex to get through, they have to reverse the net run rate. I think they've got to try and do it what they did at Worcestershire and hit 340.
In comes Visa, bowls and holds at it again, and off an outside edge down to third man. There's a cry of catch, which you probably heard, fielded by Joe Sarrow down at widest third man. Holden to 5, Middlesex 5 without loss in this, the first over, needing 334 to win. And Visa wanders back to his mark at the far end of the ground. Yeah, Ben Brown making 123. No, he didn't. Ben Brown making 105. Tom Haines making 123. My apologies. And that's Sussex total of 333 for 4. As in comes Visa over the wicket, bowls, and covering up is Steve Eskenazi. Plays back to Visa. There is no run. Eskenazi, who's been in very good form throughout this competition, and indeed in the T20 competition for Middlesex. And as Kevin's been saying, Middlesex with an outside chance of qualification for the quarterfinals. They'll need results to go their way, and they'll need to win here and win handsomely as well. And all they can do is to win the game, I guess. As in comes Visa, bowls, and Eskenazi lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by keeper Carter, and there is no run. Eskenazi comes down the pitch and does a little bit of gardening. Really good crowd here at Hove today. At lunchtime, wandered out to get our lunch, and plenty of people on the main concourse enjoying a beer or two.
You were cursing them then, Harmsy. That's because the queues were so long.
There was a long queue, and I was grateful that you were in the queue. Here comes Visa over the wicket, bowls, and Eskenazi gets a boundary. So Middlesex off to a good start, overpitched by David Visa and driven away through the covers by Eskenazi. He goes to 4, and at the end of the opening over, Middlesex are 9 without loss. Good start. A nice looking shot by Eskenazi, the 2 batsmen having a natter away in the middle of the pitch. Just to bring you right up to date with events elsewhere.
Oh, I was just going to do that. Go on. There you go.
No, sorry, no.
Go on. Unless you're. Oh, you're sitting. Yeah, I'll do that because you're sitting. You're done.
John, you go for it.
Keep us that long. Durham. So just wider context. Again, we're very much here to enjoy a list A match now because it's all a long shot for Middlesex. But Middlesex do need Durham to beat Hampshire. They are 17 for 1 in the third, chasing 226 to beat Hampshire. Gloucestershire 16 without loss after 4. chasing 2.19 to beat Kent. If they do that, Middlesex are out. They need a Kent win, and they need an Essex win at Old Trafford. Essex are 8 without loss after two, chasing 251. Surrey 30 without loss, chasing 216 at Derbyshire. This was a low full toss first up, and clipped out to deep mid wicket for a single by Max Holden. Sorry, there just letting a bit of a floaty full toss go down, but gets away with it with just 1 run. Glamorgan 10 without loss, chasing 231 to beat Yorkshire in Cardiff. Northampton 25 without loss, chasing 272 to beat Leicestershire at Wantage Road. And Somerset 287 for 8 off their 50 at Warwickshire. Here is Sarro bowls, and a no ball is called for an overstep, so that's going to be a free hit for Stephen Eskenazi, who's just defended that ball into the offside for no run. So 10 without loss, and no ball for Stephen Eskenazi with mid off and mid on up. Middlesex need a strong power play here, they really do. Funnily enough, when they hit the 300 at Worcestershire in 40 overs, they were only 30 on the board at the end of the power play. Different in the chase though. Here's Sarro bowls, and that goes over extra cover for 1 bounce, 2 bounces for Eskenazi. Moves to 8 from 5, and Middlesex are 16 without loss after 8 deliveries of this innings. I'd be surprised if they didn't say, look, we at least go down fighting in this one, and fighting is not just fighting for the victory here, but fighting for turning that net run rate and trying to get 3rd spot if results do go their way elsewhere. Sarro to Eskenazi, drives down the ground, lovely shot for 4, cracking shot by Eskenazi. 20 without loss, just good cricket. Over pitched into that block hole. And Eskenazi just trapping the bat down on it in the form of his life in one-day cricket, and I'm sure he'll desperately hope to carry that through into the Championship in September, where Middlesex will be in Division 3 and travelling here to Hove, which I'm delighted to say. Trip to Hove this summer, trip to Hove, trip to Canterbury. Hopefully a few Middlesex members are able, and fans are able to get along for those as well. Sarro to Eskenazi, a solid defence into the offside. 20 without loss, and 1 to come of the 2nd over of the innings. Yeah, I think they need a big chunk taken out of this in power play 1. Power play 2 with 4 back can keep that run rate going, as we've seen. The sides accelerate through the list A nowadays, don't they? But I do think they've got to go hard in the first 10 here, as Sarro's in, bowls, and Eskenazi defends solidly behind that one. 20 without loss, and that is the end. No, it isn't. Oh, it's a no ball, of course. There's 1 more to come. If you want to tweet us, it's at Kevin Ham BBC, and get through to Adrian Harms. It is at Adrian.
Well, I use that BBC Sussex Sport, and if you want to email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. The emails are working.
You've got a massive 3,000 following. You must throw it out, surely. Here's Sarro bowls, solid defence from Eskenazi. That is the end of the 2nd over, and it's 20 without loss, chasing 334. BBC News and sport reporter. Like it. You're news through the winter, aren't you, with a bit of football?
Yep. Yeah, those cold mornings, not looking forward to that. But we've got a lovely day here at Hove. We haven't had too many nice days down here on the south coast this summer, Kevin, but at least we have today. Middlesex off to a good start, as you say, 20 without loss after just 2 overs. Eskenazi on 12 off 9, Holden on 6 off of 4. It's going to be David Fieser who's going to carry on the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end of the grounds. Opening over cost 9 runs. It's going to be the left-handed Holden who is on strike. Just the 1 slip in place. Sussex started with 2, but immediately one of those has been taken out as in comes Fieser over the wicket, bowls to Holden, and more runs here. Played it down to 3rd man, fielded by Sarro, who gets in on the bounce. His throw nearly goes over the head of Ollie Carter, but Carter manages to get a glove on it and stops the ball running away for anything more damaging. 1 more to Holden, who goes to 7. Middlesex 21 without loss. And all around there's a good crowd in here at Hove today. People very much decked out in t-shirts, shorts, sun hats. Now very much the order of the day. It wasn't that. That was the case earlier on today, but in comes Visa running it over the wicket, bowls, and Eskenazi works it onto the leg side, fielded by Orr, who's very quickly in from square leg to field. And there is no run, 21 without loss. If you're just joining us, Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bat first under cloudy skies, and after a watchful start, it was Ben Brown and Tom Haines who put together a partnership of 219 for Sussex. In comes Visa again, bowls, and Eskenazi again displays that to mid-wicket, again fielded by Orr, who sends in a dreadful throw, which Carter has to field down by his bootlaces, and Orr apologises. And there is no run. Yeah, partnership of 219, a record for Sussex for the second wicket in List A cricket. 123 in the end from Tom Haines, including 4 sixes. Ben Brown making 105, both of them scoring their maiden List A centuries. And now the second slipper's gone as well, so Sussex immediately have gone a little bit on the defensive here. They've got the 2 men outside the circle are a square leg, deep square leg, and a third man as Visa comes in, bowls to Eskenazi. Good over this from David Visa. Eskenazi works that to backward point, fielded by Will Beer, who is the sole Sussex fielder to be wearing a sun hat. Oh no, that's not true. Travis Head has got one on as well. The others all in their Sussex caps as Visa wanders away to the far end of the ground. Good over so far from David Visa, just the 1 run conceded. And he's on his way. Racing down the hill, bowls to Eskenazi, hits Eskenazi round about the thigh pad. There was a stifled appeal from David Visa, who grinned at Steve Eskenazi as he, on his follow through, picked up the ball, and it's another dot ball, in fact 4 dot balls, so 1 more ball remaining in the over. This is the 3rd over. Middlesex needing another 313 to win. They're going to need to score at 6.6 an over, but as Kevin was saying, to have any realistic chance of qualifying for the latter stages, they'll need to get the runs, if they get them, quicker than 50 overs. Visa in again, and Eskenazi with a play and a miss. Big heave across the line from Steve Eskenazi. He's making his intentions very clear, but Visa was a little too good for him on that occasion. Just the 1 run off of the over, and Middlesex are 21 without loss.
You're listening to BBC Sport with commentary from BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, Adrian Harms, myself, Kevin Hand. And it's a tall order for Middlesex here, after a fabulous effort from Sussex with the bat. Brilliant maiden List A centuries for Brown, for Haines, Travis Head and Visa at the end, really giving the thump here, there and everywhere. India in the test match, 108 without loss. Rohit has 81, Hall has 18, as here's Eskenazi driving at the start of Saro's new over to cover, and there's no run. No major advances in those games elsewhere. Gloucestershire off to a good start, 31 without loss after 6 at Kent. Again, as soon as one of those games starts to head towards one of the sides that Middlesex need to lose, then we'll just sit back and enjoy the run chase here. As in terms of a live group, it'll be done for Middlesex as Saro bowls, and Holden drives down the ground. Lovely shot for, lovely showing of the bat, straight down the pitch, mid off and mid on up in the power play with deep square and the 3rd back. And Middlesex are 25 without loss in the 4th. Holden 11, Eskenazi 12. Here's the response from Saro. A little skippy start and into a big stride. He bowls, that's cut in the air but down to 3rd. It'll be a single. Fine of the backward points. Holden 12 from 8. Eskenazi 12 from 14. Middlesex 26 without loss. Just thinking about the required rates in this innings. Middlesex probably need to be targeting something around 70 off this power play, I think. ball's just short of a length, and down the leg side it goes, through to the keeper, a wide signalled. Sorry, just dragging it down slightly, 27 without loss. Yeah, 3-3-4 the target. Tall order, even taking 70 off this power play to try and win it in 40. Middlesex have got to score at nearly 9 and over. The next 30 in power play 2. Sari bowls and Eskenazi tickles, fine of the short fine leg for 4. And 10 off this over. Expensive start from Sari so far. He's gone for 21 off 10 deliveries, 31 without loss. Middlesex.
Yeah, and it will, I mean, Sussex with the 3 seamers, so Visa, Sarro and young 17-year-old Daniel Ibrahim, who was only 17 earlier on this week. And then the spin of Lenham, who's 17, James Coles, who's 17, and Will Beer. So, yeah, very young Sussex attack.
Sarro bowls and nips that one back, and it strikes a midship somewhere, but falls away into the offside safely. Eskenazi's okay, wherever it hit guard. And we've lost the effects mic. What happened there, Adrian? It's back. I thought the seagull had got to the effects mic, but we're safe.
They do sometimes.
They eat it though, so they start pecking away at it.
Well, no, I don't think they do, but I think that they wonder what it is.
Sari's in, and that's a lovely Eskenazi square drive, which those who watch Eskenazi often enough will know exactly what an Eskenazi square drive looks like. A wristy snap into the offside, just in front of points, and almost dismissive the way it's put away. He moves to 20 from 17. Holden will have strike on 12 from 8. Middlesex are 35 without loss after 4, which is pretty much what they need to be going at in this power play, I reckon, if they're to give themselves a chance of... I think basically the way they've got to look at it is they've got to exclude power play 3. They've got to say this is a 40 over a side match, and they've got to knock it off in 40 overs and make full use of power play 2 as well. But get a good start here in power play 1. They've got a solid start for sure in the first 4. They're 35 without loss.
Yes, indeed. David Visa's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Holden 12, Eskenazi 20. So Middlesex, as Kevin was saying, off to a good start, but it's going to be David Visa. He's just got the... Ibrahim is now more of a sort of a 4th slip position. He's not really gully, as I said, about 4th slip. As in comes Visa, bowls to Holden. Good delivery. And not taken cleanly by Carter. And it's going to be a bye, and just the 1 bye. That did rattle through from David Visa. Ollie Carter whips off the right glove. It wasn't a drop catch. 1 more to the total, 36 without loss. Holden on 12, Eskenazi on 20. Now for the right-handed Eskenazi, who started off like a train here, 20 off 17 deliveries. There are 4 men inside the circle on the offside, saving 1. A 3rd man, a mid-on, mid-wicket. They're just bringing up the fine leg inside the circle, else that would have been a no ball, and just realising in time as Visa calls up his fine leg, runs in, bowls to Eskenazi, and Eskenazi plays a ball of good length to mid-wicket, fielded there by Daniel Ibrahim, and there is no run. Elsewhere in the test match, India 110 without loss, having been asked to bat by England. And in the other games relevant to this group, I'll read the updated scores in a moment as comes Visa over the wicket, bowls, Eskenazi covers up and plays quietly down the track. Visa fields of his own bowling, there is no run. Durham 33 for 1 in the 7th over. Needing another 193 to beat Hampshire. Gloucestershire are 48 without loss in the 8th over, needing another 171 to beat Kent. And Essex 23 without loss, needing another 228 to beat Lancashire at Old Trafford. As Visa in bright sunshine, down the hill comes in and bowls, and Eskenazi to a ball wide of the off stump, just works that one down to 3rd man, where it's fielded by young Archie Lenham, who gets a nice round of applause from the spectators in the corporate area away to our right hand side. He's been a terrific performer for Sussex this season, Archie Lenham. He's played in all these 50 over games. Oh, and now he's embarrassed. They're singing "We love you, Archie, we do." And well, he has been excellent. He's laughing to himself as well. And he's starred mainly with the ball, but also showed he can bat a bit as well. In comes Visa. Bowls to Holden, and Holden plays that to mid-wicket, fielded by Head, and there is no run. David Visa on a good opening spell here for Sussex. He's in his 3rd over. The tall South African. A change in the field actually. Archie Lenham is now coming up from fine leg inside the circle, and Travis Head has gone out to deep mid-wicket. Still the 3rd man in place, the 2nd fielder outside of the 30-yard circle as Visa is in bowls, and Holden faces into the offside. They're going to take one. If he hits, he's miles out. Well, that was a crazy single. Absolutely ridiculous. Alistair Orr, I mean, Eskenazi had given it up actually. He was almost at walking pace. It was played into the offside by Holden. It was straight to Orr. There was never a single there. Holden called Eskenazi through for the single, and had Ali Orr hit, then Eskenazi would have been out by a country mile. As it was, he survives, but that was a crazy single for Holden to take. Nonetheless, he goes to 13, Eskenazi on 21. At the end of the 5th over, Middlesex are 38 without loss. Going along at 7.6 and over. They need to score at 6.6 and over, and after those 2 rather expensive overs from Joe Sarrow that went for 25, a change in bowling, and it's going to be the 17-year-old Daniel Ibrahim who's going to take over from the C end of the ground. I don't quite know what Holden was thinking of. I mean,
I think pressure of this chase. You know, it's been a tight start from Visa, hasn't it?
But if he'd have run Eskenazi out.
Oh, I know. It's just what pressure does, isn't it?
Yeah.
But here's Ibrahim, and he's right arm over the wicket to Holden, and he starts up with a wide bouncer down the leg side, so wide signal by the umpire. Well, it could have been borderline, no ball on height as well down the leg side as well. Wonder what overrides, if one overrides the other. I guess the is it fair to say the wide overrides the no ball? Yes, if it's both a wide and a no ball down the leg side, no ball on height. I mean, it either result in an extra delivery, but one of them counts for more, doesn't it? The no ball.
Yes, so absolutely.
39 without loss. And here's Ibrahim right arm over, bowls, and Eskenazi Holden defends into the offside, fielded at points. 13 from 12 Holden, Eskenazi 21 from 20. So Middlesex current run rate 7.6, required rate 6.6. DLS is 25, Middlesex 39 without losses. Ibrahim's in, he bowls, and Holden drives, a nice looking shot, only as far as cover. They call no run. No, that's cricket, isn't it? Nice shot, no run. Bad ball for the earth bowler. Wicket results.
Yeah, I thought that had momentarily beaten Travis Head. Lovely sounding shot, wasn't it? Right at the middle of the bat.
Ibrahim showing in again. Holden will just want to get a look at Ibrahim, of course, as well. He comes in, bowls, and Holden defends again. They're going to pick up a quick single here, and the keeper comes through, kicks at the stumps, misses. How close he would have been to running out Eskenazi on that one, we shall see. 40 for 1. 2 off the first 3 deliveries of Ibrahim's over, one of those being a wide. Absolutely glorious day now for batting, which throws back to the toss, really, doesn't it, when Sussex chose to bat under cloudy skies. Middlesex now getting the best of the batting conditions this afternoon. Ibrahim's in, bowls, and Eskenazi defends away into the offside. Solid defence again. Now Eskenazi will just want to have a look at Ibrahim. Won't have faced him before. He's a well-built lad, isn't he, Ibrahim? Big broad shoulders.
He certainly doesn't look 17, and he was only 17 earlier on this week. He was 17 on the 9th, which I think was Monday.
Yeah. He looks about 17 stone, and most of that's around his shoulders, isn't it? He's a broad-shouldered lad.
Yeah.
Big barrel chest on him as well, as he comes in now, bowls, and this is onto the pads of Eskenazi, going down the leg side, though perhaps a leg by call by the umpire. Just wait and confirm that it is a leg by and not a no ball that he's going to call. Yes, he taps his leg.
And the youngest player in county championship history to score a half century.
Ah, yes.
Which he did at Headingley.
Yeah. Where have they picked him up from? Has he come through the youth ranks?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. Preston Nomads Cricket Club, which is just on the outskirts of Brighton.
He comes in now, bowls, and this is off the toe end of the bat from Holden as he drives into the offside. No run.
Yes, I certainly think, I've said it a couple of times this season, if you were playing an under 16 or 16 and under game of cricket and you saw Dan Ibrahim running in, you'd think crumbs. He's not quick, is he? But in under 16 cricket, he would be quick.
Yeah.
Hasn't quite scored the runs he'd have hoped to have scored in this competition. He made a good contribution up at Lancashire in the game at Sedbergh when he made, just check through my records here, that was his highest score. He made 46 at Sedbergh. But apart from that, I was rather missed out with the bat, but he's bowled very tidily throughout. But David Visa is going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, Middlesex, 41 without loss, as in comes Visa for the 7th over, bowls to Eskenazi, who plays this to fine leg throw, comes in, Sarrow misses, but I think that probably Holden was home. Eskenazi goes to 22 off 23 deliveries, Middlesex to 42 without loss, needing another 292 to win. At a run rate required of 6.7, they're going along at currently 6.8. So Daniel Ibrahim doing a good job for Sussex, replacing Joe Sarrow for that over. Just conceding the 2 runs, and then comes Visa down the hill, bowls, and Holden punches it through the onside runs here. Ben Brown is in hot pursuit out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, overhauls the ball, gets in the throw, but not before Holden has come back for his 2. He goes to 14, and Middlesex to 44 without loss here. On BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, you may be watching via the Sussex live stream or listening around the ground, but wherever you're listening or wherever you're watching from, you're enjoying the cricket, and this could be a very good contest. Middlesex 44 without loss as Visa is in and bowls. Holden pulls that away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Didn't quite get all of it, did Max Holden, but enough of it, pulled it away onto the leg side. And that's 4 to the clock tower scoreboard, and Holden goes to 20. And Middlesex off to a good start here, 48 without loss. Holden on 20, Eskenazi on 22. That prompts a change in the field. Travis Head is staying out by the scoreboard at deep mid-wicket. There is also a 3rd man. Fine leg now, Archie Lenham up inside the 30-yard circle as Visa on his way again, bowls, and Holden's at it again, smashing that one through mid-wicket, but this time straight to Travis Head, a shot that was probably deserving of more than a single, but good field placing by Tom Haines, a Sussex skipper, means that it's just a single, and Holden goes to 21. Nice buzz around the ground as people settling in after their lunch or whatever to start this, watching this Middlesex reply. It really has been a rarity at Hove this season to have weather like this. Absolutely gorgeous, and the crowd have come out as well, which is really good to see. There was a big crowd at Chelmsford on Tuesday for the game against Essex, and another good crowd for this 50 over competition today as Visa is in, down the hill, bowls to Eskenazi, who works that backward of point. Wilbeer needs to run to his left to field, and Eskenazi picks up a single, and a 50 up for Middlesex, and the 50 coming up in the 7th over. Eskenazi on 23, Holden on 21.
Best power play they've had yet in the list day. Saving the best for last, but it's going to have to be something very, very special, not only from this match but from the results elsewhere today, if Middlesex are to make an impact in this competition now.
Visa over the wicket bowls, shawls, and a pacey delivery from David Visa that Max Holden just pulls inside the line, the ball rattles through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Middlesex are 50 without loss. Holden on 21, Eskenazi on 23. We've had 7 of the 50 overs that Sussex as a bowl in this match, and it looks to me like Ben Brown is just making his way off the field. Don't quite know why that is, or is he going down to another field? It looks like he's making his way off, so we could well be getting a 12th man. I've not seen anyone come running down the steps just yet, but we are going to get another over from Daniel Ibrahim. See, I think Ben Brown is leaving the field. Yes. I'm not sure if the 12th man has come on or not. We'll just have a look around the field. See, James Coles is out there. But it looks like, I think, that might be Harrison Ward who's come on. Yep, Harrison Ward has come on and is fielding in the cover. So Ben Brown is walking rather gingerly, I have to say, up the steps to the pavilion. So let's hope he's okay.
Ibrahim bowls. This is driven by Eskenazi to mid-on and there's no run. Yeah, Fields remaining deep square and third, the 2 back in the power play. 3 overs to go the power play. He said Middlesex would target 70. 1 good over here and they might be targeting just a little bit more. Ibrahim moving away from us at the C end. He bowls and Eskenazi defends into the offside. Very good start here from Ibrahim. Really impressed. That is his 8th dot ball in his 2nd over. Just 2 runs and one of those was a wide. 7th dot ball from 8 deliveries. So just 1 run off the bat. The youngster so far. Come on, Dano, the cry from one of his teammates as he moves in now. Ball's full down the leg side, that'll be wide again. Oh, and it's got away from the keeper as well. Will it be 4 wides? They've run 1, so it's just 2 more to the total. 52 without loss. So still 4 to go of the 8th as Holden comes on to strike. This ball's on a length and ease to backward point. Fielded by is that Haines at backward point there? The wider rim's hat on. Beer. Thank you, Adrian Harms. He made a little signal to me as to who the fielder was. I went through tea, coffee. No, he's not playing either. Beer. Here's Ibrahim bowls and it's driven down the ground by Holden. That's a lovely shot for 4. 56 without loss. Middlesex easing their way through the power play here without massively extravagant shots, but some nice stroke play. Current run rate 7.3, 56 without loss, required 6.6. And building very, very good foundation. Have a quick look at the scores elsewhere in between deliveries here in a moment as Ibrahim's past the umpire. He bowls and Holden defends into the onside, no run. Durham 50 for 1. Clark and Borthwick together leaves the man out. Caudle bowled Fuller for 4. They require 176 more to beat Hampshire. At Chesley Streets, Gloucestershire though, oh dear, Gloucestershire are powering away. They're 71 without loss after 11, needing just 148 more to beat Kent. And Essex 45 for 1, going nicely, chasing 251 to beat Lancashire at Old Trafford. This is driven by Holden to extra cover, no run again. And 56 without loss it is at the end of the over. Holden 25, Eskenazi 23, another good over from Ibrahim, just the 5 off it, 6 with the 1 extra run for the wide.
Yes, and I guess with these 2 Middlesex batsmen, all they can do is to try and win the game for Middlesex and see what happens elsewhere. They can't really take any notice of what's going on down at Canterbury. As you say, it looks as if Gloucestershire are on course for win, but I'm sure these 2 are set off in very positive mode, haven't they? 56 off of 8 overs, rattling along at 7 and over at Middlesex. So I need to keep this going throughout. But it's going to be David Visa who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, coming into bowl to the right-handed Eskenazi, and Eskenazi forwards a ball of good length, plays it very respectfully down the track, fielded at mid-on by the skipper Tom Haines. David Visa in his 5th over, 4 overs for 21 before this. It won't be too long before we see the spinners into the attack. Archie Lenham, no doubt, Will Beer and James Cole, so 2 17-year-olds with bowling their spinners. In comes David Visa over the wicket bowls, and Eskenazi cuts that one down to third man, fielded literally down in front of us by Archie Lenormand. Lovely South Coast sunshine who gets in the throw. One more to the total, one more to Eskenazi. He goes to 24 off 28 deliveries. Middlesex 57 without loss. Here on BBC Sussex, BBC Radio London. You may be watching via the club stream or listening around the ground. A very good afternoon wherever you are. It's a lovely afternoon to watching cricket. It's not too hot, lovely and sunny, but it's not sort of sweltering. Ideal cricket watching conditions as Visa is in, bowls to Holden, and Holden was looking at playing an attacking shot and rather changed his mind and just played the ball onto the onside, where it's fielded by Ibrahim, who's very quickly in from mid-wicket to field, and there is no run. A good drying day as well. There's a washing line on one of the flats away to our right hand side with a couple of towels and looks like a couple of dusters on the line over there as well. It's bathed in sunshine. Visa again, bowls Holden up on his toes and plays into the covers. There is no run. Good over from David Visa, on which so far he's only conceded the one run. Middlesex remained 57 without loss. In a test match, India 123 without loss, having been put into bat. Visa bowls, and again another good delivery round about middle and off, fielded by Ali Orr, who fields at cover. Again there is no run, 57 without loss. Yes, Rohit on 83, Rahul on 31. And after 42 overs for the Sussex listeners, Ollie Robinson 10 overs, no wicket for 19. Very respectable figures from Ollie. But no wickets so far. James Anderson fit to play for England, which was good news. Visa again. Down the hill, final ball of the over, bowls to Holden, who is... Oh, it's a good bit of fielding, really good bit of fielding by Ali Orr, diving away to his right-hand side. And a very good stop. That prevented 4 runs. And Holden has to be content with a single. He finishes the over on 26 off 27 deliveries. Another tight over from David Visa, in which he conceded just the 2 runs. He's bowled 5 overs, no wicket for 23. Middlesex 58 without loss. Holden on 26, Eskenazi on 24. Dan Ibrahim will carry on. I rather suspect that that might be the end of David Visa for a while. I think probably Tom Haines will want to keep a little bit of David Visa up his sleeve for a little later on, and I can see James Coles is warming up at extra cover as well. He'll be one of the 3 spinners that Sussex will bowl, and these Sussex spinners do rattle through their overs, particularly Coles, who comes in off 3 or 4 paces and gets through his work very quickly indeed. But for the time being, it's going to be Ibrahim who's going to come in from the C end of the ground.
Right arm over the wicket, he bowls to the left-handed Holden, and Holden is beaten through to the keeper. Lovely ball, line and length, passes through. So it's the last over of the power play. 58 without loss. Not quite going to make that 70 then. Like I said, they'd probably try and target. Current run rate dropping to 6.3. It was up at what, 7.6 at one point. I think it was the highest it got to. So for him, hits the crease now, he bowls, and Holden defends into the offside again. No run. Yeah, they haven't really thrown the bat at anything, Middlesex, have they? 1 or 2 slashes early on from Holden, but nothing reckless or particularly high risk. This young man's really hit the spot nicely, which will have delayed their plans. Again, look at who you're going to target, where you're going to score runs. Ibrahim to Holden, bowls, and that's driven down the ground again. This time it isn't as solid a push as Holden and indeed Eskenazi have managed on a couple of occasions down the ground here too, isn't it? It's just a single taken. 59 for 1, Eskenazi on strike. Holden's 27 from 28, from 30 now. Eskenazi 24 from 28. Three balls left to the power play. Ibrahim bowls, and that's driven back into the stumps at the non-striker's end. No run. Ibrahim didn't get fingertips on it, so Holden was okay.
Yeah, let's talk about the weather first of all, Sean, because it is absolutely glorious down here on the south coast. The early morning cloud has drifted away, and it's now a lovely summer's afternoon, and we haven't had too many of those down here this summer. Good game of cricket as well. Sussex making 333 for 4. Centuries for Tom Haines, the skipper. He made 123. Ben Brown making 105. In reply, Middlesex, though, going along nicely. They're 60 without loss in the 10th over, still needing another 274 to win. They need to score at 6.1 and over, so this could be a good game of cricket for what is a big crowd at Hove here this afternoon. Meanwhile, up at Derbyshire, Surrey going along really nicely in their pursuit of 215 to beat Derby. They're 83 without loss, are winning that game, and Surrey almost assured of a place in the quarter-finals. Things not going so well in the test match though. England winning the toss, asking India to bat first, and the Indians going along very nicely. They're 126 without loss. So, end of another over, and indeed we are going to get some James Cole. So 61 without loss, Holden on 28, Eskenazi on 25. An accurate over from Daniel Ibrahim, and we're going to get our first spin of this Middlesex innings at the end of the power play. It's going to be the left arm spin of James Coles.
Who will they look to get after most today in terms of experience and how the others have got after them in the group so far? Which bowler will Middlesex particularly think this is the guy's got to go?
I mean, I would have thought that in terms of the three spinners, I mean, two of the spinners are 17. So James Coles and Archie Lenham is only just 17. So you'd have thought if they're thinking about inexperience, that it would be either of those two. But they're both good bowlers and both shown that they can bowl well under pressure throughout the season. So, you know, I'm sure Middlesex won't be thinking, oh, because they're 17, we'll give them a bit of a chasing. But the runs are going to have to come from somewhere, aren't they? So, yeah, I mean, you'd think that realistically that's where perhaps they'll go. Having said that, Sarrow has been fairly expensive in his first couple of overs, but Sussex with plenty of bowling options. We've got Travis Head as a backup as well, who can bowl a bit of spin. So if someone does start to go around the park, there are other options.
Comes Coles, and Holden's down the track to him first ball, and pushes two out to deep mid-wicket, deep square going around. They might even think about a third here. No, just a second, just two. Well, Brown pushed one out there and ran three, didn't he? And I just thought, how did he get back so quickly for that first?
No, absolutely. There might have been three there if they'd run the first one fast.
Coles to Holden again, goes for a big sweep from outside off. Goes through to the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run. 63 without loss. Holden on 30. Coles again turning this ball in towards Holden, and Holden crunches a drive through points. Deep cover goes around Holden to single, and it's 64 for no run. Holden moves to 31. It's a colourful scoreboard over there. It's got the reddish pink of Sussex on their name as this ball's pushed back by Eskenazi to Coles, no run, and a light navy blue of Middlesex.
Yeah.
On theirs, which is It's a short one, beats the edge of Eskenazi's attempted cut, goes through to the keeper, a quicker ball from Coles. Confusing me because Middlesex renowned, of course, with pink nowadays, aren't they? As their T20 kit in particular, but also the list A over the years has been bright pinks, just the shoulders and the sleeves now for Middlesex of their list A kit, as this ball's given a bit more flight. Tickled backward a square on the leg side by Eskenazi for a single. He's on to 26 from 33 now, 65 without loss. The end of the 11th, good over. Current run rate's dropped to below 6 for the first time for Middlesex, being steadily brought down here by Sussex.
Yeah, I like James Coles. As I say, he's only 17 years of age. He doesn't play cricket as if he's 17. He's played some useful innings in this competition. He gets through his overs very quickly, and he's a very competitive cricketer as well. And again, a lot of the public here today wouldn't have seen a lot of him playing, but I think he's a really good prospect. And when you think that these three 17-year-olds, Coles, Ibrahim and Lenham are going to bowl a good proportion of the overs here from Sussex. So it's a really good test for these young players. It has been throughout the competition.
Ibrahim past the umpire, he bowls, and Eskenazi drives back to the bowler, gets a hand to it on this occasion, but that deflects it towards cover, not towards the stumps. That one, just before your update, crunched into the stumps of the non-strikers and really made a mess of them, didn't it?
Yes.
But fortunately didn't get fingertips to it, because say Holden may have been struggling. Comes Ibrahim. Bowls, and this is hit up in the air and straight to mid-off, and Eskenazi falls. If you're wondering what size crowd it is today from our comment, that gives you an idea whose cheer goes up as Eskenazi falls. 65 for 1 in the 12th, 26 he's gone for, and that really was quite a cheer from the Sussex crowd, wasn't it, to remove Eskenazi, who really has had a wonderful white ball season. And again, unless Middlesex progress, then that's the end of the white ball season for Eskenazi. He'll be hoping to make big runs towards the end of the season in the Championship, having signed his new contract with Middlesex. But it's not to be in the One Day Cup for him today. He's played a massive part in the blast in the One Day Cup this year, Eskenazi. So go off with his head held high, but I think, like I say, that run rate falling to below 6 and over there just pushed Middlesex to requiring to try and hit out, trying to find some runs from somewhere.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't quite to the picture, that was he, Steve Eskenazi. But a good wicket for Dan Ibrahim, who bowled a nice little spell in his 4th over. Figures now 1 for 11. Talking about wickets, England have got one in the Test match. Rohit out for 83. India 128 for 1, and a wicket there for James Anderson.
Oh, there's a surprise.
Yeah. What will we do without him?
Who does he play for?
So the new man in is Varun Chopra, as you say, who's taking guard. So Eskenazi on his way for 26. That was in 35 balls with 5 boundaries. Started off like a train, did Eskenazi. Always a guide as to where teams are. Duckworth Lewis is now 73. So Middlesex there or thereabouts.
For him, excuse me, from the CN, 65 for 1. Bowls now, and this ball's clipped through square leg for a single. Sorry, I said Eskenazi, didn't I? Chopra. Chopra 1 from 1, and 66 for 1 the score. So is Varun Chopra on loan from Essex, or is he now a Middlesex player?
No,
it's just on loan for this competition.
He's played 2 or 3 matches here for Sussex a couple of seasons ago in the Championship. Probably didn't score the volume of runs he'd have hoped.
He's driven by Holden out to deep cover for a single. He moves to 32, 67 for 1. How long was the loan he had?
I think he played certainly 2, maybe 3 Championship matches. Certainly, I think his debut was up at Old Trafford in a game where Sussex were heavily beaten in the Championship. And then Sussex were beaten here, I think, by Northamptonshire. He played in that game. So certainly 2, maybe 3 games, but that was all.
Ibrahim to Chopra. Upright stance, high back lift, very identifiable. Big, thick inside edge onto the pads. They were nearly through. They thought you might have played on there. I think it hit the back pad, didn't it? Flex away into the offside. So 67 for 1 it remains. Have a look at it on the replay. Don't forget, if you tuned in via the BBC Sport website, you can catch the commentary on the live streams available from both the Sussex and Middlesex websites. Ibrahim is off once more, he bowls, and Chopra solid forward defence once more on that. 1 from 3 he has. That's the end of the 12th. Just looking at the inside edge onto the back pad. Sussex nearly thinking that inside edge was going to go on to the middle of leg. 67 for 1 then after 12. Holden 32, Chopra has 1. Eskenazi has caught Haines at mid-off the bowling of Ibrahim. And a 65 run first wicket partnership coming to an end. A solid start, a solid foundation But Middlesex desperately needing to kick on here.
Good figures from young Daniel Ibrahim. 4 overs, 1 for 13. It's going to be James Coles who's going to carry on the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. His opening over just costing the 4 runs. He'll bowl left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Max Holden. Bright sunshine is in and bowls, and Holden just plays quietly down the ground to long on, fielded by David Visa, who trots in to complete the field. To complete the fielding, the field will change over for the right-handed Varun Chopra. So there's a short third man, a backward point, shortish extra cover, sweeper on the cover boundary, long off, long on. There's a mid-wicket. There was a deep mid-wicket who's now coming up inside the circle. So just the 3 men outside the circle for Sussex as Tom Haines just looks to put the squeeze on a little bit. 6 men saving 1 as in comes Coles. Bowls! That's allowed a bit. I reckon that's tight. Well, the ball bounces to shortish third man, fielded there by Archie Lenham. We're nowhere near wicket to wicket, but it looked as if Chopra was playing slightly across the line. I wouldn't have been surprised to see the umpire's finger go up. Nonetheless, it doesn't, and Coles in again, bowls, and Chopra is forward, just killing the spin, playing it onto the onside, fielded by Orr, who trots in from mid-wicket to field. And there is no run, so it remains 68 for 1. Coles again. In and bowls, and Chopra sweeps. It comes off a bottom edge. It's going to race away down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Is Sarrow going to get there? He does. Well fielded, Joe Sarrow, and he's helped out by Archie Lenham. Sarrow's hurt his leg chasing that ball, which is not good news. Throw comes in from Archie Lenham, and it is 3 to Chopra. He goes to 4, and Middlesex to 71 for 1. It's such a shame with such a big crowd in here today that there'll be no... Sussex won't be playing here again until the early part of September when the championship resumes. As in comes Coles, and played by Holden to short extra cover, fielded by Haines. And it's another dot ball. The total remains 71 for 1. Holden on 33. We're in the 13th over, of which there's 1 more ball to come, as in again comes Coles, and worked away by Holden through the covers to the sweep on the cover boundary, who is Alistair Orr, who throws it on the bounce to Carter, and there is just the 1 run taken. So Holden will retain the strike. He's on 34. Middlesex are 72 for 1 after 13 overs. They need another 262 to win this game in 37 overs, and to get there they're going to need to score at 7.1 an over. Currently Middlesex going along at 5.5 an over. And if you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC from BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex, and myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Kevin Hand.
Gloucestershire have lost a wicket, 89 for 1 in the 17th. Ollie Price gone, LBW to Leaning for 24, Dent still there on 52, Bracey on 7, and a fair old bit of batting to come. Van Buren, Taylor, Scott, formerly of Middlesex. This is Ibrahim bowls, and this is driven by Holden, just a single to mid-off. 73 for 1 it is in the 14th. Gloucestershire looking well set though for their victory at Canterbury, which at the moment would see Gloucestershire take 3rd spot in the group the way it's playing out. Lancashire currently hold that position, but Durham and Essex looking like they'll take wins. Ibrahim bowls to Chopra, and this is driven a little inside out back to the bowler, but no run. So that would see Gloucestershire climb above Worcestershire, who are played out on 8. 7 from their 8 games, I should say. Gloucester will go up to 8 and then take a point from that cancelled game against Middlesex to put them to 9 ahead of Lancashire, unless they can win that game. This is full ball to Chopra, driven to extra cover, and there's no run. Durham on their way to victory against Hampshire as well, by the looks of those scores at the moment. Durham at 87 for 1, needing 139 more to beat Hampshire at Chestley Street. Gubbins Watch, he top scored for the top order with 24, but Organ down the order with 79, before being run out by Dixon, and 42 from Scriven. Full ball to Chopra, drives a single to mid-on. Puts pressure on the fielder, they're comfortably through. 73 for 1. 74 for 1 it is. Field switches for left-handed Holden. And Essex, again, a good start for them. 70 for 1. Cook 36. Rimmel's gone for 18. Wesley has 14. Essex 70 for 1 after 15, needing 181 more in 35 overs. This week Lancashire at Old Trafford, so Essex and Durham tussling for top spots in the group as Ibrahim bowls and Holden drives out to deep cover for a single. So 74 for 1 it is, and end of the 14th, is it? No one's come.
I think Dan Ibrahim's doing a really good job here for Sussex, because Joe Sarrow was fairly expensive in the first 2 overs. He's come in and has really tied up this sea end.
This is just full of a length to Chopra, and Ibrahim pushes to... Oh, sorry, Chopra pushes to cover. It deflects up to mid-off, and they do get through for a single. He's keeping it very tight, just 3 off the over. 75 for 1, 4 off the over, sorry, 76 for 1 with that single at the end. And Chopra has 6, Holden has 36. Middlesex have a current run rate of 5.4, required of 7.2.
So I can see Will Beer warming up, as is Archie Lenham, so the 2 leg spinners are fielding fairly closely to each other. Will Beer at backward point, Archie Lenham at short third man. They'll no doubt be bowling fairly soon. Daniel Ibrahim at 5 overs, 1 for 16. Very good spell of bowling, but it's going to be James Coles, who's bowled 2 overs for 9, who's going to carry on the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, bowling to the right-handed Viram Chopra. He's in and bowls. Chopra clips that down to long on, picks up a single, and is that Ibrahim down there? No, it's not. It's who's that all the way down there? Harrison Ward, who's the 12th man on for Ben Brown. Ben Brown, who went off after half a dozen overs. So we hope Ben's okay. In comes Coles again, bowls. That's a full toss, clipped away by Holden. It was in the air and not that far away from Tom Haines, who was Daniel Ibrahim, who was diving away at mid-on. 1 more to Holden. He goes to 37 or 41 deliveries. Middlesex 78 for 1. Coles in again, bowls, and Chopra drives slightly in the air. Didn't really get to the pitch of the ball, and Ibrahim feels there is no run. I think Will Beer is going to bowl, judging by the amount of warming up he's doing at backward point. Coles again, short, and Chopra works that to Beer. I need to get a move on here as Beer gets in the throw. Good bit of fielding by Will Beer, but Holden always looked like he was going to get home. Carter rather demolished the stumps as the throw came in from Will Beer. 1 more to the total. Chopra goes to 8. Middlesex 79 for 1 in this, the 15th of the 50 overs. I'm just making sure that the stumps are correctly realigned. Coles over the wicket, in and bowled to Holden, who is back on his stumps but plays it firmly down the ground too long on, fielded down there by David Visa. It's just another single, and these Sussex bowlers doing a good job at the moment, the 2 17-year-olds, Coles and Ibrahim. 1 more ball to go in this, the 15th over of the innings. Coles is in, bowls, and Chopra is forward. Coles fills off his own bowl at the end of another over. He does rattle through his overs, just James Coles, and Middlesex are 80 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside James Coles. Very good afternoon and welcome to a lovely sunny Hove, which we said far too infrequently this summer. A bit of cloud around, but that cloud that it is, it's high. Lots and lots of blue sky. And I think Sussex will be very pleased with the way things are going, having made 333 for 4. Tom Haines making 123, Ben Brown 105, sharing a partnership of 219 for the second wicket, which was a record for Sussex in one-day cricket. And we are going to get a change of bowling at this, the sea end of the ground, and Daniel Ibrahim, having bowled 5 very tight overs and taken the 1 wicket to fall, 1 for 17, is going to be replaced by the experienced Will Beer. 32 years of age, Wilbur. He's just getting his field set. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Max Holden. Middlesex going along at 5.3 and over. They're going to need to score a 7.3 and over if they're going to win this match.
Yeah, Beer, who's been a fine performer for Sussex over the years. Very useful leg spinner in white ball competitions in particular. Bowling his leg spin to the left-handed Holden from the CN to begin with. He's in now, and Holden backs up and punches to mid-wicket, no run, 80 for 1.
Yeah, T20 cricket, he's the first Sussex bowler to reach the landmark of 100 wickets. And rarely let Sussex down, Wilbur.
He's in now, bowls, and Holden turns this to mid-wicket, and there's no run once more, 80 for 1. Deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket. The 4 allowed out in power play 2. Beer steps in again, bowls, and Holden steps back and pushes into the offside. It's fielded at cover. Another dot ball, 80 for 1 it remains. Really slowed Middlesex down here, haven't they?
Yep, they have.
It was down to 5.9 the run rate when Eskenazi fell, now down to 5.2. After a pretty good start. Mainly off Sarrow, wasn't it, that the runs were flowing?
Yes, it was. Yep. Yeah, 2 overs to 25.
Beer drops a little shorter on that on the back foot. Holden strokes him down to long on for a single. 81 for 1, 2 balls to go. The 16th. If you want to tweet us at Kevin Ham BBC at BBC Sussex Sports, or is it at Sussex Sports? It's BBC Sussex Sport, isn't it?
At BBC Sussex Sport, yeah.
Such a change in scene looking around Hove, and the red bricks on the far side, or brown bricks really, aren't they, on the far side of the ground at the Cromwell Road end, and the houses there bathed in sunshine this afternoon as Beer bowls, and Chopra hastily turns into the onside, looking for a drive down the ground or to long off, but just over the top of it, smothering it into the onside in the end. White grey skyline that enveloped Hove this morning, replaced by mostly blue this afternoon. That's off the pads of Chopra, no run as it falls away into the onside. Chopra has 8 from 16, Middlesex 81 for 1, and really slowing up dramatically here as Holden 39 from 46. Remember, they need a big net run rate win, not just to win Middlesex. However, that Gloucester score making it all look irrelevant. They're 108 for 1 now in the 20th, needing just 111 more to beat Kent, and put themselves in a very good position to take 3rd spot ahead of Hampshire, who are struggling at Chesley Street, and Lancashire, who need wickets to stop Essex at Old Trafford.
So James Coles is going to carry on bowling from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 3 overs for 13 for him today, and he's coming in already to bowl to the left-handed Holden. He's in the bowls, and Holden drives down the ground to long on, where David Visa comes off the boundary to field. One more to Holden. He goes to 40 off 47 deliveries. Middlesex to 82 for 1. The run rate just sneaking up to 7.5 and over as Coles is in again. Bowls, and Chopra is beaten outside the off stump, looking to make room and play that one away through the offside. The ball went through to Carter, who didn't take the ball cleanly, but nonetheless there is no run. Coles again. In and bowls, and forward stretches. Chopra plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Haines, and it's another dot ball. Chopra really struggling here. 8 off 18 deliveries. In comes Coles, and this time he does get runs. Short delivery from Coles, and he manages to beat the infield, but only as far as Travis Head, who comes running in from underneath the clock tower scoreboard and prevents anything more than a single. Chopra to 9. Coles already back at his mark and already on his way in. To bowl to Holden, and Holden drives firmly through the covers. Nice looking shot, but just a single. Fielded by Orr, sweeping on the cover boundary. Gets in the throw. Good bit of fielding by Alistair Orr. Gets a nice round of applause. Holden to 41. 3 runs off the over so far. It's Coles. Round the wicket bowls and played firmly, but only as far as the diving Harrison Ward. Backing off, there is no run. It is the end of the over. And Middlesex are 84 for 1. Holden on 41. Chopra is on 9. James Cole's just conceding those 4 runs. Archie Lenham is also warming up, so maybe we're going to get a bit of leg spin from both ends. We'll see in a few moments' time. So Middlesex needing exactly 250 to win. They've got 33 overs in which to get them in, and they're going to have to score at 7.6 and over if they're going to get there. And the next over for Sussex is going to be bowled from this C end of the ground by the leg spin of Will Beer.
Yeah, it's amazing how Middlesex has slowed down here, building a partnership again between these two, building another foundation. Coles is deployed just below us at long off. Puts his cap back on and turns back to face the action. Here's Beer bowls to Holden on the back foot. He punches to mid-wicket a single. 85 for 1 it is as we begin the 18th. Not the way I expected this innings to go.
Well, they started off very quickly, didn't they?
I thought they were going to go for it and just keep going, but settled in for the well, focusing on this match perhaps in the group situation now. There's Beer bowls and Chopra again doesn't quite time it. It's going to deflect really for 2 through the onside mid-wicket or deep square on the boundary, comes around to collect. So a single more to the total. Sorry, 2 more to the total. And 87 for 1. You finished your lunch, Harmsy. Is it all done and gone? I feel a little afternoon lull after the pizza and chips that we had for lunch. There's a sweep attempted by Chopper onto the pads, but going down the leg side. No appeal from anybody.
Struggling to find his timing a bit here, Chopper, isn't he?
I know the feeling after that pizza and chips.
I'm sure he didn't have that for lunch, but he got 11 off 22 balls. Holden 42 off 49.
Feeling rather lethargic myself. Did have a coffee and a bit of chocolate though to try and boost me after it all. Hasn't quite kicked in yet. Beer bowls and that one skids on through to the gloves of the keeper. Just kept low underneath the bat of Chopper as well. Whether it was the wrong one or just a slider.
I wonder if it was the googly from Will Beer. He certainly fooled Chopra. Will Beer in his second over.
Beer's in. Bowls and Chopra swings hard down the ground to log on. It's just short of Coles. They have a single and there was no run taken. Did Chopra think he was out? I think he must have thought he was holed out and didn't run, and Holden ran down and then had to run back. It was the googly that did for Chopra the ball before, just seeing that on the replay.
That's extraordinary. Well, surely you run even if you think you're going to get calls.
Well, yeah, again.
That's not good cricket, is it?
No.
The ball bounced probably a couple of yards in front of James Coles. It wasn't a chance.
He's on 11 from 24 now, Chopra, and the pressure's building on him. As Beer comes in, he bowls, and this is nudged for a single back of the square on the leg side. Thinking about 2. Yes, run is the call, and they're back for the second.
Yeah.
And 89 for 1 it is. I'll see a replay of that one now in a moment. What quite happened between Chopra and Eskenazi there. I was following the ball and looked up just thinking they're through for a single. But
well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, just for a moment it looked as if it was.
He walked off. He walked off. He thought he'd hold out. He walked back to the pavilion. If you watch, he turned and started to walk back to the pavilion, thinking he'd hold out. Look.
Oh yeah.
And Holden charged through and then had to charge back. Well, if Holden had been run out like that, he'd have been furious, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Well, a round of applause around the ground because it's Archie time. Everybody loves watching Archie Lenham bowl. 17 now. When he started the season he was 16, Archie Lenham. Birthday in July, so he's only been 17 for a couple of weeks, and he's made quite an impact this season for Sussex in the T20 and now in the 50 over. And he's coming in now to bowl to Max Holt. He's in the bowls and Holden is forward. Lenham eagerly across to try and field the ball. Doesn't do so, and it's helped out by Harrison Ward, who fields. So dot ball for Archie Lenham to start. Just moving James Cole's a little wider at fine leg, as in comes Lenham again, bowls, and Holden is forward. There is no run. One of the advantages Archie Lenham has got this season is that no one's seen much of him, so he's very much an unknown quantity. I'm sure Max Holden hasn't played against him for any period of time. Lenham again, busy action in and bowls, and again Holden just works that to Harrison Ward at straightish mid-wicket, and again there is no run. 3 dot balls then for Archie Lenham to start this spell. 89 for 1, we're already in the 19th over. Lenham in again, bowls, and played down the ground by Holden all the way down to long off, where it's fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. 1 more to the total. Holden to 43 of 53 deliveries. Middlesex are 90 for 1. Lenham just surveys the field, just making sure he's got everybody where he wants them for the right-handed Varun Chopra, who's on 13 of 25 deliveries now. Lenham is in, bowls, Chopra drives down to long off, fielded down in the distance by, who is that out there? David Visa. 1 more to the total. Chopra to 14, 91 for 1. Lenham busily in again, bowls, and Holden drives down the track. Good piece of fielding of his own bowling by Archie Lenham, whose opening over just cost the 2 runs, and you can tell what the Hove crowd think of Archie Lenham with a hearty round of applause for the young 17-year-old who starts his spell just conceding those 2 runs. So 91 for 1 are Middlesex, needing another 243 to win. In 31 overs, they're going to need to score a 7.8 and over. Currently going on, got 4.8 and over. So with lots of wickets in the bank, it's by no means beyond Middlesex. You feel that someone's going to have to come in and play a major innings. Maybe it's Max Holden, who's 43 off 54 balls. We shall see. But Will Beer is going to carry on from the end of the ground. 2 overs for 6. He's in and bowls to Chopra. Oh! And he beats Chopra, all ends up. Lovely bit of bowling by Will Beer. Chopra was completely bamboozled by that delivery from Will Beer. Through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Beer again. In and bowls, and Chopra swings down to deep backward square, fielded there by Travis Head. 1 more to Chopra. He goes to 15, and Middlesex to 92 for 1. Chopra has faced 28 balls for his 15. Max Holden far more productive, 43 of 54. As Beer again tosses the ball from hand to hand, and is on his way to bowl to the left-handed Holden. He's in and bowls, and Holden drives this firmly through the offside, but again straight to the sweeper on the cover boundary, and again it's Travis Head who's out there on fielding duty. 1 more to Holden. He goes to 44. Middlesex to 93 for 1. Beer again just waits at the end of his run, and now he's in and bowls, and Chopra again doesn't time it at all, right up in the block hole, and all Chopra can do is to dig it out. And again, it's a dot ball. If you'd like to send us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or tweet us at KevinHandBBC or at BBC Sussex Sport, wherever you're listening or watching from on a glorious summer's afternoon, as Will Beer waits and is on his way, bowling to Chopra, and Chopra is forward, goes into the offside, fielded by Visa. It's another dot ball. Just 2 runs off the over so far, as Sussex really looking to turn the screw. Run rate is now up to 8 and over. Beer waits, he's in and bowls, and Chopra pulls that down towards deep backward square. Head is there, there's not a second run there, and the throw comes in. 1 more to Chopra, who goes to 16. He's battling away. 16 off 31 deliveries. It's the end of the 20th over of the Middlesex innings. They are 94 for 1, needing another 240 to win. needing to score at 8 and over, currently going along at 4.7 and over. Holden is on 44, Chopra is on 16.
Yeah, the run rate 4.7. This was setting a target. You look at it and say, okay, it's going fine, and you're chasing the target as well. It's building a foundation really for what's to come. It's just the rate at which Middlesex want to try and chase this down. Again, I guess I probably, as commentator, need to shut out a little bit the wider context of it. Because again, Gloucestershire, they've lost a second wicket, but just 99 to win. Dent's still there, Bracey's gone, Van Buren joins Dent on 62 now, so unless Kent were to pick up Dent very quickly, then should really be a Gloucestershire win. As this ball is full, fast, and down the leg side, attempted sweep from Chopra off Archie Lenham. It deflects away into the onside, just off pad. Durham 111 for 1, chasing 226 against Hampshire, so they're playing their part. Essex are playing their part at Old Trafford as this ball's just short of length and punched by Chopra out to deep backward point. They'll think about 2, back they come comfortably for the second, and throw was bad. That was the cry of anguish out there in the deep from Travis Head. 96 for 1.
Yeah, it was quickly to the ball, wasn't it? But the throw didn't match the pace at which he got to the ball.
There's a bit of room given by Chopra trying to get after Archie Lennon. It's driven back to him, and good stop by Lennon, rolling low to his right. Sweet, we'll come to in a moment as this ball's driven away by Chopra wide of long off for a single. 97 for 1. You have to go to gallows humour at some point, don't you? Derek in Hurstpier Point, on Mark from Madrid being away on holiday at the moment. He says, I've become oblivious to the pain of watching Middlesex this season. No wonder Mark has done a run into the Pyrenees. Here's Archie Lennon, he's in, bowls, and forward goes Holden, pushing back, no run. 97 for 1. End of the good over from Lennon, appreciated by the home crowd here. 3:33 Sussex posted, Middlesex are 97 for 1 after 21. So 29 remaining. They require 8.2 and over. It's steadily climbing, isn't it? The current run rate 4.6.
Yeah, it has. And yet when Eskenazi and Holden started off, so his first couple of overs from Joe Sarrow went for 25. Middlesex were to 50, and I think the 7th over. But since then it's been a struggle, particularly against the spinners. Ibrahim's started things, bowling as medium pacers. The spinners have taken over and are bowling very tightly. Wilbeer 3 overs for 9. Jane Cole's 4 overs 16. As in comes Beer, bowls, and Chopra works that one down towards the third man. There could be a couple of runs in this from Chopra. It's fielded down at the distance by Joe Sarrow, and Archie Lenham has bowled 2 overs, no wicket for 5. At 99 for 1, Chopra to 21 off 37 deliveries. Wilbeer wanders back to his mark, tossing the ball from hand to hand, and he's going to come into bowl to the right-handed Chopra. He's in and bowls, and Chopra looks to heave that one away towards cow corner. Doesn't time it at the ball at all, I should say, and the ball just dribbles away into the offside, and there is no run, so it remains on 99 for 1. Experienced cricketer from Chopra, and he will know that Middlesex are just getting behind the clock a bit here, looking to get on with it. Beer in and bowls, and Chopra again looking to swing that one down the ground again, doesn't time it, the ball dribbles out into the offside, and again it's another dot ball, and so it remains on 99.
He's looking to get going, isn't he, Chopra?
He is. He's just finding it hard work, isn't he? He's chewing up quite a lot of balls here. He's faced 39 balls for his 21, and he'll be very well aware of that. Beer in, Chopra swings, misses, taken by Ollie Carr through whisks off the bails. Chopra was firmly in his ground, and it is another dot ball, 3 dot balls in a row. Just the 2 runs off the overs so far. There's Beer again, waits. In and bowls, and Chopra gets an edge down towards third man. He didn't know an awful lot about that, in all honesty, but he's picked up another couple of runs but he was looking to play the ball down towards long on and got a thick outside edge, and Joe Sarah had to race back from backward point to field. So 2 unconvincing runs from Varun Chopra, who just sort of shakes his head. He's on 23 or 41, but he's still there, and it's funny how innings can change. You hit a couple of boundaries and all of a sudden you get into your stride. 100 up for Middlesex, 101 for 1. Beer in bowls. Chopra hits that one firmly down the ground, too long on, fielded just down below us by James Coles, who momentarily fumbles the ball, but it doesn't cost Sussex a run, gets in the throw. The end of Will Beer's over, just 5 runs coming off that over from the Sussex leg spinner. And Middlesex 102 for 1. Holden on 44, Chopra is on 24. Partnership between these two now worth 37. We've got a sanitised break coming up. So 28 overs left in the match. Middlesex need another 232 to win at a rate required of 8.3, and they're currently going along at 4.6 and over.
Yeah, and there is a lot of batting to come for Middlesex. They were a bowler light in this, well, today. The 5 bowlers. There was only Holden really that could have offered an option. He bowled very well against Travis Head a few years back, Max Holden at Lords, in a tour match against the Australians. Didn't get a bowl today. Travis Head going very well at the end. But yeah, they went with the extra batsman. So they do bat deep in this chase. Adrian pops to fill up his cup of tea. Just check on those scores elsewhere. Gloucester 129 for 2 now, 132 for 2. So just the 87 more for Gloucester to win, and looking like they'll be taking 3rd spot from Hampshire and Lancashire, who are struggling as this ball's cut away by Chopra. First ball of the new over from Archie Lennon, and down to deep backward point. It's a brilliant sided shot by Head, and they've taken 3. Good hard running by Holden. And Chopra moves to 27 from 43. Excellent running by Holden there, it has to be said. Superb running from him. Just a bit of flight from and then pushed away into the offside by Holden, and there's no run. 5 for 1. Then off the Cromwell Road end, bowls and cut by Holden to cover. No run once more. Into the corporate boxes away to our right. I think they're looking pretty busy today and pretty healthy over there. Good number in as this ball's given some flight. Driven down to long on for a single by Holden. 106 for 1. Holden's on to 45 from 59. 228 more runs required for victory. The DLS has climbed with only 1 wicket down. This is a bit of a surprise. So 125 for the end of the over. Only 2 balls left for it. Middlesex 106 for 1. Chopra cuts only to backward point. There's no run. Little Beer doing the fielding. So yeah, 1 down, you usually think you're pretty close to the net run rate or ahead of it, especially at this stage of an innings. There's a sweep from Chopra, hits on the pads, nothing doing from umpire Gould. It flicks away into the offside, no run it is. And another good over from Archie Lennon, and listen to the crowd here at Hove, and for me this really is what the Royal London Cup is about now, and we'd hoped it was going to be about, and hopefully will really be about for the next few years now. Played during the day with 100 in the evenings. That we're going to see the emergence of some really exciting young talent pushed through in this competition. I think it's an excellent opportunity in county cricket to see that intensity in the Blast, see that intensity in the Championship. Not that intensity would be lacking here in the Royal London Cup, because I think a strong Middlesex side are going to go out the competition today. The youthful Sussex side, whether they win or lose against them today. You see Essex and Lancashire go through looking very strong. Essex and Durham. This one's short, and Holden goes for a hook against Beer and gets it away fine. Now what did he get on it? A little bottom edge? Yes, it's away for 4. Wasn't sweetly struck or cleanly struck, whether he did just manage to paddle it around the corner on the hook shot. But 4 runs, he moves to 49 from 60, 110 for 1. Holden's had an encouraging Royal London Cup. Hopefully he can come back into good form for the Championship for Middlesex later in the season. I say later in the season, not that far away, it's only 3 weeks, but it feels like a fair old break. There's Beer again, number 18 from 4.1, he bowls, and Holden stands up and punches into the onside, and they run 110 for 1. Middlesex misses Sam Robson, of course, at the moment as well. Picked up the injury at Old Trafford a week or so back, as this ball's just short of a length and punched down to long off for a single by Holden. There's his 50 from 62 deliveries. Middlesex moves to 111 for 1. 5 fours in the 50 for Holden. 85 minutes. 62 balls for his 50. Good going. With Middlesex, a solid start here. The run rate required 8.3. Current 4.7. Interesting to ask at the end if they discussed in the interval about trying to knock this off in good times. Down the track comes Chopra, lifts it away into the onside. Only for a single perhaps to deep mid-wicket. They can turn for 2 and back they are comfortably. Chopra's on to 29 from 46. 113 for 1 in 24th. So not quite at the halfway stage, nowhere near the halfway mark of the chase. Middlesex, again, the old adage of double your tally at 30. Spear moves in and bowls to Chopra now. Down the track he comes and strokes this one away down to a wide long on for a single. He's on to 30 from 47. 114 for 1 with 1 to go, the 24th. He flips the ball from hand to hand, and Holden awaits. He's in now from the C end. Bowls, and Holden swings hard at that through mid-wicket for 4. Cry of catch from Beer, maybe for the mid-wicket, but it was fine of him. Holden moves to 54. Middlesex 118 for 1, and 216 more runs required for victory. Current run rate climbs back towards 5. It's 4.9 now, required 8.3. Just need to tighten those 2 up to begin with, Middlesex, but again overall, whether word comes out with a drink, say Gloucestershire have won their game, so don't worry about doing this in quick time, just worry about winning the game. Gloucestershire 141 for 2 now, just 78 required from 22 overs. Dents on to 72 for them, leading the way. As here is Archie Lennon, bowls to Chopra, who turns a single out to deep mid-wicket, and it's 119 for 1. So Chopra's on to 31. Durham 132 for 1, requiring 94 more to beat Hampshire, and Essex have lost a couple of quick wickets as this ball's punched down to long off the back foot by Holden for a single. 120 for 1. Cook's still there on 52. Wesley's gone for 19. Cushy run out the Hannon for 10. Walter now with Cook. 147 more for Essex to win. 104 for 3. So it's Lancashire scrambling to hold on to 3rd spot in this group. Durham top. Essex scrambling to try and catch Durham. This is swept away nicely by Chopra, and he moves to 35 from 49, 124 for 1. He's really looked to try and get after Lennon. It's an upright sweep, that one from Chopra. He's up on his toes again, driving down to long on now for a single. Moves to 36 from 50, 125 for 1. I'm sure Chopra will be desperate to go out with an innings for Middlesex here. Yeah, today Worcestershire already out, having played 8 and only got 7. Hampshire would have had a hope of overturning Durham. Got Chesterley Street and grabbing 3rd as this is driven down to long on for a single by Holden. Moves to 56, 126 for 1. Lancashire hoping to hold on against Essex to that third spot. They'd moved to 10 points, level with Essex, and nobody else could do anything about it then. Yes, they do. But Gloucestershire side on the charge at the moment. And bowls outside of the off stump, left alone by Chopra, who just gave himself a little bit of room. Quickly pushed through to the gloves of the keeper and end of the over. That is the halfway stage here at Hove, with commentary on BBC Sport for BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. 126 for 1, 208 more required from the back 25 for Middlesex, with 9 wickets standing. Not too dissimilar start to that which was made in the Sussex innings. They propelled their way through the second half of their knock, though having won the toss under cloudy skies this morning. The DLS at the end of the next over is 137, Middlesex 126 4-1. Let's go through the scores in full elsewhere, as just a break made in between overs here. So Essex 107 for 3, 144 more required. Surrey 165 for 2, needing 51 more to beat Derbyshire at Derby. Glamorgan 108 without loss, needing 123 more to beat Yorkshire at home. Northampton 72 for 3, chasing 272 against Leicestershire. As a little change of bowling at the C ends. Holden on the back foot punches Travis Head's off spin out to deep cover. Singles taken. Holden's 57 from 66, 127 for 1. As Head around the wicket once more. Bowls now, and this ball's plays to the back foot by Chopra for a single into the onside. 128 for 1 it is now. And he does rip it out of the side of his hand, doesn't he, his off spin. Comes in again now, bowls, and this ball is turned by Holden out to deep in wicket for a single. Holden is on to 58, 129 for 1. Just looking at his action again, and watched the second ball, I thought, hold on a minute, I thought it was off spin. It's quite an unusual release that he has. Comes in now, bowled, and this ball's pushed down to long on for a single by Chopra. And yeah, it's kind of front and side of his hand, isn't it, that he releases the ball. There's a white advertising board just at the release point from where I'm sat, which is what just blurs slightly that release as he lets go. This ball's punched away out to deep cover for a single by Holden, who moves to 59, 131 for 1, so it's much easier for me to actually see it on the screen from straight in line, just that release of it. What was much more upright wrist position as he bowls now to Chopra, who turns the single through square leg and run a ball through the over, 6 off it, 6 singles. Middlesex at the end of the 26 for 132 for 1, as Chopra has moved to 39, keeping the strike. Holden has 59. And don't forget, if you want to get in contact with the commentary box here at Kevin Ham BBC, or at BBC Sussex Sport, to get through to Adrian Harms. Commentary for from both of us here for BBC Sport via BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio London. And well, break for me for a few weeks after this one. Sussex back in action at Durham in the last quarter-final. But very much look forward to the championship games to come. 4 of them still to come. Feels like a little bit of a festival for us commentators, who likewise have felt starved of cricket in the middle of the summer, haven't we?
Indeed, it comes Archie Lenham over the wicket, bowls and clipped away by Chopra down to almost like a short fine leg. Picks up a single to Chopra, he goes to 40, still there. Struggle away, but for Middlesex, they have got wickets in hand here. Well, they're going to have to score 8.4 and over. As in comes Lenham again, bowls, and Holden tucks this one back for the square on the leg side. Picks up a single fielded by Harrison Ward. One more to the total. Holden goes to 60, so to 134 for 1. Yeah, Sussex start off those last 4 matches with a trip to New Road, one of my favourite grounds for playing Worcestershire. And Middlesex here, away to Leicester, home to Derby. As in comes out and bowls to Chopra, who's looked to hammer that one down the ground. Just eases the ball down to long on, fielded by Ibrahim. One more to the total, 135 for 1. Single for the first 3 balls of the over. Down in his 5th over, in bowls, and Holden works this one down to long on, where it's fielded by David Lisa, who comes running in from long on to field. One more to the total, 136 for one. And Chopra waits, and then on his way again. Bowls. Chopra picks up the 5th run of the over. So Middlesex picking up plenty of singles in. They're picking up 6 and over. All the time they're doing that, they'll feel they're still in the hunt.
This match situation, I think Middlesex are in a great position. In the context of turning a net run rate, they're not going to do it. In this innings, they're not going to be able to go quickly enough against this kind of score now to turn that net run rate.
Dedham in again, bowls, and Holden edges, and that's going to run away down to the boundary for 4 runs. I don't think Sarro's going to get to that. No, he doesn't. So an edge from Holden, picks up a boundary off the final ball of the over. Archie Lennon looks disappointed, not much he could do about that. 9 off of the over, and Middlesex to 141 for 1. Holden on 65, Chopra on 42. These two coming together when the total was 65 when Steve Eskenazi was out, so they've added what? 35 plus 41, I think that's 76 they've added so far for this wicket.
So sorry, go on.
Sorry, 23 overs remaining, another 193 needed to win. Middlesex needing to score 8.4 and over.
So this purely is a situation about winning this match for Middlesex. Gloucestershire are flying in their match. Middlesex aren't going to turn the net run rate here, and regardless, it doesn't matter now because Gloucestershire are going to head to victory comfortably against Kent as Travis head bowls. Down the track comes Chopra looking to sweep. It thumps into the pad and deflects back with a point, no run. They need 61 more to win. Gloucester with 8 wickets standing from 19 overs. Dent seeing them home. Down the track comes Chopra, gets hold of it, hasn't got all of it, in fact does well not to have all of it, or any of it really in the end, as it drops short of deep mid wicket and they've taken 2. Chopra moves to 44, Middlesex 143 for 1. Yeah, we've just got to enjoy a good game of list A cricket here now, which is pretty much what Sussex were enjoying from the off, wasn't it, with no chance of qualification today.
No, absolutely.
Down the track comes Chopra again to head and it inside edge onto the pad. Keeper comes around to collect it. So yeah, the match situation, the current run rate's up to 5.2, so the required's down to 8.5. DLS, Middlesex are virtually there now, but you always want to be 1 wicket ahead of DLS, don't you, as a batting side. Giving himself room, Chopra drives to mid-off. It was in the air for the moment. They have a single. 2 to come of the 28th, 144 for 1. And I guess, you know, for the rest of the season for Middlesex, just a bit of a confidence boost to get another win. Notched up. Someone's given some flight and driven by Holden down to long on for a single. It's 145 for 1. It's all moving to 3 wins from 7 in the group with 3 defeats and 1 no results. With that game cancelled against Gloucestershire.
That was a decisive game.
It was around the wicket bowls. Chopra comes down the tracks bowls. And Chopra's gone for 45 off 61. He was tightening up that rate. 45 off 62 it is indeed for Chopra, and well, that may well be his Middlesex career done. Well, back to Essex, I think, at the end of this. It was only a loan for the Royal London Cup, and where he heads at the end of the season we'll have to see for Varun Chopra. But 45 from 62. Middlesex 143. No, 145 for 2 now in the 28th. And for Chopra, you don't know, that's this stage of his career. If Essex, there's still time at Essex or in another county for him. But a wonderful career he's had. Got to be right in his career off to say that's it just yet. But 45 for Chopra as he walks off the field here at Hove. And
yes, he's only 34.
Yeah. Who knows? But, he came in really because of Gubbins' loan to Hampshire ahead of Gubbins' permanent move, so Chopra was giving cover, and with Robson out injured he provided that cover today. But off he goes, Varun Chopra, and well, wish him well if that is the end of his Middlesex. Well, we think it's the end of his Middlesex time for sure, but wish him well with whatever the future holds. New batsman is Pete Hanscom, whose future is pretty clear. This is his last game for Middlesex before he heads off on Australia duty, so he won't play in the 4 in September. And then he's back next year to skipper once more. Where, he and Stuart Law will be hoping for a very different season for Middlesex in 2022. Tough year this year. He'll be hopeful to go out with a good knock himself, and indeed a win for Middlesex. 145 for 2. That was the end of the 28th.
Archie Lenham is going to pick up the attack from the Cromwell Road end, driven by Holden to short extra cover, fielded there by Tom Haines, and there is no run. So another wicket for England. 157 for 2 are India. Both wickets taken by Jimmy Anderson. Update soon to our listeners on BBC Radio. Sussex as in comes Lenham bowls, hits the pad of Holden, comes to head, who gets in the throw to the far end, but I think Holden would have been home. Though Archie Lenham's looking as if to say if that had hit, that might have been close. However, it's a leg by. Total goes to 146 for 2. Lenham waits at the end of his run. Right-handed Peter Hanscom. Which state does Peter Hanscom play for, Kevin?
He plays for...
Sorry.
Victoria.
Right.
Isn't it? Hold on, let me check.
Sorry.
It's alright, off the top of my head I've forgotten.
I was just thinking about Travis Head, who's in there at first slip, would know him well, as in comes Lenham bowls and driven down the ground by...
It's Victoria.
Hanscom.
I was right.
Too long off. Picks up a single. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sean. Yes, Sussex on top here at Hove. They made 333, I should say, by far their best score of the competition so far. 123 from the skipper Tom Haines, 105 for Ben Brown, really the cornerstone of the innings, and those two adding 219 for the second wicket. Then a hard hit 45 of just 19 deliveries from Travis Head maintained the momentum. In reply, Middlesex are 148 for 2. It means they need another 186 to win off of the remaining 21 overs. They're going to score at 8.7 an over, so it could be in for a good finish here in the sunshine at Hove. It looks like Surrey are on their way to the quarter-finals of this competition. They're 173 for 2 off 30 overs in reply to the Derbyshire total of 215. And in the Test match at Lord's, thank goodness for Jimmy Anderson, not for the first time, England winning the toss, asking India to bat first. India 157 for 2 just after tea. And then over finishing with a 4 from Peter Hans. Oh, it was from Max Holder. I apologise, I had to give my update. Then 153 for 2 at the end of the over. So 21 overs remaining. Holden 71, Hanscom on 2. And it's going to be Travis Head who's going to carry on.
Yep. Here he comes. Right time around the wicket from the C end. 153 for 2. Middlesex DLS 168 now with the fall of Chopra's wicket. Hanscom is forward to head and pushing back into the offside, and there's no run. I have a feeling, in answer to your question, which I amazingly did get right, Victoria it was, that these two batted together. Let's have a look. Here's Head bowls and Hanscom drives.
Nice shot.
Out to deep extra cover. The sweeper comes around the boundary and Holden to 2. Of course, the work on the boundary rope by the home crowd. 155 for 2. No, it wasn't Travis Head actually. I'm thinking of another one. Where they shared a big partnership together as down the track comes Hanscom and works a single out to deep mid wicket. He loves using his feet to the spinner, so this should be an interesting battle. Head and Hanscom. Is Head heading off to the Australia camp after this, or is he? No, he's still here for September. Oh no, neither. Sorry, Adrian, I didn't realise. He had a bit of chocolate as well, get him going for the afternoon. The coffee and chocolate's just starting to kick in for me, I can happily reassure you, Adrian, as well, as Holden drives back to the bowler and there's no run. 156 for 2, good diving stop by Head.
Travis Head will be heading back to Australia, but nothing to do with the Australian camp. He'll be going back to South Australia. And presumably quite a long period of quarantine, I would imagine.
This ball's clipped to mid-wicket. And there is no run again, Holden on strike. Back to Australia.
Yeah.
This ball's cut hard by Holden, but deep cover's going to get there at points on the boundary and Holden to 1 again.
Yeah, he's
157 for 2. It's the end of the 30th. W score at this stage, and well, Middlesex are looking good, aren't they?
there or thereabouts.
334 the target. Middlesex 157 for 2. 177 to win. Duckworth Lewis 173. 72 Holden. Hanscom has 5. Middlesex have a fair chance of winning this one here at Hove.
Good game of cricket for a good crowd. Yeah, so Travis Head is no longer centrally contracted by Australia, so he will be going back presumably to captain South Australia in the Sheffield Shield, and he'll be playing for the Adelaide Strikers as well in the Big Bash, which starts generally just before Christmas. So my understanding is that this is the last game that Travis Head will be playing. He won't be playing in the 4 championship matches, which start on Bank Holiday Monday is when Sussex start. I'm not sure when Middlesex start, but it's going to be James Coles who's coming in over the wicket to bowl to Holden, who heaves that away on the leg side. That goes for 4 runs. Too short from James Coles, who rather looks at his skipper as if to say, "You've got your field quite right there, Skip." It was a short delivery, and it was just hammered away by Max Holden, almost a free hit. And I think a sort of a change in the field here required, because that was I'm not sure the field was quite in the right place for the left-handed Holden, who goes to 76, and Middlesex to 161 for 2. Now there are 3 men back on the leg side. There's a long on, fielder at sort of cow corner, the deep backward square. I think the dust cart must be around the back of the flats, which is the noise you can hear as in comes Coles again, and Holden works this onto the leg side. Hanscom wanted a single, but it wasn't there because Haines was quickly round at mid-wicket to field. Coles again in the bowls. Reverse swept by Holden, but straight on the bounce. Good bit of fielding there by, I think that's Will Beer under the sun hat at mid-wicket. Quick hands though from Max Holden. Trying that reverse hit. He remains on 76. Coles again.
They're probably bringing around the latest supply of that triple cappuccino cake.
Bowls again, and Holden plays the ball down the ground, picks up a single fielded by Ibrahim, who gets in the throw, but Hanscom was easily home. Was that
triple cappuccino cake?
Was that in Greg's at lunchtime?
Yeah.
Right.
Did you see it?
I didn't know.
I must have pointed out to the others. Oh, astonishing! I saw the little sheet advertising it, and then I actually saw the cake itself. My goodness me, did it live up to its billing? Triple layered cappuccino cake. Goodness me.
Comes Coles again, bowls, quick delivery, which Hanscom works off his pads through the vacant square leg area, picks up a single to Hanscom. He goes to 6. Middlesex 163 for 2, needing another 171 to win, 8.9 and over. Coles, left arm around the wicket, in and bowls, and a play and a miss by Holden. Just momentarily I wondered whether that was a drop behind, judging by Coles' reaction. I think probably not, but it wasn't taken cleanly by Ollie Carter. End of James Coles over. Middlesex 163 for 2. Emailed in from...
it was a bottom edge into the ground, and then just spilled out at the fingertips of the glove.
So Winston says, "Hello Adrian,
Winston!
Nice to hear Kevin Hand's dulcet tones
Winston,
again.
lovely to hear.
I used to be a regular listener of his, but haven't had much chance to hear him in the last few years since we've been playing in different divisions.
Splitter.
Weather up here in Govan not as wonderful as obviously is down south, but nice to be watching cricket on a wonderful high quality feed, so well done to the guys here in the office. My only slight complaint is that the side on view towards the scoreboards makes the ground look look like it's on a 1 to 3 slope.
Look at that.
It is quite a significant slope, Winston. Many thanks as always for the commentary, Winston in Govan, which I think is on the west coast near Swanley to Ayr from memory. Winston will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure.
Here's Head Right arm around bowls, and this ball's turned into the onside by Hanscom. There's no run. Winston, lovely to hear from you. Gutgowski, what's his surname? Winston Gutgowski. As here is head, bowls, and Hanscom digs that one out as it holds its line. Now, if you want to tweet us at Kevin Hand BBC, I think Winston's on Twitter, at BBC Sussex Sport. Down the track comes Hanscom to this one and pushes back down to long on for a single. 164 for 2. So he's Holden on strike. Bowl now to and head will bowl now to him. Right arm around, bit of flight, cut away hard by Holden, only to deep cover. He's timing it nicely out there, Holden, isn't he? He's on 78 from 85.
Yes, he is, and all the time he's there, you know, there's a batsman. I mean, the runs required are now it's over 9 and over, so someone's going to have to play a big innings in these last 18 overs or so for Middlesex.
Head bowls, down the track comes Hanscom, tries to go over mid-off, he actually goes wide of him. He didn't go over him at all, it's comfortably wide and scoots back in. Is that Sarrow there that's pushed it back in?
It was James Coles and Ibrahim between them. Good bit of fielding.
They've taken 3 in the meantime, have they?
Yes, that was good running actually.
Hanscom's on to 10 from 10. On 68 from 2. Here's Holden awaiting his head bowls. It's swept hard through mid-wicket and that'll get away for 4. He won't stop it this time. Wide of long on. 172 for 2. Sussex Sharks 333 posted. Having won the toss. Holden's moved to 82 with that boundary. Hanscom has 10 and will have strikes. The end of the 32nd. 18 to go. Requiring 9 and over. Frank Watson, we were doing the Worcestershire game the other week. BBC Hereford and Worcester said when it gets to the back 10, you can't be chasing more than 10 and over. It needs to be single figures. It can't be over 10 when you get to the back 10 to chase. So Middlesex 18 overs out, requiring 9 and over, so you just need to be careful not to let it creep up too much.
Could be for a good finish here though. 172 for 2 as Kevin was saying. So the next over is going to be bowled by James Coles from the Cromwell Road end of the ground here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex, myself Adrian Harms alongside Kevin Hand. Good crowd inside Hove today. James Coles 5 overs, no wicket for 22. He's going to be bowling to Peter Hanscom. So Sussex have used 7 bowlers including Travis Head so far. As in comes Coles, bowls, Hanscom using his feet. Plays the ball back to the bowler. Coles fields on the offside of the track. And there is no run. Hanscom surveys that leg side boundary, a shortish boundary. There's a long on and a deep square leg. Coles, it again bowls, and again well bowled by James Coles, and all Hanscom to do is to play a delivery of good length straight back to Coles, and there is no run. So 2 dot balls to start the over. Hanscom just composes himself. Waits again. Umpire Gould just having a word with James Coles about something. Don't know quite what. In comes Coles again. Forward comes Hanscom. Plays into the offside again. It's another dot ball. Coles, who does get through his overs at a real lick. 3 dot balls so far in around the wicket bowls. Hanscom drives nicely down the ground. It'll just be a single though because David Visa is patrolling that long off boundary and gets in a good throw to Coles. 1 more to the total. Hanscom to 11 of 14. Middlesex 173 for 2, which brings the left-handed Holden, who's on 82 off 86 deliveries on strike. A change in the field. Will Beer comes across and just has a word to James Coles. Maybe about a suggested fielding change, which actually they're just moving Orr, who's fielding on the cover boundary, just slightly finer. Cole's in again, bowls. Hanscom clips that one down the final leg. That'll be 4 runs. In hot pursuit, his archery enemy's got absolutely no chance of cutting that off. Just erring in direction there was James Coles, and Holden had been waiting for that, clipped it nicely down to fine leg, and the ball raced away down the slope here at Hove. And there's very little chance, once the ball breaches the infield, of catching a ball when it rolls down the hill towards our commentary position at the sea end. Hanscom to 86, 177 for 2. Cole's in again. Hanscom forces that one through the offside. Nice looking shot. Will only bring him a single, fielded by Orr. That is the end of the over, an over which yielded 6 runs for Middlesex, who are 178 for 2. Holden 13 short of a century. He's on 87. Hanscom is on 11. Middlesex needing 156 to win in 17 overs, and they need to score 9.2 and over if they're going to get there.
What time is Greg's shut, Adrian?
I think
Around
it's
about 5?
I would imagine it's private. I don't know, to
6?
be honest. I presume it's open all the way during the match is open. Why?
What point do you think they reduce the triple layered
I don't think they
cappuccino
do.
cake?
Really? I think because they've got a full house today, I reckon it might have already gone.
Oh.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. Nip round and see.
And how many mentions do the commentators need to get it before they get a donated slice of
I've
triple layered cappuccino?
I've never asked them, to be honest.
We're surely on it, Greg's downstairs, aren't we? It's got to be on the big screen down there. They'll turn the volume up now because their lunch rush hour's gone. It's his head. Right arm around the wicket, bowls, and this ball's driven just straight to the mid-wicket. No run. Holden remains on 87, 178 for 2. What happened to the cakes they used to bring up to us? Do you remember that lovely lady used to bring up a platter on it? It was like a stone slab, wasn't it, of cakes?
I think the catering might have changed.
Head bowls, and this is driven down to long off again, 179 for 2. Well, there you go, Greg. So.
And the reason I don't know is because for so long, of course, over the last couple of seasons,
no one's been allowed near us.
We've had to bring our own food.
We've been bubbled off, Adrian.
Yeah, so pretty much all county matches.
Yeah. What catering was she from then? So his head around the wicket, bowls, and down the track comes Hanscom pushing to mid-wicket. No run again. Can't just shrug. He didn't just get delivered all this cake and not have any idea who she was. Adrian, that's a disgrace. You surprised me. Here's head for the sea end, bowls, and Hanscom sweeps hard out to deep mid-wicket for a single, moves to 12 from 16, 180 for 2. I mean, that had the feeling as though it came from one of the corporate, especially because it was on that kind of stone slate, wasn't it?
I would imagine it probably was. Perhaps
it was donated up by
perhaps if the
chefs in corporate.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Head bowls, and it's cut hard out to deep cover, who's running around, and will hold them to 2 with a tumble there. And
that's Harrison Ward, who is a 12th man who opened the batting in the first couple of matches. Didn't make the runs that he wanted, but certainly up at Sedbergh School, he was absolutely terrific in the outfield. He
had a lot of ground to cover out there, and it was a fine solo effort from Harrison Ward.
Very good. I think he gets that a lot.
Head bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track by Holden, 182 for the 2. End of the 34th over the innings, 16 remain. Have you had that exact one before? I'm proud of that one. Have you had that exact one before?
I think we have.
Oh no, who beat me to that?
Yeah, I think we have.
Who beat me to that? I'm going to go Scott Reed at Sedbergh. Did he do it? Or Kevin Howells maybe?
It might have been. I think that we were all at Sedbergh together.
Oh, damn it.
But James Coles is going to bowl the next over from this at the end of the So 182 for 2, Holden on 90, Hanscom on 12, Middlesex needing 152 to win in 16 overs. They need to score at 9.5 and over. These batsmen having a little natter in the middle of the pitch. In terms of the bowling available for Sussex, Lisa has bowled 5 overs for 23. Joe Sarrow just the 2 overs and hasn't come back into the attack since. Daniel Liebrim 5 overs, 1 for 17. You'd imagine he'll bowl again. James Coles 6 overs, 0 for 28. And it is going to be Coles again from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Hanscom, who sweeps firmly, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot by Peter Hanscom, sweeping them all back to the square on the leg side. James Coles just erring down that leg side, swept away. And it's 4 to Hanscom. He goes to 16, 186 for 2. Run rate required 9.4 and over at the moment. Goes Coles in again, and he's hit to the pad. That looks close, and he's given out, and Hanscom is on his way. And a really important wicket as far as Sussex are concerned. Hanscom playing slightly across the line. He was looking to repeat the shot that he'd replayed off the previous ball. And from where we are, we're overlooking third man. Yeah, you can never tell, but it looked a pretty good shout from here. And Hanscom is on his way for 16 of 18 deliveries with 1-4. And James Coles gets the breakthrough for Sussex.
Oh, did he just get outside the line of off? Let's have another look. My first instinct was, yeah, I think he's a little unlucky there. I think if he'd have reviewed it, but again, it may have been umpire's call. 186 for 3. Hanscom done for this game, done for this season, perhaps for Middlesex, unless there's a stunning collapse by Gloucestershire. Let's have a quick look and see. I like being definitive about things. We can just definitively say that Gloucestershire have done it, and they very nearly have. 202 for 2, 17 required. So Hanscom will head off the field and then head off to link up with Australia, leaving Middlesex, I'm sure, with a rallying talk before he goes today. And he'll hope that he can leave them with a win, but it's going to rely heavily on Holden, who's on 90. White comes to join him with a required rate moving up to 9.5.
So where are Australia playing then at this time of year? I mean, they've been playing in Bangladesh, where they've been beaten heavily in the T20 series, 4-1.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's a training camp or whether it's an actual series that's coming up. But
well, it's the T20 World Cup coming up at the end of September. Is he a T20 player, Peter Hanscom?
He didn't play T20 for Middlesex, but right. It'd be a strange one, wouldn't it, if he set out the T20 for Middlesex and recalled by Australia.
So, James Coles picks up an important wicket, and the new batsman is the wicket-keeper, Robbie White, who comes to the middle, right-handed batsman. And he's taking guard, and in comes James Coles, and White plays that to backward point footed by Head. And there is no run. 186 for 3. Another 148 needed to win. 15 overs remaining after this. Middlesex needing to score at 9.6 an over. Coles in bowls, and White back and chops this one, fielded by Travis Head, who palms the ball away goalkeeper style. And the fielding is completed by Ward. And White is on his way. He's on 1. Middlesex 187 for 3. Coles coming around the wicket to the left-handed Holden. He's in and bowls, and Holden forward, plays to mid-off. He was after a single, but it was never really there, and Ibrahim quickly in prevented any thought of that single going ahead. Holden remains on 90. Coles round the wicket bowl, short. Holden pulls that towards the mid-wicket boundary. That's a good shot by Max Holden. It was a good shot because there are two men patrolling that leg side boundary. There's a fielder at mid-wicket and a fielder at deep backward square, and it completely bisected the pair. And off the final ball of the over, Max Holden hits the boundary. He goes to 94 off 94 deliveries. Middlesex are 191 for 3. Needing another 143 to win in 15 overs. They need to score at 9.5 and over. You would say Sussex with their noses in front, but not by very much. And this was the situation in the game at Sedbergh, where Lancashire kept the scoreboard ticking along. They got to the last 10 overs, needing around about 10 and over. And through a wonderful innings from Danny Land, managed to knock off the run. So Sussex will be hoping that doesn't happen again here, but it's a big crowd, and we could be in for a very good finish.
Here goes Head around the wicket he bowls, and White on the back foot works a single to deep square. Nicely played. Needing just another 9 and over. They look set, says Dean Osborne. However, that a few moments ago. Peter Mead now says the run rate here is a problem, not yet insurmountable. Remains a fascinating game, and wow, that's a fascinating piece of play from Head, who's taken a brilliant caught and bowled to dismiss Holden on 94 from 95 deliveries, and Holden has to drag himself off, having pushed one back to the non-striker's end where Robbie White was fielding, and Head tumbles to one side to take the catch, and perhaps take a catch that will win the game for Sussex. Holden goes for 94 from 95 balls, caught and bowled Head, 123 minutes, 12 fours, and that was sensational stuff from the Australian to collect one low to his left, just behind Robbie White, who kindly, in a way, got out of the way of that one for Head to be able to get there. 192 for 4 Middlesex.
Well, it was a terrific bit of fielding, wasn't it? And good innings from Max Holden.
Replacing Max Holden, wearing number 23, Jack Davis.
He makes his way off, and Hillville Century was there for the taking, and 2 big wickets for Sussex, picking up Hanscom and Holden in consecutive overs, which has certainly tilted the balance back Sussex ways. I think Sussex would have probably felt that either way, with a run rate required of 9.6 and over, that they had their noses in front, but certainly those 2 wickets going down in quick succession means that Sussex are very much in the box seat.
If you want to tweet us, at Kevin Ham BBC, at Adrian Harms. Let's have a look how Lancashire are doing. Looks as though they're fighting back against Essex at Old Trafford. They are 250 for 6 now. Cook, oh, what am I saying, 256? That's what they said. Essex are 149 for 4. Cook's on 75. Tender Charter with him now on 12.
Well, Alistair Cook looked in terrific form when we saw him at Chelmsford earlier on this week.
What a bad player to have in the Royal London Cup.
No, absolutely.
Here comes Head bowling to Jack Davis, who works a single just fine. A mid-wicket throw comes in and beats the keeper. There's a chance of an overthrow. They won't take it. It's gone to what was the short fine leg. So a drop ball it is.
Yes, Archie Lenham down there.
It's Anderson to Coley in the test at the moment. Apparently it's a fine battle between the two of them. Just looking at reports on Twitter as this is punched away out to deep mid-wicket for a single by White. He moves to 3. Davis has 1. Davis is a fine little cricketer. It'd be nice to see an innings from him here, but the problem is these two don't really have time to rebuild in any way, do they? With 15 overs to go and a required rate of nearly 10 and over. Back foot. Davis strokes to mid-wicket and no run. 194 for 4.
Yeah, but a nice little spell this from Travis Head, picking up a couple of wickets.
Once again, forward goes Davis, and it's the end of the over, an end of a fine over from White. Removing Holden, caught and bowled for 94 with a brilliant catch. Low to his left. Just stopped a little bit on Holden and he ended up pushing it back a little loopily on the drive into the onside. He'll be mightily disappointed to be out, but a very good innings from him nonetheless.
So 194 for 4. Davis and 1, White on 3, as Kevin was saying. 140 needed for Middlesex to win. They've got 14 overs in which to get them. Required run rate is now exactly 10 and over. The current run rate 5.4. So Sussex in the box seat. But 10 and over with 6 wickets in the bank, you never know who could come in and play an innings to win this game for Middlesex. Or can Sussex close the game out? Let's see. James Coles is coming in from the Cromwell Road end in his red shirt around the wicket, bowls and driven edgily to short third man, fielded by Lenham, who gets in the throw to Ollie Carter behind the stumps, and there is no run. White on 3, the Middlesex wicket keeper. The bell chimes in the background, 5 o'clock, and Coles in again. White works out into the offside, picks up a single fielded by Tom Haines, who runs round from extra cover to field. And White goes to 4, Middlesex 195 for 4. That brings the left-handed Jack Davis onto strike. Middlesex still with some big guns to come, still with James Harris, who's very capable of scoring runs
Martin
very
Anderson,
quickly.
yeah, and Josh DeCares. Yeah, there's plenty of batting. That was what I said, they probably went into batsman heavy where they were a bowler light today.
Coles in again, bowls, clipped away by Davis nicely through mid-wicket. Tom Haines fails to stop the ball despite a dive to his left-hand side.
Toby Greatwood bowled very well the other day at Radlett, so a disappointment not to see him again today.
Davis picks up a single, he goes to 2, 196 for 4. Thanks very much everybody for listening today on the live stream, as in comes Coles and bowls, played firmly away through the offside, back to the square on the offside. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but that's a very good bit of fielding by Ward, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. He's very quick across the ground, is Ward, Gets in a throw quickly as well to Carter behind the stumps. One more to White. He goes to 5. 197 for 4. As in comes Coles again, and played down the ground by Davis, fielded by Haines at a straightish mid-wicket, and prevents a single. 3 singles off the over so far. Coles, final ball of the over, bowls and driven down the ground by Davis. They'll pick up 1, but that's all they'll take because Visa emerges from on the boundary, gets in the throw. A nice tidy over by 17-year-old James Coles. Just 4 runs coming off of it. Middlesex 198 for 4. Davis on 3, White on 5. Thank you very much, Richard, for your email. Thank you very much for listening. Whether you're listening online or whether you're watching the club stream or listening around the ground. But thank you, Richard Callahan, for your email, much appreciated, and indeed everybody who's contributed today. So, Middlesex 198 for 4, Davis 3, White on 5. Middlesex needing another 136 to win in 13 overs at 10.5 and over. It's a tall order. There's a short boundary on one side, the outfield is quick. We could be in for a thrilling finish.
And head bowls now to, I wanted to say Holden, it's Davis. He's out there punching off the back foot. So 199 for 4. I mean, if you were to put it in terms of a T20, as head bowls and a little reverse paddle there from Robbie White, a nudger and a nerdler as I call him. He tried to nerdle a reverse paddle off the spinner, which is pretty bold. He picks up a single, 200 up for Middlesex, 200 for 4. If you would say it's a T20 now, as head bowls, and this is driven back by Davis to the non-strikers, and there's no run, and Middlesex required 134 from the final 12.5 overs with 4 wickets down. How would you go, Adrian? How many chances out of 100 do you think they'd do that? 5, 10 times out of 100 at best?
Yes, I would agree.
Bit of flight on this from Davis, driven down to long on for a single, 201 for 4. I'm sure there'll be a few mathematicians out there whose head will hit their table right now and say they wouldn't even do it that many times, come on. But
and actually after every ball now, the run rate is sneaking up. It's now up to 10.8 and over.
Yeah, DLS is still manageable, as this is worked briskly by White over the top of it, turns it out to deep mid-wicket. DLS is 232 for the end of the over, and Middlesex are 202 for 4. So only 30 runs in it, and you hang in there for long enough, then that DLS closes down a little bit as Davis now drives a single in front of point. A one-handed grab by Visa on the way around. 203 for 4 it is.
Yeah, and just 5 runs coming off that Travis head over, 5 singles, and I think Tom Haines will be just very happy the way that things are going here, because Middlesex do need boundaries. 203 for 4, Middlesex needing another 131 to win. In 12 overs they need to score at the best part of 11 runs and over, so someone's going to need to play a major innings for Middlesex. James Coles is going to bowl the next over for Sussex from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. His 8 overs so far have cost 41. He's picked up the wicket as well of Peter Hanscom, who was LBW for 16. And Sussex are charging through their overs here. They've got until 6:30 to bowl these overs. They've only got another 12 to bowl. It's only 5 o'clock as in comes Coles. Reverse swept. That's a nice looking shot. Is it going to be fielded by Orr? No, it's not. Nice looking shot by Davis. Reverse sweeping and picking up a boundary through square leg. Orr was racing around the boundary to field and put in a dive, but he didn't get there. The ball crosses the rope for 4 runs. Davis goes to 10, Middlesex to 207 for 4. Coles in again, bowls, and this time an authentic sweep down the ground. And he's going to pick up 4 more runs, just erring down the leg side. There was Jack Coles, so 2 4s off the opening 2 balls of the over, which
Archie Lenham looks 13. How old is he?
Archie Lenham is just turned 17. He was 16.
Goodness me.
He was 17 on the 23rd of July. There's Coles again, bowls, and Davis works this onto the onside, fielded by Haines, who's in very close there at a straightish mid-wicket, and there is no run. 8 off the over so far. Middlesex needing to score at the best part of 11. Coles in, bowls, and another reverse sweep, and that's going to be another boundary. So 3 fours off the opening 4 balls of the over, and that was a good shot by Davis, reverse sweeping the ball through what would have been point for the left-hander, but square leg if you were looking at a reverse sweep. Either way, well placed, and Davis very quickly onto 18.
I like Jack Davis, I really do. I've got a lot of time. I love watching him bat. I think this guy could have a really good future ahead of him.
Coles, so 12 off the over. In bowls, and Davis clips that to mid-wicket, fielded by Harrison Ward, who's quickly in and fields. One more to Davis. He's go tonight. Presumably a young cricketer who's had an opportunity through this competition.
Yeah, he got a little look last year in the Blasts. He made his championship debut against Hampshire earlier this season. A couple of nice drives down the ground, an opening batsman for England under 19.
Coles round the wicket, bowls, and tucked away by White to deep mid-wicket, fielded by Alistair Orr. So 14 runs coming off of that over from James Coles, which will just get Tom Haines thinking about how he's going to negotiate these final 11 overs of this Middlesex reply. Middlesex 217 for 4. Davis very quickly onto 19 off 15 deliveries. White on 8 off 10 deliveries. Middlesex needing another 117 to win in 11 overs. They need to score at 10.6 an over. And it's going to be the return of Will Beer, who's so far bowled 5 overs for 26, who's going to bowl from the C end of the ground. Just to reiterate, David Wiese with 5 overs to bowl, Daniel Ibrahim with 5 overs to bowl, Will Beer with 5 overs to bowl, and Archie Lenham with 4 overs to bowl. Travis had been taken out of the attack, 7 overs, 2 for 35.
Yeah, I was really disappointed with Davis's drop the other day. So nice to see him back in today and getting some runs. Here's White on 8, awaiting. Davis keeps as well. Joe Cracknell's away with London Spirit in the 100. He was another one that I really hoped to see a lot of in the One Day Cup. He got a late call up to the 100, as did Blake Cullen. Both of them were really big blows because you really fancied that they played big parts. Well, Cullen's played a big part in the 100, hasn't he? He's bowled very well. Here's Beer, bowls, and this is edged along the floor to short third, and a single's taken. White moves to 9. I say edged, again I called him a nudge and a nerdler. You know, it's the way he plays. He just finds those runs either side of the wicket, slowly accumulates, or gradually, consistently accumulates, as well I should say it for Robbie White. Again, a cricketer I enjoy watching a lot, but this lad Davis, tenacious character out there with the bat. Down the track he comes to Beer, pushes back past the bowler for a single, down to long off. Davis rolls to his right to try and stop it in a bit of a heap, and then just ends up flat on his back with his arms stretched out, say beaten by that one. A big effort to not stop a single down to long off. We've all been there, at whatever level in the field. Huge tumble and a dive and a roll and nothing for it. Pick yourself up with a bit of damage pride. Here he comes again. Travis heads down below us with a moustache on at the moment for head, as this ball's punched by White out to deep cover for a single. White moves to 10 from 12, 220 for 4. Target to win, or runs required, down to 114 from 10.3 overs. Was that Frank Watson bomb from Worcester a few weeks ago? Don't let it get over 10 and over for the back 10. Well, it's up to 11 and over now, as here's Beer bowls, and Davis sweeps hard at this one, only to the short fine leg. They have a single. 4 singles off the 4 balls of the over so far, 221 for 4.
Yeah, just what probably just what Sussex needed after that previous over went for 14. Just steadiness of Will Beer, and Middlesex will know now they could do with a boundary off one of these last 2 balls of the over.
Beer from the C end steps in, bowls, and this one's short of a length, cut to backward point by White. The run, White's on 10 from 13. Good
bit of fielding that by Wiese. He's a big man and he got down quickly at backward point to prevent a boundary. If it had gone past him, that was 4 runs.
Well, I was just going to say, White really would have fancied getting that one away. Gave himself a little bit of room, cut it off the top of off stump. Here's Beer to him again. Bowls, and this ball's pushed for a single out to deep cover, just 5 off the over. 222 for 4 Middlesex, chasing the 333 but Sussex managed. So 112 to win.
There's been a lot of encouragement from this big crowd here today for these young Sussex players. You know, I was looking at the scoreboard then, because there was a generous round of applause. I thought, have we reached a particular landmark? I think it was just for a good over from Wilbeer, on the back of the over from Coles, and Coles is now out of the attack. 9 overs, 1 for 55, and again it's going to be Archie Lenham who's going to come into the attack. So this is pretty brave from Tom Haines, because he's got 5 overs from Visa and 5 overs from Ibrahim up his sleeve, as well as another 4 overs from Wilbeer. But Tom Haines, no hesitation in turning to young Archie Lenham, who's only 17. 6 overs, 0 for 33. So, 10 overs to go. 2-2-2 for 4. Middlesex needing 112 in 10 overs. It's a pretty tall order. But that's the great thing about the wonderful game of cricket. You never know what's going to happen. So, there are 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg. The other 5 fielders scattered around the outfielders. In comes Lenham and bowls, and White is down the wicket. Is he going to be caught? Very nearly. Played it uppishly through extra cover. I thought for a moment that Haines was going to get there, but he didn't. And the ball went to Ward, who fielded on the cover boundary. Gets in the throw. 1 more to White. He goes to 12. And Middlesex to 223 for 4. It was in the air a long time, but it was to the left of Tom Haines, who's fielding at short extra cover. And it brings Davis on to strike. 21 of 17 deliveries. He waits for Archie Lenham. Now still 3 men saving 1 on the offside for the left-handed Davis, as Lenham is in and bowls, and a good delivery by Archie Lenham. I think he just pushed that one through a little quicker, and Davis looking to drive the ball down the ground. Didn't time it at all, and the ball rather dribbled back to Lenham. And it's a precious dot ball for Sussex. Lenham tosses the ball from hand to hand. He's in again, bowls, that's down the leg side, and that would have been a wide had Davis let it go, but in the end the ball hit his pad, and therefore it isn't a wide. So, single ... Run rate required up to 11.7 and over. Lenham again, bowls, and driven down the ground by Davis to long off, fielded way in the distance down by the nets by Daniel Ibrahim. Davis picks up a single. He goes to 22 off 20 deliveries. Middlesex 224 for 4. Good over from Archie Lenham so far, just conceding the 2 singles. Now he's got a bowl to that slightly shorter side to the right-handed wide, who cuts away, but only as far as backward point. The throw comes in, and had that hit, I'm sure he'll be out. As it is, Middlesex are going to take an overthrow. It was a throw from James Coles at backward point. I think it was worth a shot, because had he hit the stumps, I think White might have been struggling, but as it was, came back for the second run for the overthrow. So 2 off that delivery, 226 for 4, White to 14. Lenham again, cut away firmly by White, but only as far as the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Ward. 1 more to the total. Good over though from Archie Lenham, in which he just conceded the 5 runs and gets another generous round of applause. Middlesex 227 for 4, Davis on 22, White on 15. Middlesex needing 107 to win in 9 overs, and the required run rate now up to 12 and over.
Good evening to Neil Smith, who's a biomedical scientist working for the National Blood Service. He's also the Middlesex second 11 scorer. Says not interested in the test or the 100 today, just tuned into Middlesex when I left work. Just my luck that 2 wickets fell just as I joined. Still some class batting to come. Hopefully a close finish. Lovely venue, Hove. It is indeed. He was formerly for 10 years as well. He was the Worcestershire scorer. Neil Smith.
He's carrying on with his spin options here. Is Tom Haines, and why not? Because his spinners have bowled very well today.
Yeah.
Beer in his 7th over, 6 overs, 0 for 31 for Wilbeer.
He's in now from the C end with White awaiting. And down the track comes White, and he's bowled. Dances right past it. Tries to just squirt the bat down at the ball, jag it down at the ball, jab it down at the ball, get something on it. Nab it, grab it, stab it. Sounds like catch the pigeon, doesn't it? Well, that was what he was trying to do, just catch that ball rasping along underneath him. But through it went to the off stump, and White departs for 15, bowled by Beer. Middlesex at 227 for 5 in the 40 seconds.
And Sussex certainly on top, with Middlesex needing to score at 12 and over to win this game. The only caveat I would put on that is there are a couple of good batsmen down the order. I think the first of them is coming in now, I think that's Martin Anderson, who's wandering out to the middle. Who can certainly hit a long ball, and also, yes, Martin Anderson, and then James Harris. So those two, both very fine players. I mean, 12 and over is a huge ask as far as Middlesex are concerned, but they all feel there's still a bit of hope with this relatively short boundary on one side of the ground. But someone's got to play a big innings, no question about that. And well bowled Will Beer, who's picked up his first wicket of the innings, and I think I said when Will Beer came on to bowl that he's such a steady, reliable bowler, Will Beer, in limited overs cricket. Perhaps hasn't had the opportunities over the last couple of years. He spoke about that earlier on this season, particularly in T20 when there's Rashid Khan and Danny Briggs ahead of him in the queue, but Danny Briggs has moved on to Warwickshire, and Will Beer has had a bit more of a chance in T20 this year, and as I say, he rarely disappoints.
Beer bowls to Anderson, who eases this ball to backward point, and underthrow wasn't the best at the stumps from the big man David Visa, yeah. And they have an overthrow, which is the groan from the crowd, but well, you do well to groan at Visa. He's been a fine servant to this club, hasn't he?
Yes.
A very popular figure.
Yeah, absolutely.
228 for 5. So Anderson off the mark first ball. Davis on strike on 22 from 20. Middlesex 106 required more to win from 8.4 overs, as here comes Beer to ball to Davis. He's going to be right arm over the wicket, and he bowls now. This ball's cut hard in the air by Davis. Deep covers coming around. They'll think about 2 on this. They'll have to settle on 1 though.
Yeah, there won't be toward.
23 for Davis.
That's a really good bit of fielding, isn't it? Round quickly. It gets the throw in very quickly, and an accurate throw as well, right over the top of the stumps on the bounce. Fine fielder is Ward. Beer.
He's coming into bowl again, and down the track comes Martin Anderson, and a single's dropped through mid wicket to double his tally. Moves to 230 for 5. Anderson just stretching out the legs. Didn't have his best day with the ball, Anderson. He had a good season with the ball. Tough season with the bat. Can it go the other way here at Hove today? As Beer bowls, a lot of flight. That's picked up beautifully by Davis, and that soars. One of the biggest sixes today.
Well,
Great catch. Great catch.
Great catch.
7 rows back.
Yeah.
He sat down, folded his arm, crossed his legs, says have some of that.
Yes, you know,
the old Peter Kay have it. He's just basically said have it, isn't it?
Well, it was a super catch, wasn't it? He just threw the ball back on the outfield and just sat down, took the applause of the crowd, and was carrying on watching the game.
Yeah.
Lovely shot though by Davis. 29 off 22. That's a big hit.
It is a big hit. There were a couple hit down there by Travis Head, weren't there, today?
Yeah.
That one's gone a fair old way.
It's gone a long way. Yeah, you're right. Probably 7, 8, maybe 10 rows back in the Shark stand, hammered away over long on. Lovely shot.
Beer to Davis. He comes down the track and drives hard 2 heads at long off for a single. Davis is on to 30 from 23, 237 for 5. And that's the end of the 42nd. He'll keep the strike. So there are 8 overs remaining. 48 balls for Middlesex to score 97 runs.
Yeah,
I don't know where my money is, but we could still have a little bit of fun before the day's out.
But I mean, I think you'd have to say with 5 wickets down, Sussex still very much in the driving seat here, and Tom Haines has still got overs up his sleeve from David Visa and Daniel Ibrahim. He's going to turn to Archie Lenham again to bowl the next over. But Middlesex not completely out of this. It's going to be Lenham who's going to bowl his 8th over. Figures of 0 for 38, comes in and bowls to Davis. That's a full toss. Hammered down the ground. It bounces a couple of yards short of Daniel Ibrahim, who comes running in from long off to field and gets in the throw. So just the 1 to Davis, who goes to 31 of 24 balls. And it brings the right-handed Martin Anderson on to strike. In comes Ibrahim. Cut away by Anderson, only as far as backward point. Throw comes in from Coles, but Davis, who was running to the danger end, is easily home. 239 for 5. Lenham. So singles off first 2 balls of the over as Lenham is in, but pulled away by Davis. That could well go for 4 runs, but it's not going to, because David Fieser is very quickly around the boundary and fields and prevents it going for the boundary. It was swept between the fielder long on and mid-wicket, but Fieser was quickly around, prevented the boundary. 2 more to Davis, who goes to 33, 4 off the over so far. Lenham in again, bowls, driven firmly by Davis down to long off, again to Ibrahim. It's just for single for Middlesex, who need some boundaries. 5 off the over so far, 242 for 5. Required run rate up to 12.6 and over. Has the line gone down? Yes, it has, which is rather
I'll keep going
irritating.
for the listeners in the ground. Adrian, you can tend to the line as this ball is punched away to cover by Anderson, and of course the listeners on the stream won't have lost us either. It'll just be those on the BBC Sport website, so bear with us a moment while we reconnect for BBC Sport. 243 for 5, and we're back with listeners on BBC Sport, so apologies if brief interruption took us away for a moment.
Lenham over the wicket, bowls, and swept away by Davis again. He's going to get a couple of runs fielded. Oh, well, actually, only just the 1 run, and that's because of an extremely good bit of fielding out there by Harrison Ward, who was very quickly around the mid-wicket boundary. There should have been 2, but he was quickly to the ball, got the throw away, so just a single. So, end of the over. Middlesex 244 for 5, Davis on 35, Anderson on 4. Middlesex needing another 90 to win in 7 overs. They need to score at 13 and over, so the odds are heavily stacked in favour of the home side here. It's still going to be the spinners who are going to carry on. Will Beer is going to bowl his 8th over, 7 overs, 1 for 41. And the way this game is going, we're going to be done by about 6 o'clock, and Sussex have until 18:25 to bowl these overs, which gives an indication of how quickly they've bowled their overs. It's good to see sides skipping through their overs, Kevin.
Beers in from the C end, he bowls, and this is swept hard out to deep mid-wicket for a single by Davis. 245 for 5. Davis 36 from 28. Anderson 4 from 4. Silly of Anderson's 38 from 11 the other day at Worcestershire, which pushed Middlesex up over that 300 inside 40. Beer comes in and bowls to Anderson now, and he tries powerfully into the onside, or he mistimes it indeed. He swings powerfully at it, but mistimes. All on the floor, it trickles out to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, Middlesex need boundaries here, don't they? When you're chasing, in excess of 13 and over, 1s and 2s probably not going to be enough. It needs you've got to relieve the pressure with at least 1 boundary and over, just to try and keep somewhere in the hunt.
What do they got after this over? They've got 40 balls left at the moment to chase 88. Not impossible. Beer bowls, down the track comes Davis, drives wide of long off, and they're calling for 2, and they'll come back for 2, but they're taking on the arm of Head, and it's a good 2.
Yeah.
Well run. Good cricket all round. Head was good with the throw as well, got it in early, but well judged. 2 for Davis. He's on to 38 from 29, and yet again it's the youngsters for Middlesex who just continue to impress. A tough season. As Beer bowls, this is swung wide of long on, but coming around, it's a good piece of fielding, and we'll hold them to 2 again, as that's a lovely bit of work out there on the boundary by Orr. Oh, I saw a great tweet earlier. Orr's initials are AGH. R. Orr. Somebody tweeted, I think it was H on Twitter.
Right.
Sussex have a player whose name is the sound I make when I stub my toe. R. Orr. Here's a reverse sweep from Davis through to the gloves of the keeper. It goes, there's no run.
I wondered almost if that might have been signalled a wide. I think Will Beer saw the batsman's intentions there.
Darted it across.
Yeah. One ball left in the over, just 6 runs off the over so far. Middlesex could really do with a boundary here.
Beer to Davis. Balls and down the track comes Davis, and he's gone! Dropped at backward point. Well, I tell you what, that is up there with Mike Gassing all those years ago in India. That is the softest of puts downs you will ever see. Now, the only defensive is that he was looking right into the sun.
He was.
And it is... Ooh, I want to say that it's Saro, but I'm not sure.
No, it's James Coles.
No, he's smaller than that. It's Coles, yeah. Just as one of his teammates. He's got such broad shoulders, Coles, that it makes him look taller.
Yeah, for a 17-year-old,
yeah.
He's very stockily built.
And it was exactly the same as Gassing, who was looking into the sun at short leg, wasn't he, when he put that one down, or silly point? Which side of the wicket was he? But either way, at backward point, Davis gets alive with a ball that dollies off the softest and tamest of outside edges in the air to backward point. And again, it was one of those, so he almost had too much time, but it must have been the sun. It must have been the sun that some way, because he stepped back slightly to it, and there was a misjudgment for sure. 251 for 5.
Archie Lennon from the Cromwell Road end bowls to Davies, who paddles that around the corner down here to fine leg. Travis Henry hot pursuit. He won't stop that though, and the ball races away for 4 runs. And a nice little cameo innings here from Jack Davis. 45 off 33 deliveries. 255 for 5. Middlesex needing another 79 to win.
If I were Middlesex, I'd be investing a lot of time and opportunity into Jack Davis. I really like the look of this young batsman.
Well, he's batted beautifully here today. In comes Lenham again, and down the wicket driving, and there's going to be more runs, and it could be 4 runs. It's driven gun barrel straight, and it is 4 runs.
Beautifully timed.
Down the ground, so 8 off the opening 2 balls of the over, and Davis goes to 49 off 34 deliveries. We saw a couple of cameos in the Sussex innings, notably from Travis Head, who made 45 off just 19 balls, and David Visa 33 off 11 at the end of the innings. And Davis hasn't given this up as far as Middlesex are concerned. It's still a long shot for the visitors, but 8 off the first 2 balls of the over. Lenham again, bowls and pulled away, and it's just going to be a single on this occasion to James Coles, who feels is at deep backward square, getting some ironic applause to James Coles, but the main applause is for Jack Davis. 50 in 35 balls in 32 minutes, 5 fours and a 6, and that's a wonderful piece of batting by Jack Davis, and a wonderful innings. I'm not saying it's going to carry Middlesex over the line, but it's keeping them in the hunters. In comes Lenham bowls, and Anderson hits high and wide, and that's gone a long way, and that is 6 runs over towards the pavilion on the far side. And this is a big over for Middlesex. They've taken 7, 11, 15 off the opening 4 balls of the over, so they're up to the rate in this over. Anderson to 11 off 6 deliveries.
You've got to pick an over at some point, and you've got to go, and they've picked Lenham, haven't they? 4, 4, 1, 6.
So 15 off the first 4 balls. How will Archie Lenham respond? He comes in and bowls, and Anderson carves that away on the offside, only as far as Ward, sweeping on the cover boundary. Just a single on this occasion to Anderson. He goes to 12 off 7 deliveries, 267 for 5.
Pick a bowler, pick an over, pick a moment. This is clearly it for Middlesex. They're running out of time, obviously, but they needed a big over here just to try and bring it down a little bit.
So 3 men patrolling the leg side boundary, a long on, a cowl corner and a deep backward square. Last ball of the over, 16 off the over so far as Lenham is in and bowls, and Davis clips that to the fielder at cowl corner, who is Harrison Ward, and retains the strike. So 17 off the over for Middlesex. Davis 51 off 36 deliveries, Middlesex 268 for 5, so 5 overs remaining. Middlesex needing 66 to win. I think the tall figure of David Visa is going to be summoned to bowl for Sussex. He's only bowled 5 overs so far, 5 overs for 23. And Middlesex needing to score 13.2 runs and over. They need another 66 from 5 overs. So it's a tall order for Middlesex, but certainly this little cameo innings from Jack Davis has kept the visitors in with just a shout. It's a long shot, but they'll certainly feel that they've got a chance, be it an outside chance, but it is going to be David Visa. The reason for the delay is that he's had to wander all the way up from fine leg at the Cromwell Road end of the ground bowled the next over from the C end of the ground, and he's joining a little huddle there of Tom Haines, the captain, and Travis Head, the experienced Travis Head, captain of South Australia. Archie Lenham, 9 overs, no wicket for 62. His figures made to look a little worse than they are, to be honest, by that over. He was taken for 17 by Middlesex. So 5 overs to go. You'd imagine that Visa will bowl 3 of them. Well, we're going for our update on the radio. Yes, we are. A lovely afternoon here at Hove, and we could be in for a good finish as well, because Middlesex, although Sussex have just picked up an important wicket, and it's the important wicket of Jack Davis, who's out for 51, caught behind by Ollie Carter off just 37 deliveries. A terrific innings by Jack Davis, who just threatened to give Middlesex an outside chance. They're now 268 for 6. They need another 66 to win in 5 overs, and that could be a crucial wicket for Sussex. Middlesex needing to score on over 13 and over if they're going to win this game. Much earlier in the day, a wonderful partnership of 219 between Tom Haines, who made 123, and Ben Brown, who made 105, set Sussex on to a total of 333 for 4. As I say, Middlesex now 268 for 6 with just 5 overs remaining. Meanwhile, Surrey have won at Derbyshire. They've thrashed Derbyshire by 8 wickets, racking up 219 for 2 in reply to Derbyshire's 215. And I think almost certainly Surrey will now be in the quarterfinals of this competition. Meanwhile, in the Test match at Lords, a bit of early rain means they're a bit behind play, but India 203 for 2, having been put into bat by England. Both wickets there taken by, guess who? Jimmy Anderson. Thanks, Sean.
So 268 for 6, an attempted paddle by Davis, only paddled it in the air to Carter, who took a comfortable catch, just looped up 20 feet or so in the air. Here's Visa to bowl, and it's Tilan Walalawita who sent up the order to give it a thrash. Okay. He's earned this, Walalawita, because he's played some fine cameos so far. Is this my end? No, it's yours.
I think comes Visa bowls to Walalawita, who does play a little cameo. He thrashes the ball away onto the leg side.
Oh, it'll be fun.
Footed by Ibrahim at deep backward square.
It'll be fun, Walalawita. He'll get on with it. He has to. 65 from 28 required for Middlesex.
Yes, all the time that Davis was there, playing the way that he was, he felt Middlesex had an outside, but it's a big outside chance. 14 and over needed from here.
Alistair Cook has 103, but Essex might still lose. He's not out. Essex need 39 from 5.3 overs with 5 wickets standing. Can Lanks bowl Essex out around Cook to hold on to 3rd spot in the group?
Visa in bowls and hammered down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs. Just standing and delivered there was Martin Anderson, who just stood up and belted the ball straight back down the ground for 4 runs past bowler Visa, and the ball raced down the hill just in front of our commentary box here. Anderson goes to 16, Middlesex 273 for 6, needing another 61 to win. 4 overs and 3 balls remaining. They need to score at 13 and a half and over. Anderson waits, just composes himself, and David Visa, the tall South African, running away from us in bright sunshine, in and bowls right up in the block hole. Good bowling by Visa, but they're going to come back for a second run. Yes, if Visa hits these, then one is out. Well, it was played to mid-on. David Visa chased the ball back, fielded the ball himself. The batsman took a very chancy second run, which Middlesex need to do. Walalawita was running to the non-striker's end. If Visa's throw had hit, he was out by probably almost half the length of the pitch, but it missed. And so Anderson is able to come back for a second run. He goes to 18. Middlesex 275 for 6. He looked in very good form, Alistair Cook, at Chelmsford on Tuesday, and wonderful to see him playing in this competition. Visa on his way again, bowled to Anderson, and that's 6, and that's 6 by a long way. That's a huge blow. Oh, well, it hit the clock tower scoreboard and disturbed a pigeon who was sitting on the top of the scoreboard. It was thrashed away. The pigeon is now doing sort of a tour of the ground, so he's okay. But that was a big 6 from Martin Anderson, a full toss and smashed away. So off this over so far, 6 for 13 off the over. Anderson to 24 off 10. And a wicket. Yeah, so it's all happening. Middlesex needing 53 to win. Visa, final ball of the over. comes in and bowls, and Anderson, after short delivery, hammers the ball down the ground, only as far as Travis Head at long on. Importantly for Middlesex, Anderson will keep the strike. He's on 25 off 11. Middlesex 282 for 6. We've got 4 overs remaining. Middlesex needing 52 to win. They need to score, therefore, at 13 and over. And I'm really pleased that it's a good game of cricket. Lots of runs. We're now going to have over 600 runs in the day.
Oh, yeah.
For a really good crowd. In the sunshine at Hove, and all those who woke up this morning and opened up the curtains and thought, well, I'm not sure, it looks a bit overcast and a bit drizzly, have been really well rewarded. And who knows where this game could finish?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, look, Middlesex aren't going to go through. Sussex knew at the start of the day they weren't going through. We could just sit back and enjoy for both these counties now. Good finish to the List A group for both of them as they take a break. T20 quarter-final for Sussex still to come. So a little bit of importance, I suppose, for them to close out a game ahead of that T20. But what have we got? 24 balls, 52 runs. It's very gettable, especially with Anderson there. Wallaluita as well, to Cares to come, and Harris. Lots of batting for Middlesex. Shouldn't usually say, certainly for Middlesex, but of most sides at 6 wickets down. Here's Beer. Right arm over the wicket. Change of ends for him. He's at the Cromwell Road and he's cut first ball by Anderson to deep cover for a single.
I always think with these games, Kevin, that what you want to do when you get to the last couple of overs, you've still got a shout. And I guess Middlesex might be thinking, if we need 30 off the last couple of overs, we've still got a sniff.
Yeah.
They need 51 now off of what? 23 balls. Tall order, but doable. Sussex will be hoping not.
Here comes Beer. A phrase that both you and I have used with joy many times over the year. Here's Beer bowls. This is swept in the air to deep backward square leg. That's going to beat the fielder. 4 for Wallaluita. He's on 5 from 2. Middlesex require 47 from 22. This could get tight.
Yeah.
Should get tight from here. Middlesex, as I say, with the wickets to come, they're just going to keep going at this now. And they've got a bit of batting to come.
And there's 2 on that leg side. There are 3 fielders on the leg side boundaries. Having picked up that boundary, they may feel there's a couple of 2s they might want to take here to keep that scoreboard ticking along.
Beer to Wallaluita, top edges, keeper's got him. It may have been gloved as he went for the sweep. Looked to go hard at it, and it just looped over his head and into the gloves of the keeper. 287 for 7. Wallaluita's gone for 5 from 3. Not to be today for Wallaluita, probably just gloved the way it looped. And Carter takes the catch. And Beer has the wicket. So not to be for Wallaluita today. He's provided some entertainment in this competition so far with the bat in the lower order for Middlesex. But it's back to Anderson. And again, De Caires comes out today. He's a very useful batsman. Josh De Caires, opening bat in the Championship. Capable of shots as well as we've seen in this and the last.
You're a bit surprised not to see James Harris come out, Kevin?
No, I think these guys Wallaluita's he's got shots. He's got some serious shots. He'd almost be the David Visa of Middlesex, really, in that he's got the possibility to come in and play some serious cameos, some serious innings. Josh De Caires, an opening batsman, and he has played some good shots. So in white ball. So let's see what he offers today. With Harris to come, there is still some batting for Middlesex. Bamba thereafter as well. So it's not done yet. And again, this could be Harris's final innings, final match when he does come out, so he'd love to see it over the line. Perhaps he'll be given a championship game before the end of the season. It just depends whether Stuart Law is thinking to next year. And Harris will be at Glamorgan next year, so lovely to play him, but you're taking somebody else out of the side to give him that opportunity. I'd say you see Jack Davis getting his opportunity today, and you look to that youth in September, really. Here's Beer to Caires. 287 for 7. Middlesex need 47 from 21. Long off and long on back, deep mid-wicket, deep square and cover. And Beer bowls a short one which is slaps hard down to long off, flat batted by De Caires to get off the mark first ball. 288 for 7. 2 to come of the over. Here comes Beer again. Bowls now, and this one's cut to backward point by Anderson, just a single. Anderson looks disappointed that he didn't get it either side of the fielder. 291. I think the score was just slowed up for a minute there, hasn't it? Or has it? No, it hasn't. 289 for 7, sorry. Anderson's on to 27. De Caires on strike. Last ball of the 47th. Middlesex need a boundary. Beer bowls, and he swings hard at it, but only back down to long off for a single. They might think about 2, but it should just be 1, and it is. 290 for 7 it is now. De Caires has 2 from 2. He'll keep the strike, end of the over. Beer with a wicket. Having been hit before on the sweep by Wallaluita, he got him next ball as an attempted sweep, took the glove, and was taken by the keeper. So Anderson 27, he'll be desperate for the strike. 18 balls, Middlesex require 44 runs. Now, Middlesex hit 20 off this over, 24 off the last 2 is very gettable, so they're not out of this yet. Because again, you know, you hit 24 off the next 2 and need 20 off the last, it's possible.
So, Sussex favourites, no question about that. But it's been a super game of cricket, whatever way you want to look at it. A couple of hundreds in the Sussex innings, 123 from Tom Haines, 105 for Ben Brown, and 94 from Max Holden, a quick-fire 51 from Jack Davis. And I think we have to say credit to the groundsman as well, who's produced a really good one-day track here at Hove. We've had over 600 runs in the day.
Who's the groundsman here now?
Ben Gibson.
Where's the old fella gone? Was it Andy?
Andy Mackay.
Where's he now?
He works for the ECB. Sort of,
oh, well, that's right.
He's a pitch inspector. I don't think they call him a pitch inspector, but that kind of role. So it's going to be David Visa, who's going to be bowling his 7th over. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37 so far for David Visa. And he's coming into bowl to Josh De Caires, who's on 2. He's in and bowls, and De Caires plays this firmly into the covers, just picks up a single. Sussex will be happy about that. Tom Haines fields running around from extra cover, and it's just a single to De Caires, and you really feel a lot hanging here on Anderson. 27 off 13 deliveries. Middlesex needing another 43 to win in 17 balls, and Anderson has already hit a huge 6 which smacked into the clock tower scoreboard. And David Visa is in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and Anderson looks at that umpire Mallender at this end to say, well, surely that was a wide, but I think the mistake that Anderson made was he stepped away to the leg side, and Visa, who's a very experienced campaigner, saw that that's what he was doing, and it's a dot ball, and a precious dot ball. So 43 needed off 16 deliveries as David Visa turns and is on his way again. Anderson gives him the charge, pulls the ball into the leg side. It will only be a single though, because Ward is very, very quick coming in off that mid-wicket boundary. Fielded the ball cleanly, got away the throw, and just the single to Anderson, who goes to 28. 292 for 7, 42 needed off 15 deliveries. The run rate now up to nearly 17 and over. And Middlesex needs some boundaries if they're going to have any chance of overhauling this total. Visa in again, bowls, and De Caires plays it straight back down the track. Visa fields up his own bowling, and that's a dot ball. .15 balls to go, 42 needed to win, run rate required 18 and over.
Should be Sussex's game, because they'll have their death bowlers now coming back on.
Well, I would imagine that David Visa will bowl this one and the final over. Running away from us, he's in and bowls, and De Caires pulls this one away, and that's going to be 4 runs. But you can't set a field for that, but it's a perfectly authentic.
There were a good few of those in the Sussex innings, weren't there?
There were, absolutely.
And that's what you need at this stage. You just need that little rub of the green, that little bit of help.
Yep. A swing, and the ball disappears over the wicket-keeper's head and runs down to the boundary at the far end of the ground. So 4 to De Caires, he goes to 7. Middlesex to 296 for 7, 38 needed to win. and there are 13 balls remaining in the match.
See how Sir Alistair's going. 28 required from 2.5, Cook's on 110, Wheater with him on 4.
Visa runs away from us again in the sunshine. Bowls it, who hammers that down the ground, and David Visa did really well to take the pace of that. Was hammered down the ground by Josh De Caires. David Visa got his right hand to it to stop the ball. It was a brilliant bit of fielding because it prevented what would have been a certain boundary for Josh De Caires, who goes on to 8. The round of applause was for a terrific bit of fielding by David Visa. So 297 for 7 are Middlesex, needing 37 to win in just 12 deliveries. It's a tall order, and someone's going to have to play out of their skin if Middlesex are going to do it. But the visitors have certainly kept the crowd here entertained, and this game is very much Sussex's to lose, you would think. We'll just have to see who's going to bowl this final over from the Cromwell Road end, and taking off his jumper, I think, is going to be Daniel Ibrahim. Yes, it is. 5 overs, 1 for 17. So the 17-year-old, he was only 17 on Monday, is going to bowl the final over, or the penultimate over, I should say, of the match.
This is what it's all about for the One Day Cup now, and this is what it's all about really for Championship cricket, county cricket, sorry. And it has been over the years, the opportunities that you see those youngsters come in at an early age. And in my opinion, in my time covering county cricket, 17th season now, over the years we've seen many Colpat players taking up places that you think really those places should be going to young cricketers. And the One Day Cup's been wonderful for that this year. You've seen some great little stories of some great young players coming through. Just little cameos here and there, or they might grab the headlines every now and again. But overall, they're just complementing what are still strong sides that I've seen posted by pretty much everybody. I haven't seen a particularly weak side anywhere. You look at the top 4 that Sussex have had out today with Orr, Brown, Haines and Travis Head, and then Visa coming in to top it up. Right, the bowling hasn't quite been as strong as the batting. Likewise for Middlesex here, a little light with the ball today, but that was by choice, leaving out Greatwood. Here comes Ibrahim. He's right arm over the wicket and he bowls a block hole delivery, a fine Yorker first up, and De Caires has done well to dig that out down to long off, and he's going to take 2. Good start to the over for Middlesex, just gets a couple on the board, gets it moving. And it's 35 to win from 11. Anderson hit 38 off 11 at Worcester a couple of weeks back. That's the magnitude of it. It was a stunning performance by Anderson that day. It would be a stunning finish for Middlesex to win it from here. 299 for 7, 35 to win. As Ibrahim bowls, and it's hit back at him. He's had to get out of the way. He might have got a hand to it to take the pace off, but it's 4 runs. Long off dives, he doesn't get to it. 31 from 10.
Good shot, wasn't it? Drilled down the ground by Josh De Caires, and the 300 up for Middlesex. 303 for 7. De Caires to 14 off of 8. You think Sussex still very much favourites, but Middlesex aren't going down without a fight here. Been a terrific game. There've been so many good games in this picture. It's been really good cricket, thoroughly enjoyable.
Been good cricket. Ibrahim down the hill, bowls and wide outside the off stump. Signalled, signalled by the umpire. 304 for 7. That helps. 30 to win from 10.
Yeah, he took a gamble then, De Caires, didn't he? Because he just let it pass by outside the off stump, and he was probably had his heart in his mouth, hoping that Ian Gould would signal a wide, which he did. Still 10 balls remaining.
Ibrahim to De Caires, drags a single down to long on. They'll think about 2. It'll just be the 1. Over to Anderson with 3 balls left to the over, and Middlesex requiring 29 from 9. They needed Anderson's showpiece here off these 3 deliveries. Yeah,
I mean, he's got that short leg side boundary he's hitting to. So a big test here for young Daniel Ibrahim. As you say, what a test for young cricketers. Bit of pressure around.
Of these 3 deliveries, Middlesex need 2 boundaries, and then it at least goes to the final over with a chance for Middlesex. As Ibrahim is past the umpire, he bowls, and Anderson, he's put it in the slot. Anderson sends it for 6. Down the ground, that's the wrong place to put it to Martin Anderson at this stage. Difficult for Ibrahim. It's either got to be block hole or just short of a length. Do not allow Martin Anderson to drive at this stage of the innings. 3-11 for 7, and Middlesex require 23 from 8. Pressure on Ibrahim these last 2 balls. Anderson will really go hard at him now. He's got to get that block hole delivery right. If he's even slightly out against Anderson, driving is his key area. Ibrahim's in, bowls, chops in the slot again, but Anderson hasn't got hold of it. It's just short of long on. They're going to turn for 2, but they stick with 1, and now De Caires will have strike for last ball of the over. If he can find a boundary, then there's a chance for Martin Anderson in the final over, but he really needs a helping hand here from De Caires. Just to try and find a boundary from somewhere. 312 for 7 with 1 ball to go, the 49s.
Yeah, 22 to win of 7 deliveries. You're right, if De Caires hits a boundary here, we could be in for an exciting final over. Big moment.
Josh De Caires awaits. Ibrahim's in and bowls to him, and De Caires backs away, leaves alone outside of the off stump, and that is signalled a wide. 21 to win from 7.
Well, again,
gutsy.
Well, he did, and I did think on that occasion Ian Gould wasn't going to signal a wide.
Yeah, must have been tight, that one. Let's have a look at the replay.
But he.
Oh yes, it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
So it takes a bit of composure to do that in the penultimate over.
16 off the over so far. Last ball of it. Ibrahim to De Caires, short outside of the off stump, wide again. 17. De Caires swung at that one. 20 to win from 7.
Well, that was a play and a miss, wasn't it?
Yep. Groans from the crowd, but
3 wides in the over.
Yeah, pressure for the youngster, and you can understand it. Yeah, he's wary of that onside boundary, so he's keeping it outside off. De Caires had a look at the umpire there to see if it was a wide, and it was. That one he wasn't confident. He did swing at it, but it was a wide once more. It's because of that short onside boundary. He doesn't want to give anything to De Caires. What does De Caires do? Does he take a step to the pitch and try to go back over the bowler's head, and he'd give Anderson a great chance for the final over now? Ibrahim's in, bowls, and he swings hard. Over long on. How far over long on? Far enough. It's 6. And Middlesex need 14 to win off the final over. 320 for 7. De Caires moves to 21 from 10. Thoughts for Ibrahim, fine young bowler today. Tough over for him, bowling the penultimate over, and it gives Martin Anderson on 35 from 17 a huge chance to win it for Middlesex with 14 required off the last.
Wow, what a game of cricket this is. We've had the best part of, well, we've now had, Kevin, 653 runs today. So the crowd, and it's a really good, I mean, no one's going, well, 1 or 2 people are just starting to come down the gangways. I'm sure they're just trying to get a seat at the front so they can get away quickly at the end. It's going to be the experienced David Visa. So Daniel Ibrahim, who'd bowled 5 overs before that for 18. I'm just trying to work how many he went for in that over. Just wait for the scoreboard to catch up. Nonetheless, 320 for 7. Anderson 35 off 17. He didn't have a great day with the ball, Martin Anderson, and he hurt his hand dropping a catch that he should have taken. So, David Visa, on a lovely sunny evening and a super game of cricket, is going to bowl the final over of the match, and he's going to come in to bowl to Martin Anderson, who's on 35. De Caires 21 off 10. As Visa is in and bowls, and Anderson hammers that down the ground. That's going to go for 6 runs. It's over the head of Alistair Orr. It's a full toss, and it's been hammered down the ground, and Anderson hit a 6, and all of a sudden Middlesex are favourites here. They need 8 off 5 balls. Anderson goes to 41 off 18, and this game has just swung dramatically in the last 2 or 3 overs. I mean, Middlesex looked out of it, and these two, wow, 5 balls to go in the match. Anderson 41 off 18. Middlesex 326 for 7. They need 8 to win off 5 balls. In comes Visa over the wicket, bowls, and Anderson works that to backward point. It's just a single to Anderson. Middlesex needing 7 to win off 4 balls. We could be heading for a tie here.
Yeah,
Kevin. So I think if once Middlesex get down to, let's see what happens with this delivery from Visa. De Caires is on strike. 327 for 7. Visa on his way from this the C end of the ground, comes into bowl to Josh De Caires, who hammers that one on the leg side. Is that going to be a catch? Ward is underneath it. He takes the catch. And a really good catch by Harrison Ward. It was swung away to the leg side by Josh De Cares. And Harrison Ward, that's a really good catch. It was racing in. It's one of those that you might think to yourself, shall I go for the catch? Shall I let it bounce? I don't think he had an awful lot of choice, to be honest. He went for the catch and he hung onto it just literally inches above the ground. Good catch by Ward. De Cares is on his way for 21 off 11 balls, including 2 4s and a 6, so he's done everything that he can. So still 7 needed to win and 3 balls remaining. And the new man who is coming out, I'm presuming this is James Harris, Kevin.
Yes, yep, could be Harris. I mean, look, it's the Martin Anderson show now. He's got strike, hasn't he? And he's got 42 off 19, so he's the man you want to have strike.
Good catch though by Ward running in. It was one of those, as I say, I think in another situation you might think, well, shall I let it go for the single? But he really couldn't do that. He had to go for the catch, and a good catch it was as well, inches off of the ground. So Middlesex still needing 7 to win. There are 3 balls remaining. The batsman crossed, importantly, as Kevin was saying. So Anderson, 42 off 19 deliveries, is on strike. What's going to happen here? No one leaving around, even people watching from their balconies. As even comes Visa, bowls to Anderson, pulls that away on the leg side.
Just one.
They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but it isn't there as Ward gets in the throw. Good bit of fielding by Ward again. So Anderson is on 43.
No.
Middlesex needing 6 to win.
Bad call. He should have rejected
2
the
deliveries.
Single. He should have rejected the single.
But James Harris can hit a long ball.
He can, but Anderson was 42 off 19. He's 43 off 20 now, and Harris has to face for the first time. Middlesex needing 6 from 2, so Middlesex need a boundary. They're not going to hit 2 threes. They need a boundary.
Or a single.
Harris has got to get bat on this. What does he say? A single, but then a 6, or a 4 and a tie. Yeah.
Or a 2. Yeah.
Whatever happens, Harris has to get bat on this, and they have to at least get a single.
I don't know who should be commentating really between his. I'll go. In comes Visa running in and bowls to Harris, who does get bat on it, and he's going to get a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. It's fielded out there by Will Beer. So 3:29 for 8. I think we can have ties in this competition.
Yeah.
So a 4 will make it a tie.
6 to win.
6 to win. Martin Anderson with absolutely nothing to lose here, really.
Well, Anderson's got to think, what is his best scoring shot? What's his best chance here now against Visa? Is Visa going to go short, slower ball? He's got a massive onside field, deep mid-wicket, deep square, long on will be back as well. I doubt he'll go full, because again, that's Anderson's key scoring area. He won't risk the Yorker at this stage and putting it in the slot or a low full toss, because Anderson will go back over his head, and that's 6. I think he's got to say, we've seen Anderson hit the top of that clock tower already, haven't we?
We have.
I think he's got to go slower ball bouncer here and say to Anderson, you clear that deep mid-wicket and deep square if you think you can. Or fast bouncer. Try and dart it through, but what he mustn't do is bowl the no ball as well.
5 to win. David Visa, final ball of the match. He's in and bowls, and Anderson hammers the ball down the ground. It's fielded on the boundary by Alistair Orr, who stops the ball, and it's just a single. And Sussex have won a quite tremendous game of cricket here by 3 runs. Middlesex finishing on 330 for 8. Handshakes all round. Martin Anderson finishing on 44 of 21 deliveries. It's a bumper crowd here at Hove today, and those spectators have seen a wonderful day's cricket. We've seen 663 runs in the day, centuries from Brown and Haines, 94 from Max Holden, 51 from Jack Davis, a wonderful cameo of 44 from Martin Anderson off of 21 deliveries. Beautiful weather. What a super game of cricket, Kevin.
Brilliant. I mean, look, cricket's the winner today. Middlesex, once they lost the toss, the chances of turning that net run rate were going to be hard. Once Sussex produced what they did, once that second wicket partnership got going, you know, Middlesex's chances of swinging the net run rate with the bat, which were already minimal, were completely gone. They got off to a decent start, and he thought maybe they'll try and win it in 40, and that might do it. But It then just became about the day's cricket, didn't it? Gloucestershire got their win, and it was all about winning a good game of list day cricket, and to go as close as they did, and I'm sure Sussex will feel that as well, and it will feel good for Sussex going to their quarter-final against Durham. So we've seen this game out, a game that they should have seen out. They should be defending 333 here at Hove, and they did, but only just. And actually, maybe it will serve them well going to Durham for the quarter-final to have had something like this. That's real experience in the legs for both of these sides, but cricket's the winner again in a time when we're looking at the schedules, we're looking at the 100, we're looking at Test cricket, we're looking at the counties. Well, we're not, we're loving the counties, but others are looking at the counties and their existence and how this game is structured and scheduled in this country. Well, list day cricket and county cricket has produced an absolute belter today, and you know, it would have been, from my perspective, covering Middlesex regularly, lovely for them to go out with the win, and especially a great win, which this would have been. I think having gone that close, Middlesex walk away from this one fine. Look, they've got to look back at other points in the season. They're not going to look back on today that they didn't finish the list day with a win. They're going to look back on other points in the list day that they didn't win other games. So they go out with, you know, Anderson drags himself off there, but Anderson's 44 from 21. Davis coming in at the end, propelling that innings when it looked as though it was too far gone for Middlesex. Youngsters again being the ones who stood up, and you know, that's been the best of it in a tough year for Middlesex, youngsters standing up. But as I say, forget all of that wider picture at the moment. Just here today at Hove, sun's out, amazing game of list day cricket, really, really good. And again, this format itself, you go back 10, 15, 20 years, this format itself was coming under question. England are the world champions of list day at the moment, and you look at what's produced today by two young county sides. They produced a marvellous, marvellous game of list day cricket, and all of those that played today are going to take so much away from today's game and come back much better players for it next year. So cricket is the winner today. We say that so often, but especially in this world that we live in at the moment, and especially this cricketing world we live in at the moment, with the spotlight on domestic cricket in this country, that is a great advert in front of a busy crowd here at Hove on a sunny summer's afternoon for just what the counties can produce.
It certainly is. Kevin, it'd be great to have your company today. Thank you for everybody who's been joining us through emails or through texts or tweets. No more cricket here at Hove, sadly, until the early part of September, when Kevin will be back here again. I don't mean that sadly, but Kevin will be here for the county championship match, the county championship resuming on Bank Holiday Monday. So it's the end of involvement in the Royal London One Day Cup for both Sussex and Middlesex, but they put on a real show of cricket here today. It's been a tremendous day for a big crowd as well, so well done to all of the players. Commiserations to Middlesex, who fought to the end. Well done Sussex, who have recorded their second victory of the season with this very young side, and I'm sure everybody, Middlesex and Sussex supporters, are making their way from the ground, having had a thoroughly enjoyable morning and afternoon's cricket. It's been tremendous stuff, and I'd just like to thank you all for listening. Thank you for all of your emails throughout the match. It's been great to hear from everybody. Sussex in action up at Durham a week on Tuesday in the quarter-finals of the T20. Then it's back to Championship cricket on Bank Holiday Monday. Sussex off to Worcester. We'll look forward to that game down at New Road. But from myself, Adrian Harms, thank you for your company. Thank you to Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London, and we'll speak to you again, and have a very pleasant evening. Thanks very much indeed, and goodbye from Hove. Hello, mate. I don't know if Mel's there. I was just going to say, could I...